Chapter 163. You're the inscription master that old Xiao and old Bai found. The young man stared at Lin Xian. You don't seem to be much. Lin Xian sighed and ignored him. Instead, he greeted the two elders behind the young man. Greetings, seniors, Lin Xian said with a smile. Little friend Lin, you're here so early, the white-robed elder said with a smile. Kid, you. The young man beside him was livid. He originally wanted to intimidate Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to ignore him. I'll let you know that not everyone can enter the 1,000 Treasure Tower. The young man roared in his heart. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He didn't want to fight with these people. What he wanted most now was to reach the snow-seeking sect. There's no time to lose. Let's go. The red-robed elder said. The few of them walked out of the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Lin Xian looked at the two chariots in front and was a little surprised. The simple patterns were made of black gold and were the size of a house. The demonic beast pulling the chariot was even more extraordinary. It was actually a four-headed blood dragon horse. This was a powerful fourth-tier demonic beast with the body of a horse and the tail of a dragon. Its entire body was blood-red as if it could drip blood. Its blood was vigorous and comparable to a martial artist in the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This 1,000 Treasure Tower is really generous. Lin Xian praised in his heart. This kind of thing wasn't something that an ordinary force could take out. And this was just the 1,000 Treasure Tower in the ancient city. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine how powerful the headquarters of the 1,000 Treasure Tower was. 6 people, 2 chariots. The 2 elders and the middle-aged man sat in the front chariot, while Lin Xian and the 2 disciples of the 1,000 Treasure Tower entered the other chariot. Pang! After a moment, there was a sound. The bloody horned dragon horse let out a long neigh and dashed out. Its speed was frightening. Lin Xian estimated that at this speed, they could arrive in about 10 days. It was more than twice as fast as him traveling alone. I'm Wei Wei. This is senior brother Lu Yang. The beautiful woman in the chariot said. There was a lot of space inside. Lin Xian and the other 2 each took a side. Seeing the beauty take the initiative to speak, Lin Xian also cupped his fists and smiled. I am Lin Xian. It is my honor to meet the 2 of you. Humph. The young man snorted. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He had never met this Lu Yang fellow, but the latter had always wanted to make things difficult for him. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to practice the Great Dragon Sword seal. These days, as Lin Xian continued to comprehend, he finally understood why the Great Dragon Sword was called an offensive saint art. Fusing everything, evolving everything. With a sword in hand, all techniques could be broken. Lin Xian could now use the mountain-suppressing hand and lion's roar with his long sword, and its power was even stronger than the original version. Coupled with the effect of sword intent, his attack power had increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing Lin Xian closing his eyes, Lu Yang glared at him. He was a disciple of the Myriad Treasure Tower and a first-grade inscription master. He was a strong candidate to participate in the inscription tower. Just a few days ago, he heard that a kid suddenly joined the Myriad Treasure Tower and wanted to participate in the inscription tower competition. This was a threat to his position. The number of people participating in the inscription tower was limited. There would be a preliminary selection at the end, and only the winner could enter. But this kid in front of him could participate directly. How could he not be angry? I want to see what ability you have. Lu Yang clenched his fists. However, Lin Xian never gave him a chance. After getting on the carriage, Lin Xian began to meditate with his eyes closed, comprehending the cultivation method. He did not have the intention to pay attention to the two at all. Lu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He could not directly interrupt Lin Xian. If he did, the elders would not forgive him. The carriage moved forward quickly as if it was flying. The next day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had encountered a bottleneck, and it could not be solved by comprehending. Putting down the comprehension of the great dragon sword seal, he took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it, then began to cultivate the art of longevity. A wisp of wine fragrance spread out and floated in the carriage. Vivian and Lu Yang were both inscription masters. After feeling this wine fragrance, their faces changed in shock. Such rich spirit qi. This spirit wine must be of high grade. Vivian blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. At the side, Lu Yang's eyes became even more gloomy. How could this kid have such spirit wine? He could not figure it out and was a little mad. After 2 hours, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spirit qi in his body was abundant, and he would soon break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. At that time, even if he met the sword mark youth, he had absolute confidence to defeat him. Junior brother Lin, your spirit wine must be of high grade. You didn't refine it yourself, right? Vivian asked with a smile. How could it be? This was refined by my master. Lin Xian shook his head. Since everyone is free, why don't we test what we have learned together? Lu Yang saw the opportunity and said hurriedly. Sure, I happen to have some doubts recently, Vivian said seriously. Junior brother Lin, what about you? Lu Yang asked. Because Lin Xian was the youngest, both of them called him junior brother. Lin Xian smiled lightly. Sure. Lu Yang was overjoyed. As long as Lin Xian dared to agree, he was confident that he could humiliate Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just a kid, what could he know? Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He naturally knew Lu Yang's intention, but he was fearless. After practicing for so long, he could take this opportunity to test it out. Then the 3 of them began to discuss, from the beginning of the herbs, pharmacology, to the effects and methods. Lin Xian learned inscription knowledge from Wine Lord, so this content was not difficult for him. On the contrary, he could often come up with some unique ideas, which broadened the horizons of the other 2. Vivian's face was flushed red with excitement. She had solved all the problems that had plagued her for days. Lu Yang's face was gloomy. Not only did he not make things difficult for Lin Xian, but he also could not answer some of the questions. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, Lu Yang's heart went crazy. Humph. You talk so nicely, who doesn't know these theories? The key to becoming an inscription master is refining, do you dare to compete? Lu Yang was furious. He swore that he would humiliate Lin Xian. He guessed that Lin Xian must have a good master to be able to learn such knowledge. However, Lu Yang was not willing to admit defeat. He had the advantage of age. In terms of refining techniques and proficiency, Lin Xian was definitely inferior to him. Sure. Lin Xian's expression was still indifferent, not anxious or impatient. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I'll make you cry in a moment. Lu Yang sneered in his heart. His finger swayed and drew an arc in the air. A shining inscription appeared in the air. The whole process was smooth and there was not a single pause. Good technique. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Lu Yang had some skills. He was not a talkative person. Lin Xian immediately made his move. His finger danced in the air. 3 vortex runes appeared in the air, forming the shape of a triangle. It was like 3 blooming lotus flowers. 3 flowers gathering spirit. Lu Yang exclaimed. Liu Yang's eyes were filled with shock. His lips trembled and he could not speak. The three lotus-shaped inscriptions rotated in the air, forming a spiritual vortex. Chapter 164. The old man in the red robe opened his eyes in shock. He slowly spread out his soul power to check the situation behind him. When he saw the three flowers gathering spirit drawn by Lin Xian, his eyelids twitched fiercely. This kid is really surprising. The old man in the red robe was full of expectations for the upcoming battle of the inscription tower. In the carriage, Liu Yang kept pinching his thigh to wake himself up from his dream. This can't be real. This can't be real. However, reality was like a basin of cold water that woke him up. Finally, Liu Yang let out a heavy sigh. You win. He finally knew why Lin Xian could directly participate in the inscription tower competition. His method was way beyond theirs. Junior brother Lin, can I ask you a question? Vivian blinked her big eyes and asked. Of course, senior brother Liu Yang can also participate, Lin Xian said lightly. He was not a narrow-minded person. Liu Yang was taken aback. He gave Lin Xian a deep look. Then, the two began to ask all their questions. Lin Xian answered them one by one in great detail. Liu Yang was shocked. He thought that Lin Xian was just joking. He did not expect that Lin Xian would help them so wholeheartedly. This made him feel a little embarrassed. At this time, the carriage slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked out. Outside, the wind and snow were drifting. The snow was wrapped in silver, and the goose feather-like snow fell from the sky. As far as the eye could see, the whole world seemed to have turned into a monotonous white. We have entered the snow province. Liu Yang looked out of the window and said. On the snowy ground, the carriage might be slower. This was relative. Lin Xian estimated that even this speed was faster than him traveling alone. Putting down the curtain, Lin Xian entered the state of cultivation again. Half a day later, the carriage stopped completely. We will rest for the night and continue tomorrow. The old man in the red robe and the other two got off the carriage and looked forward. Lin Xian and the other two got off the carriage and suddenly felt a cold wind blowing in their faces. It was as if they were going to be frozen into ice. Fortunately, I'm wearing a bearskin coat. Otherwise, I would have to use my spiritual energy to protect my body. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart as he felt the cold air between heaven and earth. Everyone found a place to shelter from the wind and snow, and then pulled the carriage over. Whing! The red-robed old man's large hand trembled, forming a formation that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the cold wind and snow were all blocked outside. The formation was not supported by manpower. The red-robed old man only needed to place some mid-grade spirit stones, and the formation would automatically defend itself. Everyone tidied up the food and prepared to eat. Most of these people were inscriptionists, so they naturally would not mistreat themselves. The middle-aged man flicked his finger, and a furnace appeared. 2 firebirds were engraved on the furnace, and they were surrounded by raging flames as if they were alive. Bang! The half-meter-tall furnace fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A wave of heat spread out and everyone felt much warmer. Liu Yang and Vivian began to take out the cut demon beast meat and roast it on the stove. The sky gradually darkened, and the snowstorm outside grew heavier. Moreover, the snow at night was not white, but blue, like crystals. Lin Xian and the others began to rest and busy themselves with their own things. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes. Among them, the white-robed old man and the middle-aged man were not inscriptionists, but their cultivation was the highest, reaching the 7th sky of the spiritual sea realm. The rest of the people were all spiritual tattooists with powerful soul power. At this moment, all of them frowned. This was because they could sense a powerful force approaching them at a rapid speed. Could it be him? Lin Xian frowned, and the figure of the green-haired man appeared in his mind. No, there is no evil aura. He quickly denied it. Circulating his soul power, Lin Xian used purple spiritual eyes and looked into the distance. Soon, his pupils shrank, and he stood up. Wolf pack. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The others also sensed it, and they were all shocked. Among them, the white-robed old man said in a deep voice, "This is the Ice Wolves bandits from the Snow Province. They are extremely cruel. You must be careful. Can't we escape with the Blood Dragon carriage?" Lu Yang's voice was trembling. On the snow, nothing can outrun the snow wolves. The white-robed old man shook his head. Figures appeared beside them. It was a pack of snow wolves. Each of them was more than 2 meters long, and their green eyes were like 2 ghost fires that kept jumping. Behind them, there were more snow wolves approaching, but there were people sitting on those wolves. One by one, huge burly men in beast-skin coats stared coldly at Lin Xian and the others with ferocious expressions. "We are from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. May I know why you are here?" The middle-aged man stood out and said in a deep voice. "Ha, so it's a friend from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. You must know the rules of the Ice Wolves bandits. Leave the horses, money, treasures, and women. The rest can get lost." This group of burly men was very arrogant and did not give face to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. This was a group of lunatics who did not give face to anyone. Even the disciples of the snow-seeking sect would still rob them. So there is no room for discussion. The middle-aged man's voice gradually turned cold. They were from the 1,000 Treasure Tower. No one dared to provoke them outside, so how could they endure this kind of humiliation? There is nothing to discuss. Brothers, charge. With a command, countless snow wolves pounced. The defensive array buzzed and trembled non-stop. Ripples appeared in the surroundings, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Gather together, don't scatter. Everyone, break through together. The white-robed old man said in a deep voice. Rumble, the defensive array shattered, and the wolf bandits rushed in. Humph. The middle-aged man attacked mercilessly. An earthy yellow palm that was dozens of meters tall pushed out horizontally. Everywhere it passed, countless blood wolves and bandits turned into a bloody mist. The power of a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm was extremely terrifying. Let me fight you. An angry voice sounded from behind the wolf bandits. A huge burly man suddenly jumped up, and his long saber slashed down like a rainbow. The saber light that was dozens of meters long cut through the sky and slashed down at the crowd. Air waves rolled on both sides, and the cold wind blew in reverse, whistling non-stop. The middle-aged man threw out a punch to welcome the resplendent saber light and engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf bandit leader. Hee, who wants to play with me? A sinister voice sounded, and another wolf bandit at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm walked out, holding a blue long whip in his hand and laughing cruelly. The white-robed old man gave some instructions to the crowd, and then went forward. The battle between 4 martial artists at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm was shocking. Just the aftermath of the battle made everyone's heart tremble. Lin Xian and the rest kept retreating. They were already surrounded. Go! With the wolf bandits' command, countless snow wolves pounced forward. Break through them. The crowd didn't want to be separated, but there were too many snow wolves, and they were pushed apart in an instant. Lin Xian pulled out the Autumn Scar sword and attacked first. He used the Phantom Thunder steps and shuttled through the wolf pack, thrusting out his long sword continuously. Every sword took the life of a snow wolf. Every sword was fatal and accurate. Soon, dozens of snow wolves fell beside him, and blood dyed the ground red. Kid, you're looking for death. Chapter 165. The newcomer was very ferocious. His body was covered in flames, and his spirit energy condensed into a dragon, charging towards Lin Xian. The wild blade slashed down, and the blade light was like starlight, shining in the air. A martial artist in the fourth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Little friend Lin, be careful. In the distance, the red-robed elder saw this scene and wanted to rush over to help. However, his opponent was very strong, holding the red-robed elder back. Vivian and Lu Yang were also very anxious, but they were also surrounded by the wolf bandits and couldn't get away for a while. Lin Xian's body was unpredictable, and he quickly dodged the star-like blade light. Don't worry, I can handle it. He transmitted his voice to everyone. Hee, kid, you seem to be very important. The bald man sneered, if I kill you, I wonder how sad they will be. This group of wolf bandits was very cruel, and they took pleasure in killing people. Lin Xian had no sympathy for such people. His eyes became sharp, and his body flashed, creating dozens of illusions. This was the power of the Phantom Thunder Steps when he mastered it. Each of the illusions could be passed off as real, and people couldn't tell the real from the fake. The second sky of the spiritual ocean realm, too weak. Die. The bald man swung his blade, and the blade light that was dozens of meters long slashed out, covering all the illusions around him. Pang 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 pang. With one slash, more than half of the illusions were destroyed. Petty tricks, watch how I kill you with one slash. The bald man laughed loudly. Is that so? A faint voice came from behind the bald man. What? The bald man was shocked. He didn't see when Lin Xian ran behind him. Blade Ring Mountain. The bald man gritted his teeth and roared. Countless streams of saber chi shot out from his body, instantly forming a hazy mountain that stood behind him. At the same time, he quickly turned his body, wanting to cut Lin Xian under his blade. Puff! The bald man was just about to move, but his body suddenly stiffened. The blade that was as cold as autumn water pierced his heart, causing blood to splatter. No, impossible, how could you break through my defense? The bald man's voice became softer and softer. Finally, his head tilted and he fell down. Until his death, he still didn't believe that a martial artist at the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm could break through his defense. The power of the wind lightning spike is greater than I imagined. Lin Xian took off the bald man's storage ring and charged into the pack of wolves once again. Awoo! Wolf howls rang out, sounding desolate. Everyone turned around and saw the bald man lying in a pool of blood. What? Ah Guang is dead. Who killed him? The group of wolf bandits fell into a frenzy as they all looked at Lin Xian. It's you. A martial artist in the second sky of the spiritual ocean realm, how is it possible? Countless wolf bandits shouted crazily. In the distance, Lu Yang and Vivian also exclaimed in surprise. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Brat, how dare you kill a member of our Ice Wolf Regiment? Die! A strong man with 2 hammers in his hands was riding a snow wolf as he quickly rushed over. The green wind under Lin Xian's feet spun, and his body turned into a gust of wind, drifting around. His footwork was unconstrained, and there was no pattern to it. Ding! 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 A series of sparks flew out, followed by the dense sound of metal clashing. Countless sword shadows appeared in front of the strong man, forming a sword curtain. Shocked, he used his hammers to protect himself. At the same time, the snow wolf he was riding on launched an attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Its sharp claws were waving, tearing the air apart as it clawed at Lin Xian. Puff! A phantom was clawed and exploded, turning into spiritual power and disappearing. Lin Xian's real body had already retreated to the back. With a shake of his wrist, several 10-meter-long sword chi shot out. Golden Snake Travel. This was the sword technique used by the Sword Mark youth, and now it was used by Lin Xian. After comprehending the Great Dragon Sword print, Lin Xian's attacks were varied. The sword chi in the air turned into giant pythons, pouncing forward. Awoo! The snow wolf that the strong man was riding on roared, spitting out a cloud of icy mist, which was extremely cold. The golden snake formed by the sword chi clashed with the mist, causing an explosion. The horrifying energy spread out in all directions. In the distance, Vivian screamed. Her sleeve had been cut open. The wolf bandit that she was fighting against was a perverted man. His beady eyes were staring at Vivian's body. "Little beauty, I will let you have your fill in a bit." Ha ha ha. The surrounding wolf bandits also laughed maniacally. Shoo! He waved the red spiritual whip in his hand again, drawing a weird arc in the air and tearing Vivian's dress apart. Vivian was terrified. She screamed and kept retreating. "Kid, all of you have to die." The strong man stared at Lin Xian and grinned. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. His sword intent surged, and the aura on his body became extremely cold. Shoo! His body turned into a beam of lightning, flying out quickly and approaching the strong man instantly. The autumn scar sword was pulled out quickly, and a dragon's roar was heard. Hoo! The golden sword light flashed, lighting up half of the sky. Hoo! Lin Xian flashed his body, passing through the strong man and running toward Vivian. Behind him, the strong man raised his hammers in the air, and his pupils enlarged. Suddenly, a trail of blood appeared in between his eyebrows. Then, blood started to pour out. Boom! His entire body, along with the snow wolf that he was sitting on, died instantly. His body was split in half, and he fell to the ground. Wind style. The air moved, and a beam of sword light suddenly flew out from behind the perverted man. The perverted man who was flirting with Vivian suddenly changed his expression. He released his spirit power, forming a spirit power armor. Boom! The sword light landed on the armor, tearing open a horrifying crack. Hee, you can't break it. Before he could finish, the sword light flashed again. The golden sword light surged and attacked like lightning. Pooh! The perverted man's head flew into the air and was thrown far away. The surrounding wolf bandits all backed off crazily. Their eyes were filled with fear. Thank you," Vivian said while trembling. "Here." Lin Xian took off his white bear coat and threw it to Vivian. Then, he turned around and roared at the wolf pack that was running toward him. Mad Lion Roar. The sound wave vibrated, spreading out quickly with Lin Xian as the center. Within the formless sound wave, there was a sharp sword intent, forming a horrifying killing move. Pooh! 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 All the snow wolves and wolf bandits that came in contact with the sound wave had their bodies split open, as if they had been pierced by thousands of swords. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian flashed again and arrived near Lu Yang. Junior brother Lin. Lu Yang was overjoyed. He had seen all of Lin Xian's attacks. As long as Lin Xian made a move, he would be able to keep his life. Shoo! Lin Xian's body flashed as he arrived beside Lu Yang and pulled out his autumn scar sword. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. This move was a sword skill that he had created by imitating the Mad Lion roar. Originally, with his strength, he would not be able to create a sword skill. However, with the Great Dragon Sword seal, everything became possible. With Lin Xian as the center, a ring-shaped sword pattern rippled in all directions. Ripples appeared in the air, spreading out like water ripples. From afar, it looked like a golden ripple. Everything that came in contact with it was cut in half. As the sword was waved out, silence reigned. Chapter 166. Lin Xian brought Lu Yang back to Wei Wei's side, and then he looked at the battlefield in the distance. Two of the battles were between martial artists at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and he could not get close to them. The other one was where the elder in red was fighting. He was fighting against 3 martial artists at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and the battle was extremely intense. Some of the snow wolves were fighting against the 2 bloody dragon horses, while the rest of the bandits were rushing towards Lin Xian and the others. Save the bloody dragon horses first, then help the elder in red. Lin Xian made up his mind. Holding the autumn scar sword, he turned into a flash of lightning and rushed up. At the same time, at the border of the snow province, a blue-haired man appeared out of nowhere. He slightly closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. His body shook, and the blue-haired man disappeared from where he was standing. On the snowy land, the cold wind was blowing. Lin Xian's body was like a ghost as he shuttled between the snow wolves and the bandits. The long sword in his hand was stabbing out at an even faster speed. Pooh! Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, and bodies fell down one after another. The bandits backed off in fear. That seemingly random sword would take away a life every time. This was no longer a battle, but a harvest. Yes, a harvest. Lin Xian was like a harvester, harvesting their lives mercilessly. These people all had the urge to curse in their minds. They were the bandits, okay. But now, their identities seemed to have been switched. The prey had become the killer, and they could only run. Wind-splitting movement. The sword light shone, and the air seemed to have been torn apart. The dozens of people in front of him were torn apart by this power, turning into minced meat. Lin Xian came to the bloody dragon horse and killed the snow wolves around it. The 2 bloody dragon horses were covered in blood, with horrifying wounds on their bodies. One of them could not hold on any longer, and was about to die. Lin Xian sighed, and threw all the demon crystals in the snow wolves' bodies to them. Then, his body shook, and he ran towards the elder in red. You are looking for death. The 3 men besieging the red-robed old man had already noticed Lin Xian's existence, but in their opinion, killing the red-robed old man was more important. And now, Lin Xian was actually rushing towards them. How could these people not be angry? Die, ant! A one-eyed man wielding a long spear turned around and thrust his spear at Lin Xian. The void trembled, and a millstone-thick spear light trembled, thrusting towards Lin Xian. This one-eyed man's strength had reached the peak of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was similar to the young man of sword mark. If it were a few days ago, Lin Xian might not even have been able to break through the defense. But now, he was confident that he could kill this person. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and Lin Xian's speed suddenly exploded as he flew to the side. Boom! The thick spear light pierced through the ground, forming a terrifying black hole in the ice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as his purple spirit eyes continued to observe. At the same time, his sword will gushed out, raising his combat strength to the maximum. Sword will. The one-eyed man was shocked. No wonder you could kill so many people. You're a genius who comprehended sword will. Then all the more I can't let you live in this world. The one-eyed man gave up on the red-robed old man and rushed towards Lin Xian. After knowing Lin Xian's strength, the red-robed old man wasn't too worried. He attacked the two people in front of him with all his strength. But when Vivian and Lu Yang saw this scene, their little hearts trembled. That was a martial artist close to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Could Lin Xian really deal with him? The two couldn't help, so they could only watch nervously from afar. Sweep the world. The one-eyed man wielded his spear with one hand and swept it out. The blue spear light flickered, forming a violent storm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wherever it passed, a thick layer of frost formed, emitting a terrifying chill. Ice attribute. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he kept retreating. In this world of ice and snow, ice attribute martial artists could definitely explode with super powerful battle power. No wonder this person is only at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and can participate in the attack on the red-robed old man. Lin Xian's face was serious. The red-robed old man was at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Kid, in this place, my attack power is equivalent to a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. You can die in peace. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. This one-eyed man's strength was beyond his expectations. Ice attribute martial artists had the ability to slow down and cause frostbite. If he was hit, it would only get worse. Thinking of this, his whole body released golden lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. It's useless. The one-eyed man sneered as the long spear in his hand kept stabbing. Whing! 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 Every spear was filled with the power of ice, resonating with the surrounding heaven and earth. The cold air in the surroundings quickly condensed and gathered on the spear light, forming a huge ice pillar. Boom! Lin Xian flicked his sword upwards. The autumn scar sword was like a golden lightning, cutting the huge ice pillar in half. As expected of the sword intent. It is indeed sharp. The one-eyed man sneered as his left hand grasped in the air. Piercing ice spear. The cold air on the ground surged and formed a blue ice spear under Lin Xian's feet, stabbing out abruptly. Lin Xian's body flashed, leaving behind a shadow while his real body escaped into the distance. Shoo! 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 After the ice spear pierced through Lin Xian's shadow, it didn't stop there. Instead, it shot out like an arrow. At the same time, the one-eyed man stomped his feet, causing the whole ice surface to shake. Welcome to the ice prison. Boom! Boom! The ice surface shattered as two huge hands formed by ice grabbed onto Lin Xian's feet. The horrifying cold air rushed into his body. Cut! Hundreds of sword chi shot out from Lin Xian's body, tearing the ice apart. He stabbed out with his sword, clashing right onto the tip of the ice spear. With a twist of his wrist, the autumn scar sword formed a whirlpool, shattering the ice spear. Kid, you're pretty good. Why don't you join our ice snow group? The one-eyed man yelled. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Xian's pupils turned purple. This was the sign of his purple spirit eyes being pushed to the extreme. What last words do you have? Say them all. What? The one-eyed man froze for a moment before laughing out loud. Kid, is your brain frozen? You can't even get close to me in this world of ice and snow. Not to mention killing me. The one-eyed man's face was full of disdain. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled up, piercing ice spear. You think you can just shout and it will appear? This is the martial skill of an ice elemental warrior. The one-eyed man was even more disdainful. He even thought that Lin Xian was an idiot. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically. A dangerous aura came from under his feet, as if it was going to tear the ground apart. Impossible. The one-eyed man almost roared out. Although he didn't believe it, he still retreated quickly. In the distance, Vivian and Lu Yang were stunned. Could it be that Lin Xian really knew ice elemental martial arts? But he was obviously a thunder elemental warrior. The two of them were very confused, but they could only watch more carefully. Seeing the one-eyed man retreat, Lin Xian smiled. "Welcome to the ice snow prison." These words were exactly the same as what the one-eyed man said. Even the tone was the same. "Kid, you're looking for death. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart?" The one-eyed man was very angry. He thought that Lin Xian was playing with him. However, he soon realized that he was wrong. Chapter 167. Two large golden hands reached out from the ice and firmly grabbed the one-eyed man's feet. This scene was very familiar. Not long ago, the one-eyed man had used the same martial art on Lin Xian. But now, Lin Xian had returned it to him, untouched. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you know an ice element martial art? The one-eyed man yelled crazily with a trace of madness in his eyes. Ice element martial art. In the distance, Lu Yang and Wei Wei both had strange expressions. Junior brother Lin is using thunder. Why did that man say it was an ice element martial art? Could it be that the man was scared? The two were confused. Lu Yang looked at the one-eyed man carefully, and his pupils suddenly shrank. "Look at his eyes." Lu Yang whispered to Wei Wei. Wei Wei looked up and also yelled out. The one-eyed man's undamaged eye was now purple, as if it was a dream or an illusion. Is this a mental illusion? Lu Yang took a deep breath. How powerful is junior brother Lin's soul power? In the distance, on the battlefield. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He had indeed used lightning to simulate what had just happened. However, he secretly used his purple spirit eyes to hypnotize the one-eyed man with illusions. In the one-eyed man's eyes, the ice spear was blue, and the spiritual hands that trapped him were also ice element martial arts. He was completely lost in the illusion. Boom! Lin Xian stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward. In a flash, he arrived in front of the one-eyed man and pulled out the autumn scar sword. One-eyed! A loud yell came from behind. It was like thunder exploding in the air. The one-eyed man's body shook, and he recovered from the illusion. At this moment, a sword light flashed and enveloped him. As an ice element martial artist, the one-eyed man exploded with a powerful force at the end. A huge ice wall rose from the ground and blocked in front of him. At the same time, rows of ice spikes shot towards Lin Xian. Chi! Chi! The sword light flashed and cut everything in half. The one-eyed man retreated as fast as he could, but he was still one step too slow. His left arm was cut off by the sword Chi, and blood flowed out. Ah! Golden electric arcs exploded at the wound, producing a terrifying destructive power. Freeze! The one-eyed man crazily circulated his spirit energy and sealed half of his body. A layer of blue ice continued to spread and froze the wound. It continued to extend and form an ice soul left hand. Brat, I'm going to tear you to shreds. No one can save you. The one-eyed man's voice was cold, and his eyes were like a demon's. The ice around him shattered, turning into pieces of icicles that floated around him. He was infuriated to the extreme. The one-eyed man had never suffered such a loss before, and his opponent was actually only a brat at the second layer of the spiritual ocean realm. You think you still have a chance to live? Lin Xian sneered, the purple light in his eyes flashing again. An invisible soul power rushed out and directly attacked the one-eyed man's soul. Ah! For a moment, the one-eyed man held his head and screamed. Whoosh! The autumn scar sword slashed out once again. The air was sliced open as the sword chi of wind and thunder turned into a long dragon, piercing towards the one-eyed man's heart. Puff! The sharp edge of the sword sliced through the spirit energy armor, sliced open the inner armor, and pierced into his heart. Plop! The cold body fell down. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the one-eyed man's storage ring. In the distance, Lu Yang and Wei Wei were shocked. The two bandits that were attacking the red-robed elder roared in anger. Even the martial artists at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm in the distance noticed the situation here. Boom! One of the bandits at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm threw out a blade light at Lin Xian. The blade chi swept across the sky. The 10-meter-long blade chi was like a long rainbow as it slashed down. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he quickly ran away. Rumble. As the blade chi fell, a horrifying crack appeared on the ground, spreading into the distance. Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. Although he didn't touch the blade chi, the wind brought about by it still made his chest feel stuffy. This was the power of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. It was far from what a 4th or 5th layer martial artist could compare to. Fortunately, the bandit leader only slashed out once before he was entangled by the middle-aged man from the 1,000 Treasures Tower, unable to attack again. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He still couldn't resist a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. However, before he could relax, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart again. It was as if a cold and greedy gaze appeared behind him. Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and all the muscles in his body tightened. He spread out his soul power and looked around cautiously. Needless to say, the one who could give him this feeling was definitely the mysterious green-haired man. As expected, in the distant horizon, a figure quickly flew over. The snow on the ground quickly scattered to the sides, and a deep trench appeared on the ice, spreading towards Lin Xian. Who? In a moment, the green-haired man arrived nearby. A cold and dark aura quickly spread out in all directions, making people tremble uncontrollably. Pang pang pang. The two sides who were fighting stopped and looked at the green-haired man warily. Lin Xian's body stiffened. He secretly circulated his spirit power to the extreme, and at the same time, prepared the bronze gauntlet and the yellow talisman treasure. As long as the situation was not right, he would immediately attack with all his strength. The feeling the green-haired man gave him was even more terrifying than a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. This was not the suppression of spirit power, but the throbbing of the soul. The green-haired man took a deep look at Lin Xian, and his green eyes emitted light. He didn't attack immediately, but picked up the one-eyed man's corpse on the ground. Gotcha! It was about to take a bite out of the one-eyed man's corpse, sucking it non-stop. In the blink of an eye, the blood essence in the one-eyed man's body was quickly drained, and he finally became a dry corpse. Plop! The green-haired man threw the one-eyed man aside, and then looked for the corpse on the ground again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The three experts from the 1,000 Treasures Tower came to Lin Xian's side and protected him. Lu Yang and Wei Wei also ran over, looking at the green-haired man with fear. Who? 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 The green-haired man's hair shook, and his 3,000 strands of hair quickly became thick and long, spreading out in all directions. The tail end of the hair transformed into green snakes, which were ferocious and terrifying, and pounced on the corpse on the ground. Puff! Puff! The sky full of green hair fluttered, and all of them pierced into the surrounding corpses, and began to crazily absorb the blood essence. How dare you touch the corpse of my ice wolf pack, you're courting death. The two wolf bandit leaders at the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm were furious and attacked one after another. A saber light that was dozens of meters long quickly slashed out, cutting the air into two halves. The other person waved his spirit whip, which turned into a dragon in the air, and pounced over with bared fangs and brandished claws. The green-haired man smiled cruelly and reached out with both hands. Two green lights flickered, condensing into a bronze coffin in the air, suppressing the surroundings. Boom! 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 The three energies collided, and a shocking destructive aura erupted. A green-black mushroom cloud rose, followed by a terrifying energy ripple that spread out in all directions. Retreat! The middle-aged man and the white-robed elder took Lin Xian and the others, turned into a bolt of lightning, and quickly retreated. Whoosh! Chapter 168. The sky full of black strands rushed towards Lin Xian, piercing through the air. The middle-aged man and the white-robed old man attacked together, releasing a vast amount of energy to block the black strands. Pooh! 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 Like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the protective light screen was penetrated. The 3,000 strands of black strands turned into sharp swords, piercing straight towards them. Seniors, I need to borrow your power. At the critical moment, Lin Xian shouted. The ancient armor on his body shone brightly, and an illusory shadow appeared with complicated inscriptions on it. The middle-aged man and the white-robed old man looked at Lin Xian in surprise, then sent their spirit power into the shadow of the armor. Wang! Receiving the power of two martial artists in the seventh layer of the spiritual ocean realm, the ancient armor shone brightly. The materialized shadow spread out continuously, finally forming a bell-shaped defense, enveloping everyone. Clang! 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 The black strands of black swords clashed against the bell-shaped protective shadow, letting out a clang. Although they didn't penetrate the bell-shaped defense, the huge impact still sent everyone flying far away. We're saved. The few of them landed on the ground, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. Lin Xian frowned deeply. The blue-haired man's power was beyond his imagination. If he acted alone this time, it would be dangerous. However, before Lin Xian and the others could relax, the 3,000 strands of black strands turned into spirit snakes again. Up in the sky, down on the ground, from all directions, they pounced towards Lin Xian and the others. They had no choice but to work together and form the bell-shaped defense again. Suddenly, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that the mysterious green egg in his storage ring was shaking more and more violently. Is it going to crack open? Lin Xian was puzzled. Little Xian, I have a way to suppress that person, but it's too dangerous, Wine Lord transmitted. No matter what, we have to try. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He didn't want to live in danger all the time. With a decision made, Lin Xian prepared to act. Seniors, you all go first. Lin Xian instructed, then rushed forward. His speed reached extreme speed, leaving a trail of light in the air. Quickly taking out the green egg, Lin Xian held it in his arms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3,000 strands of black strands felt the aura of the green egg and turned into a square midway, abandoning Thousand Treasure Tower and the others, all rushing towards Lin Xian. The expressions of the white-robed elder and company changed. They saw that Lin Xian was about to be pierced, but there was nothing they could do. Phantom Thunder Step. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice as his body turned into hundreds of light shadows and scattered in all directions. For a moment, the sky and the ground were filled with Lin Xian's illusions. Pu 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 pu. Of the black strands of the black strands of the three of God Lin Xian's true body quickly approached the azure-haired man. He wanted to use Lord Alcohol's strength to seal the azure-haired man. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Lin Xian's figure continued to sway, and finally came to a place only 10 meters away from the green-haired man. A black vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him, spinning rapidly, emitting a devouring force. At this time, the green egg in Lin Xian's arms made a cracking sound. The eggshell cracked open, and a furry little thing came out. It was only the size of a palm, covered in snow-white fur, and curled up. A cold wind blew, and the little thing opened its eyes in a daze. Its big black eyes were like black gemstones, shining brightly. Wuji! Wuji! The little thing called out to the two of them in a daze, then grabbed Lin Xian's clothes and crawled. Lin Xian was stunned, and so was the green-haired man. Inside the mysterious small sword, Wine Lord exclaimed softly and stopped moving. The black vortex in front of him became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared in the air. Lin Xian stared blankly at the palm-sized monkey in his arms, and his brain short-circuited. A monkey can appear from the green egg. Lin Xian realized that his outlook on life had collapsed. The snow-white monkey stuck closely to Lin Xian, and it made woogie-woogie sounds. It was very cute. Looking at the snow-white monkey, Lin Xian thought of the few monkeys that had given him the green egg. These monkeys looked similar, but Lin Xian's was smaller. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian looked cautiously at the green-haired man in front of him. The green-haired man looked at the snow-white monkey with a trace of doubt on his face, but more than that, there was fear. He's afraid of this monkey. Lin Xian was very surprised. The snow-white monkey seemed to feel the green-haired man's gaze, and it slowly turned its head. One of its claws grabbed Lin Xian's clothes, and the other grabbed its eyelids, and made a face at the green-haired man. Whoosh! A green light flashed, bringing with it a gust of wind. The green-haired man in front of him seemed to have seen something terrifying, and immediately ran away. That kind of speed made one stunned. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and stared blankly at the little thing in his arms. All along, he thought that the green-haired man saw the green egg as life essence, and wanted to seize it. But today's situation made him change his mind. The green-haired man was scared away. This kind of thing was too inconceivable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Figures quickly rushed over from afar. Lin Xian put away the broken eggshell, and then let out a sigh of relief. Are you all right? The red-robed old man and the others asked with concern. Lin Xian shook his head. Thank you seniors for your concern, I'm fine. Where's that person? Lu Yang asked with lingering fear. Gone. Lin Xian let out a breath, and said fiercely. Hearing this, they all let out a sigh of relief. Among them, the middle-aged man and the white-robed old man looked to the side. There, two wolf bandit leaders in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier stood in a sorry state, with wounds of various sizes on their bodies. Around them, there were countless corpses, some of which had already dried up. The two wolf bandits glared at Lin Xian and the others, and then quickly left. The cold wind whistled, and snow fell. The surroundings became silent again. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, reminding everyone of what had just happened. Wuji! Wuji! The snow-white little monkey hung on Lin Xian's body, crying out pitifully. What a cute little monkey! Vivian saw it, and the fear in her heart was forgotten. Can I hug it? Vivian's eyes shone with stars. Lin Xian was stunned, and nodded numbly. Vivian picked up the little monkey, and a smile appeared on her face. Old Bai, what should we do now? Lu Yang asked. They couldn't do it here. The smell of blood would attract some demonic beasts in the ice field. Everyone came to the front of the chariot, and found that the injured bloody dragon horse was already dead. The other one was kneeling on the ground, whining. "Without the bloody dragon horse, our speed will be much slower," the red-robed old man said with a frown. "If you want to find someone to pull the chariot, I might have a way." Lin Xian touched his chin and said. Everyone looked at him. Now, no one could ignore Lin Xian's opinion. His previous performance was too amazing, and everyone was stunned. "I might be able to tame a few snow wolves and let them replace the bloody dragon horse." The red-robed old man and the middle-aged man looked at Lin Xian in surprise, not believing him. Although inscription masters had strong soul power, they were not beast tamers. Without special techniques, they couldn't tame demonic beasts. Chapter 169. The red-robed elder and the other two were suspicious, but Lu Yang and Wei Wei exclaimed. "Yes, junior brother Lin knows illusions. He can definitely tame the snow wolves." Lu Yang shouted. Lu Yang then told them about the battle between Lin Xian and the one-eyed man. "If that's the case, we can give it a try," the white-robed elder said. After that, Lin Xian and the others caught a few snow wolves and let Lin Xian try taming them. Purple light flickered in his eyes, and an invisible soul spirit seeped into the snow wolves' minds. When the purple spirit eyes reached the third level, it was possible to use a secret technique that could control souls. With the help of the great dragon sword seal, Lin Xian quickly placed a slave seal in the snow wolves' minds. The snow wolves were tamed by Lin Xian, and they surrounded Lin Xian, wagging their tails. They were amazed, and their understanding of Lin Xian increased again. With the snow wolves, the carriage's speed increased, and it only took them 5 days to reach Ice Snow City. Lin Xian sat in the carriage, closing his eyes to recover, and the little white monkey was lying on his shoulder. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were slightly injured, and they were also recovering quietly. Lin Xian was the first to wake up. He spread his soul power into the storage ring and began to tidy up the spoils of war. Most of the storage rings were filled with spirit stones, elixirs, and some weapons and martial arts, but Lin Xian didn't care about them. After a quick calculation, there were about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and some recovery elixirs. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Xian took out a blue ring, which was the one-eyed man's storage ring. "I wonder if there are any ice martial arts." Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Using his soul power, Lin Xian sensed an independent space the size of a room. There were 5 big boxes, and all of them were filled with low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian sensed that there were about 100,000 spirit stones in each box, and there were a total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian sighed. The one-eyed man's identity must be extraordinary. In addition to the low-grade spirit stones, there was also a box of middle-grade spirit stones, which contained about 10,000 pieces. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Mid-grade spirit stones were much more precious than low-grade spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. However, under normal circumstances, no martial artist would exchange mid-grade spirit stones for low-grade spirit stones. Because the spirit chi contained in the middle-grade spirit stones was relatively pure, not only could Spirit Sea Realm martial artists absorb it, even martial artists of the 3 spirit realms could absorb it. Although it still needed to be refined, it was much better than low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the value of this chest of mid-grade spirit stones far exceeded the value of the 5 chests of low-grade spirit stones. These bandits must have killed a lot of people after robbing so much wealth. "I'm doing the people a favor." Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Plundering was indeed the fastest way to gather wealth. In addition to the spirit stones, there were other things inside. Lin Xian directly skipped over some of the weapons and pills, as he shifted his gaze onto the cultivation method. Found it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at a book. Ice Snow Mystic Art. It's actually a low-grade spirit tier cultivation method. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the one-eyed man's cultivation method to be so advanced. Luckily, I have purple spirit pupil and can use illusions. Otherwise, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Lin Xian was right. Although the one-eyed man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea realm, he wasn't weak at all compared to martial artists at the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Especially in this world of ice and snow, normal martial artists at the 5th layer of the Spirit Sea realm wouldn't dare to provoke him. This was a martial art for cultivating spirit chi. Although Lin Xian couldn't cultivate it, he could get inspiration from it. He had the Great Dragon Sword seal and could completely evolve it. Moreover, the art of longevity he cultivated was even more extraordinary and could transform into any attribute. Memorizing the Ice Snow Mystic Art, Lin Xian followed the instructions and circulated his spirit chi. A wisp of icy air overflowed from his palm. He placed his hand on the chair he was sitting on, and instantly, a layer of frost spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The snow-white little monkey shook its body and curled up into a ball, lying on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were also awakened by the cold air and looked around in bewilderment. Finally, Lu Yang pulled the curtains tight to prevent the wind and snow from coming in, and then closed his eyes to adjust his breathing again. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but continued to comprehend the Great Dragon Sword seal while speeding up his familiarity with the Ice Attribute martial art. With the Ice Attribute martial art, his battle prowess could be improved again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During this time, Lin Xian's cultivation broke through again, reaching the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Compared to Lin Xian's terrifying attacks, his cultivation didn't attract the attention of others. However, if they knew that Lin Xian only used a month's time to go from the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea realm to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea realm, their hearts would probably jump out. As everyone knew, the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to improve. A normal martial artist would need about a year's time to go from the 2nd layer of the Spirit Sea realm to the 3rd layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Of course, if one's cultivation method was of a high level or had the help of medicinal pills, this time could be halved. However, Lin Xian only used a month's time. Seeing that they were about to arrive at Ice Snow City, Lin Xian didn't comprehend other martial arts, but worked hard to consolidate his own realm, allowing his body to quickly adapt to the cultivation. After a day, he opened his eyes. Outside the carriage, the snow wolves slowed down. Lin Xian opened the window and looked ahead. A huge black shadow appeared in front of him, like a huge mountain, occupying the land of ice and snow. That's Ice Snow City, the largest city in the Snow Province, and also the city closest to the snow-seeking sect, Wei Wei said, looking into the distance. The 2 carriages moved slowly and gradually arrived at the city gate. 2 black iron gates that were more than 10 meters tall were emitting a cold light. 2 rows of guards stood on both sides of the gate. Their auras were powerful, and there was a faint murderous aura. Lin Xian was surprised. The cultivation of these guards were all above the Spirit Sea realm, which was far from what the cities in the Cloud Province could compare to. After paying the spirit stones, Lin Xian and the others entered the city. The streets in the city were very wide, more than 10 meters wide, and there were countless shops on both sides. Although the weather was cold, the city was full of life. Hawkers could be heard everywhere, and most of them were selling delicious food. As pedestrians walked by, the tempting aroma hit their noses. Lin Xian and the others' carriages moved slowly on the street. 6 snow wolves led the way, looking mighty and extraordinary. Which force is this? They can actually tame snow wolves. A martial artist was surprised. All the martial artists in the snow province knew that snow wolves were demonic beasts that were very difficult to tame. Apart from the ice wolves bandits, very few people could tame them. And now, someone was using snow wolves to pull a carriage. Under everyone's envious gazes, the two carriages moved into the distance. Someone went to the battle stage. Just as everyone was envious of the snow wolves pulling the carriage, a martial artist shouted from afar. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists all moved and rushed inside. Lin Xian and the others were curious, so they got off the carriage and asked. "Brother, what happened?" Wei Wei asked. When the martial artist saw that it was a beauty, he laughed and said, "You just entered the city, right?" A large number of martial artists have entered the city these few days, and there are often competitions. This time, it's said that the geniuses on the hidden dragon list are going to fight. The martial artist said and left in a hurry. Chapter 170. Lin Xian and the other young people were quite excited about the hidden dragon roll competition. They came to the Thousand Treasure Tower's stronghold in Ice Snow City. Lin Xian and the other two went to the battle stage in the city. They didn't need to ask anyone. They just had to follow the crowd. Ice Snow City was huge. They walked for a long time before arriving. There was an arena that was dozens of meters long in front of them. It was crowded with people and there were cheers from time to time. Lin Xian and the other two were in the crowd and looked at the arena. There were two martial artists fighting fiercely on the arena. The vast spiritual power was shocking. Both of them were experts on the hidden dragon roll. They had all kinds of unique skills. It was a fierce battle. Until the end of the battle, the crowd still wanted to continue. Lin Xian had also gained something, and he had a new understanding of some martial arts. After the two of them left the arena, another person quickly went up. It was a skinny young man. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. "Tsang Bao, it's Tsang Bao!" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the skinny young man. He knew this person. He was a disciple of the Tsang family in Guangning City. He was Tsang Lei's brother and the top expert in Guangning City. Whoosh! Another figure went up the arena. It was a young man with a pale face. "Let me see how strong you are," the young man said. "Tong Chen, you're no match for me." Tsang Bao's voice was cold with a hint of contempt. "We'll know after we fight." Tong Chen's eyes shone brightly. "Tong Chen, it's him. His injuries are healed." Some of the surrounding martial artists exclaimed in surprise. Many martial artists knew the geniuses on the hidden dragon roll very well. Those who didn't know quickly found out about the feud between the two after asking around. Suddenly, many people were very excited. This was a fated battle. "Humph, a sick person dares to fight with my brother. He's courting death." In the crowd, Tsang Lei sneered. The disciples of the Tsang family behind him also booed and hooted. On the other side, the disciples of the Tong family didn't dare to show any weakness and started to fight back. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The surrounding cultivators shouted one after another. Their voices were like a tide, causing the void to tremble. In a pavilion far away, some of the older generation members of some forces were also paying attention. The elders of the Tsang family looked at the battle stage with proud smiles on their faces. Bao Er's cultivation has improved again, and he has reached the 5th level of the 7-layered Thunderblade. He already has the power to be in the top 40 of the Hidden Dragon rank. Tong Chen can't compete with him. Humph. It would be best if we could heavily injure that brat from the Tong clan and break the Tong clan's hopes. A bearded elder snorted. In another direction, the elders of the Tong clan were also watching. Chen Er's body has just recovered. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for him to make a move now. Many elders were worried. The head of the Tong family sighed. Chen Er has been bedridden for half a year and has long been dissatisfied. How could he let go of this opportunity? I hope Chen Er can win. The elder of the Tong family prayed in his heart. On the battle stage, Tsang Bao sneered. We're no longer on the same level. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, he stomped his feet and a powerful force burst out from his body. Blue lightning flashed, and spiritual power swept out in all directions like lightning. Tsang Bao's presence was much stronger than Tsang Lei's, and he was in the late stage of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Another thunder element martial artist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he used the purple spirit pupil and looked at the stage. Take my blade. Tsang Bao shouted as the long blade in his hand slashed out like lightning. Like thousands of lightning bolts, the 10-meter-long blade light turned into blue lightning and struck down. Star Scar Sword Art. Tong Chen's pale hand moved quickly, and the long sword formed a starry curtain in the air, which was extremely bright. Rumble, the blade chi slashed on the starry curtain and made a rumbling sound. Ripples appeared on the colorful starry curtain, as if it would break at any time. Luckily, the starry curtain successfully blocked the blade light. Since the first attack failed, Tsang Bao attacked again, and Tong Chen also fought back fiercely. The blade light was like lightning, and the sword chi was like stars. The spiritual power in the air vibrated, and the rumbling sound did not stop. The two's speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages on the stage. Some of the weaker martial artists could not even see their movements, and only a few could keep up with them. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with purple light as he saw their movements clearly. He sighed slightly. Tong Chen is going to lose. Lu Yang and Wei Wei's soul power were not ordinary, so they could see the situation clearly. Wei Wei was confused, but I think they are evenly matched. Yeah, at least Tong Chen is not losing at all. Lu Yang was also confused. Some of the nearby martial artists heard Lin Xian's words and turned around. When they saw Lin Xian's 3rd sky of spiritual ocean realm cultivation, they all shook their heads and sneered. How could a 3rd sky of spiritual ocean realm martial artist understand the situation on the stage? He probably could not even see the movements of the two on the stage. Kid, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Can you see the situation on the stage clearly? Yeah, even we can't see it. What can you see? The martial artists all laughed. Humph. Lu Yang snorted and looked at the crowd with an unfriendly expression. He slowly spread out his soul power. A faint pressure appeared in the air, and the crowd trembled, feeling an indescribable pressure. Forget it. Lin Xian waved his hand. Lu Yang glanced at the crowd again, and then withdrew his soul power. So scary. What just happened? Why do I feel my body trembling? Some of the martial artists looked at Lu Yang in fear. They had never cultivated their soul power, so they were naturally no match for Lu Yang. However, what made them even more terrified was that this person who made their hearts palpitate actually listened to a 3rd sky of spiritual ocean realm martial artist. And this martial artist, they just laughed at. Who is this kid? The crowd looked at Lin Xian and felt a chill down their spines. Lin Xian ignored the crowd and said indifferently, one is attacking and the other is retreating. Tong Chen's aura is weaker than his. Plus, he has been suppressed for a long time, so I'm afraid it will make him feel defeated. Secondly, their strength was on par half a year ago, but Tong Chen was sick for half a year, while Tsang Bao was improving every day. The gap between the two is bigger than expected. Thirdly, Tong Chen's star defense consumed too much spiritual power. I'm afraid it can't be maintained for a long time. And Tsang Bao's saber technique is like thunder in the clouds. The further it goes, the more powerful it is. Lu Yang and Wei Wei suddenly realized that they only saw the surface and didn't see much. On the other hand, not only had Lin Xian grasped the two's martial techniques and cultivation, he had even taken into account their emotions. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but nod. They were even more curious about Lin Xian's identity. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a shocking change on the stage. The five-colored star finally couldn't withstand it and was cut in half by the saber. Tong Chen flew out with blood at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Brother Bao is mighty. The disciples of the Tsang family shouted and cheered. On the other hand, the Tong family was silent, and their faces were filled with unwillingness. Tsang Bao's attack succeeded, but he didn't stop. Blue lightning flashed and turned into a dazzling saber light, slashing at Tong Chen, who was on the ground. No. Chapter 171. The change in the arena caused an uproar among the martial artists. The disciples of the Tong family shouted angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Tsang Bao was too powerful. He was so powerful that they could not resist. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tong family were shocked. The master of the Tong family leaped up, and his aura exploded like a flood. However, Tsang Bao's blade was too fast. They were too far away and could not do anything in time. They could only watch. The blade radiance was like lightning as it slashed down mercilessly. Lin Xian remained calm. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of cold air with a trace of sword essence shot out. At the same time, a white feather flew out from another direction toward the arena. Boom! 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 Frost sword finger collided with the blade radiance and quickly froze. The sword essence destroyed the blade radiance. Swoosh! The white feather was like a sharp arrow. It collided with the lightning blade radiance and created a shockwave. A ball of energy exploded, and a strong wind swept in all directions. Everyone retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with purple light. He saw someone running up the arena, and he knew that person. He immediately calmed down. The light dissipated, and everyone looked over eagerly. On the stage, a young man dressed in white had appeared out of nowhere, looking very elegant. Tong Chen's face was pale, and he was in low spirits. The opponent that he had originally suppressed had now completely surpassed him. This change was something that he could not accept for a moment. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tsang family snorted when they saw this. The disciples of the White Feather sect are really meddlesome. The Tong family's kid is lucky to have escaped this calamity. A few elders sneered. Tsang Bao's strength has improved greatly. I wonder if he can defeat this opponent. The eyes of the Tsang family's grand elder flickered, and he was looking forward to it. However, I seem to have sensed another person's attack. On the other side, the elders of the Tong family heaved a sigh of relief, and their hearts were at ease. It's fine as long as Tong Chen is fine. Xiao will catch up sooner or later. The master of the Tong family looked at the battle arena with a trace of doubt in his heart. Just now, I clearly felt an icy intent. Could it be that someone is secretly making a move? As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, his perception was far superior to a Sea of Soul realm warrior. Just now, he clearly felt two different forces colliding with the Thunder Blade, but he couldn't find the source of that force. Suddenly, he saw Lin Xian in the crowd. Could it be him? The head of the Tong family was shocked. Other than the White Feather sect of the Qin province, only Lin Xian could stand up for the Tong family. The head of the Tong family took a deep look at Lin Xian before slowly sitting down. On the battle stage, the white-clothed young man stood in front of Tong Chen and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you a little too ruthless? When sparring, it's inevitable to make mistakes. Isn't it normal to get injured?" Song Bao sneered. "Anyway, he has been lying in bed for half a year. Even if he lies in bed for a few more days, there's nothing wrong with that." Tong Chen was so angry that his body was trembling. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. Blood flowed down his palms. The disciples of the Tong family were furious. They cursed and scolded, but no one could defeat Song Bao. This made them feel very aggrieved. This guy is really arrogant. In the crowd, Vivian said angrily. Lu Yang was puzzled. Just now, he felt Lin Xian's attack. That qi made his heart tremble. Could it be that the Tong family is related to him? "Do you want me to help?" Lu Yang probed. "No need. Just watch." Lin Xian shook his head. The people of the White Feather sect should be able to deal with it. Just as Lin Xian and the others were talking, the battle stage changed again. Tong Chen walked down the stage with a lonely face. The white-clothed young man wanted to compete with Song Bao. Wen Su, your ranking is mine." Song Bao laughed wildly. "Wen Su, he is the White Feather Flying Wen Su. He is an expert ranked 47th on the Hidden Dragon roll." The surrounding martial artists were excited. Song Bao had threatened to kill Wen Su. How arrogant was that? One had to know that although Song Bao's strength had increased greatly, his ranking was still in the 60s. Now, he was going to challenge Wen Su, who was more than 10 ranks higher. This was definitely going to be an earth-shattering battle. "As you wish." Wen Su was dressed in white. He was handsome and had a white feather in his hand. The qi on his body had also become ethereal. Seven-layered thunder blade. Song Bao roared. Thunder and lightning surrounded his body. The surrounding air was filled with countless thunder and lightning, which fell continuously. Thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky. The air was filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian was surprised. He carefully felt the thunder and lightning in the air. There was a trace of surprise on his face. What a pure power of thunder and lightning! Lin Xian praised in his heart. "This is nothing. I will teach you a Thunder Dao martial technique. I guarantee that you will leave him in the dust." Wine Lord said disdainfully. "Really?" Lin Xian was delighted. He had asked Wine Lord for martial techniques more than once. However, he had been rejected because his cultivation was too low. Now, Wine Lord had taken the initiative to teach him. You have the Wind Emperor's sword. If you don't have the corresponding Thunder Dao martial technique, your Wind and Thunder Dao martial technique will be incomplete." Wine Lord revealed the truth. "I see." Lin Xian came to a realization. Then, he calmed down and accepted Wine Lord's guidance. Just as Lin Xian was learning martial techniques, the two people in the arena had already exchanged dozens of blows. Song Bao's saber technique was thunderous. Every attack was like a lightning dragon. The air was exploding. On the other hand, Wen Su was like a small boat in a sea of thunder. He kept swaying as if the boat would capsize. However, he managed to dodge every single one of them without any mishaps. Whoosh! The white feather in his hand flew out. It pierced through the void and attacked Song Bao's glabella. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Tsang Bao slashed a few times, forming a dazzling saber radiance that bombarded the white feather. Caw! 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 The white feather looked weak. However, it was like a divine arrow, shattering the lightning saber radiance. Lightning sky strike. Tsang Bao slashed out again. Blue light shone in all directions. A large blue bird formed by lightning flew out from the saber. It flapped its wings and released countless lightning bolts. With a long cry, the thunderbird flew towards Wensu while Tsang Bao shot out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The white feather pierced through Tsang Bao's afterimage and hit the ground. A black hole the size of a thumb appeared. It was completely intact and bottomless. In another direction, the thunderbird pounced towards Wensu. It was as if a lightning mountain was pressing down on him. Pooh! Pooh! Wensu's spiritual power vibrated and formed a pair of white wings behind him. He flapped his wings and flew out. Whoosh! Is this the white feather sect's secret technique, white feather spreading wings? Everyone exclaimed. Lu Yang and Wei Wei also sighed. With such a secret technique, one could almost fly for a short period of time. This was something that all Sea of Spirit Realm martial artists dreamed of. Flying was a skill that only martial artists above the Spirit Realm could possess. No matter who it was in the Sea of Spirit Realm, having the ability to fly was no different from having an additional layer of protection. Lu Yang looked towards Lin Xian. However, he found that the latter's eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. He didn't pay attention to the situation on the arena at all. At this moment, Wensu's voice sounded on the arena. Chapter 172. The white feather behind Wensu vibrated and floated in the air. He took out a feather fan, and an invisible aura rose from his body. White feather kill. Wensu fanned the feather fan in his hand, and a blinding light lit up. The surrounding clouds tumbled and shot into the sky. The shadow of a giant bird emerged from the sea of clouds. It flapped its wings and swooped down. 7-layered thunder blade, 5 blades in one. Tsang Bao also used his strongest attack. The thunder and lightning blade cut through the void and split everything. It carried an endless murderous aura as it slashed forward. The 5 dazzling blade lights merged, and the entire void trembled. It was as if the sky had split open, and it made people's hearts tremble. Rumble, a loud sound spread across half of Ice Snow City. The weaker martial artists nearby were all pushed back by the force, and some even suffered internal injuries. Lu Yang and Vivian conjured up a light barrier that enveloped Lin Xian as well. In the distance, the elders of the Tsang family all stood up and looked at the arena nervously. The group of martial artists also steadied themselves and craned their necks to look. Tsang Bao's face was a little pale, and his chest was heaving up and down. Obviously, this move had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other side, Wensu landed on the ground with a complicated expression. Who won? Everyone was curious. Vivian looked at Lin Xian and sighed. If Lin Xian was watching the battle, he would definitely be able to tell. However, he closed his eyes and remained silent. A piece of sleeve fell from the sky like a large snowflake, pure white and flawless. That seems to be Wensu's sleeve. Finally, someone said with a trembling voice. What? Everyone was shocked and looked carefully. Sure enough, they found that Wensu's right sleeve was missing a piece. You won. Wensu sighed and turned to walk down the battle arena. Brother Bao is mighty, Brother Bao is mighty. The disciples of the Tsang family all shouted loudly, and their faces were full of pride. Everyone was shocked, and they were even more afraid of Tsang Bao. If there were no accidents, Song Bao's ranking would definitely be in the top 50, or even top 40. The elders of the Tsang family heaved a sigh of relief, and their eyes flickered. If everything goes smoothly, our Tsang family will soon become the #1 family in the Azure province. The few elders were excited. Song Bao walked off the stage and did not continue the competition. He needed a good rest. However, the Tsang family didn't stop there. Tsang Lei's face was full of arrogance. He jumped directly into the ring and shouted, "Last time I beat up a few people from Yunzhou, but they were not convinced. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here and wait for you Cloud State warriors." Tsang Lei's words were insolent and arrogant. Everyone was silent. Tsang Bao's performance just now made them not dare to offend the Tsang family's disciples. The surrounding martial artists had strange expressions on their faces. Many of the newcomers did not know what was going on. I don't know why the Tsang family is targeting the warriors of the Cloud Prefecture. In the past few days, many warriors of the Cloud Prefecture have been injured by the Tsang family. So that's how it is. After understanding the situation, many people had sympathetic looks on their faces. The disciples of the Tong family all had gloomy expressions. They knew that the reason the Tsang family did this was because of Lin Xian. If Big Brother Lin was here, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Tong Yu's face was full of anger. The disciples of the Cloud State in the crowd had bitter expressions. They did not understand why the Tsang family would target them. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tong family also sighed and shook their heads. The Tsang family's power has been established. I'm afraid we're in danger. Not necessarily. The head of the Tong family said in a low voice, "Lin Xian is already here." What? Lin Xian, that kid is here. The elders' faces were full of joy. They did not forget the situation that day. Lin Xian used the cultivation of the second sky of the spiritual sea realm to shake Tsang Lei, who was at the peak of the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. He even faintly suppressed the opponent. If Lin Xian is here, he can definitely defeat Tsang Lei. Some elders were excited. So what? The Tsang family still has Tsang Bao with abnormal strength. I'm afraid that those who are ranked 45th on the Hidden Dragon list and below can't defeat him. The elders had different opinions. Some were happy and some were worried. No matter what, at least we can suppress the Tsang family's arrogance. This was the last hope of the Tong family. In another pavilion, the elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud Prefecture were all here. These people's faces were very ugly. Their disciples were all injured, and some were still lying on the bed. They've gone too far. Let's go find the Tsang family and ask for an explanation. An elder of the Lotus Glory sect suddenly stood up. Forget it. Wouldn't people like us be laughing at our Cloud Prefecture when juniors fight? An elder of the Purple Cloud sect said in a low voice. On the battle martial stage, Tsang Lei had a smug expression. With a command, he shocked everyone to the point that they did not dare to go on stage. This feeling was too good. Martial artists of the Cloud Prefecture, listen well. If you meet Lin Xian, tell him that I'm not to be trifled with. Tell him to obediently kowtow and admit his mistake. Tsang Lei's voice spread everywhere. Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? What did he do? The surrounding martial artists were puzzled. Some of the disciples of the 3 sects of the Cloud Prefecture had a drastic change in expression, as if they remembered something terrifying. Lin Xian, this scum of the Cloud Prefecture, actually sneak attacked our Tsang family's disciples. If you want to blame someone, blame that Lin Xian. In the crowd, Murong Qianling and the others had strange expressions. Could the Lin Xian he's talking about be Junior Brother Lin? Impossible, wasn't Junior Brother Lin trapped in the trial ground of blood? It must be someone with the same name. But that person claimed to be from the Cloud Prefecture, so he should be junior brother Lin. Murong Qianling had a trace of expectation in her heart. Lin Xian came out, he's still alive. Not only were they surprised, but the elders of the three sects of the Cloud Prefecture were even more shocked. Lin Xian, he came out. In the pavilion, everyone looked at the Black Sky sect, and many people's expressions trembled. Elder Duanmu laughed bitterly. You don't have to look at me, I don't know anything. However, I hope that he really came out. That way, our Cloud Prefecture will be saved. Everyone was silent. Elder Duanmu was right. If it really was that Lin Xian, he should be able to save the reputation of the Cloud Prefecture. He had comprehended sword intent and obtained the inheritance. No one knew how far he would grow. The two words Lin Xian seemed to have a magical power, causing everyone to be shocked. Other than the elders of the three sects, when the other forces of the Cloud Prefecture heard this, their hearts burned with passion. That was the person who obtained the inheritance. We must capture him and ask for the martial arts inheritance. The Ling family's elder said coldly. In the crowd, Vivian and Lu Yang looked at each other and then looked at Lin Xian. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had a grudge with the Tsang family, and they didn't expect that Lin Xian was actually a martial artist from the Cloud Prefecture. That was the most backward place. How could such a freak appear here? Nonsense, Big Brother Lin didn't sneak attack you. It's your Tsang family that's shameless and wanted to take our spiritual grass. Big Brother Lin couldn't stand it, so he attacked. Tong Yu was so angry that she was crying. This news was like a heavy bomb, causing everyone to faint. It seemed that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. It might involve some aristocratic families. At least, there was the shadow of the Tsang family and the Tong family. For a moment, everyone had a strong interest in this martial artist named Lin Xian. You're courting death. In the arena, Zhang Lei was furious and punched out. Chapter 173. Tong Yu's words enraged Zhang Lei. He could not wait to kill Tong Yu. He punched out with both fists. Lightning surged and intertwined to form a ferocious thunder beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the Tong family. Let's do it together. Tong Lan gave a low shout, and the few people beside him formed a sword formation. An ancient sword shadow flashed and destroyed the thunder beast. Humph, come at me together if you dare. I'll play with you. Zhang Lei said arrogantly. The Tong family disciples were livid. They had to work together to block Zhang Lei's attack. They were no match for him alone. Zhang Lei's punch stunned the Tong family disciples. He then looked in another direction. I heard that you're the number one of the younger generation in Yunzhou. Come and fight me. Zhang Lei sneered as he pointed at a young man in the Yunzhou martial artist area. You're Jing right? Number 88 on the Hidden Dragon roll. Jing Jun's expression changed. After he came out from the trials of blood, his strength had increased tremendously. He had finally reached number 88 on the Hidden Dragon roll. He was considered the most powerful among the younger generation in Yunzhou. However, he did not expect that this ranking would bring him danger. Jing Jun felt the terrifying aura from Zhang Lei. He did not have any fighting spirit. The corner of his mouth twitched. Jing Jun said softly, I'm not the number one in Yunzhou. I can't represent Yunzhou. Oh, if you're not, then who is? Zhang Lei's lips curled into an evil smile. When the surrounding Yunzhou martial artists heard this, their hearts raced. They were afraid that Jing Jun would throw the title of number one to them. Especially those who were similar in strength to Jing Jun. They were so scared that their foreheads were sweating. Lin Xian. He's the number one in Yunzhou, Jing Jun said in a low voice. Since Lin Xian had offended them and they could not find him, Lin Xian could not do anything. As expected, the smile on Zhang Lei's face disappeared. You dare to tease me? A sliver of lightning appeared on his body, throbbing violently. All right, don't make it difficult for them. I'll fight you. Murong Qianling stood out. Murong, don't be rash. Some people advised her softly. She was not his match. The Yunzhou disciples can be defeated, but they cannot run. Even if I lose, I still want to go up. Murong Qianling's eyes were firm. On the side, Wan Jinxing, Yuan Fei, Xia Changfeng, and the others' eyes dimmed. They had all been defeated by Zhang Lei a few days ago, so it was useless for them to go up now. Oh, there's finally someone who isn't afraid of death. Zhang Lei had a playful look on his face. Not bad, you're quite handsome. Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? Aqua Moon soared. Murong Qianling's pretty face was cold as the long sword in her hand quickly stabbed out. A crescent-shaped sword radiance slashed out, like a flower in the mist or a moon in the water. Too weak. Zhang Lei punched out with his right fist, shattering the sword chi. At the same time, it formed a giant hand of thunder and lightning, grabbing toward Yifutian. Murong Qianling's face was pale. The other party's strength was too powerful. She was not a match at all. However, it was impossible for her to admit defeat just like that. Murong Qianling's body floated and dodged unceasingly. In the crowd, Vivian looked at the stage anxiously. Since she knew that Lin Xian was a disciple of the Cloud State, she naturally didn't want any disciple of the Cloud State to get hurt. Junior brother Lin, why are you cultivating at this time? Vivian cried out in dissatisfaction. She naturally saw that Lin Xian wasn't sleeping on purpose. Instead, he had fallen into a very strange state. Ah! There was a cry of alarm on the stage. Murong Qianling's face was pale as she was about to be swallowed by the thunder and lightning. Vivian gritted her teeth and prepared to make a move. At this moment, Lin Xian in front of her moved. He slowly opened his eyes as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Golden electric arcs jumped in his eyes like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! His body swayed and Lin Xian disappeared from his original spot. On the stage, the blue hand of thunder and lightning covered the sky and earth. It was incomparably ferocious and was about to grab Murong Qianling. At this moment, a golden bolt of lightning flashed by at an extreme speed. With a flash of golden light, Murong Qianling's body disappeared. Rumble! The blue hand of thunder and lightning smashed on the ground and a terrifying pit appeared. There was even a trace of black smoke coming out from the surroundings. It didn't hit. Zhang Lei was stunned and looked around. Everyone was also stunned. Most of them didn't see what had just happened. Only Zhang Bao, Wen Su, and a few others saw someone saving Murong Qianling. Behind. The surrounding martial artists quickly shouted. Zhang Lei suddenly turned his head with a cruel smile on his face. However, when he saw the figure, he was stunned. Lin Xian. He gritted his teeth and said. What? He's Lin Xian. The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar as they looked at the young man on the stage. Not only them, the martial artists of the Cloud region, the elders of the Tong family, the elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud region, and other forces were all looking at Lin Xian. Junior brother Lin, you're finally here. Murong Qianling's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ever since Lin Xian participated in the trial of blood, Murong Qianling's identity changed from a teacher to a senior sister. This was the sect's rule. If Lin Xian entered the harmonious spirit realm, perhaps those disciples would have to call him martial uncle. Senior Sister Murong, don't worry. Leave everything to me. Although Lin Xian was comprehending the lightning martial arts, he still left a part of his consciousness outside. Therefore, he was aware of everything that happened outside. Murong Qianling nodded and walked down the stage. Only Zhang Lei and Lin Xian were left on the stage. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and carefully sized him up. This was a handsome young man with a slender body and deep eyes. He was wearing a thick white bear coat and there was a furry pet on his shoulder. Is this really the #1 martial artist of the Cloud region who injured the Zhang family's disciple? Everyone was doubtful. This is clearly a neighborhood boy. Lin Xian, you're finally here. I'll break your bones one by one and let you live like a dog for the rest of your life. Zhang Lei's expression was vicious as if he was a demon from hell. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Since you want to live like this, I'll fulfill your wish. This expression again. Zhang Lei was going crazy in his heart. Pretend, I'll let you pretend. I'll kill you in a while. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding martial artists were also in an uproar. Although his appearance and cultivation didn't look like the #1 martial artist of the Cloud region, his tone and expression made everyone feel that the young man in front of them wasn't simple. After all, no one dared to offend the Zhang family now. In a pavilion far away, the Zhang family's elders snorted coldly. Daring to injure my Zhang family's disciple, I'll let you live a life worse than death. Directly suppress him and make him a slave of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's elders were very cruel. The Tong family's elders had a look of anticipation. They were looking forward to Lin Xian defeating Zhang Lei and dampening the Zhang family's prestige. The elders of the 3 sects of the Cloud region had a look of worry. Lin Xian's cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. I'm afraid he has no chance of winning. Maybe not as good as Xingjun. After all, he's just a brat. Elder Shui sneered. He didn't want Lin Xian to win. The news that Lin Xian was still alive already made him very unhappy. Elder Duanmu took a deep breath and his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, this time, we can't let Lin Xian suffer any harm. On the battle stage, Zhang Lei's expression was cold. The aura on his body kept rising and blue lightning surrounded him, making a rumbling sound. Chapter 174. Can that brat really contend against Zhang Lei? He's only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Don't know. Cloud State's martial artists' cultivation is generally low. This might be their strongest battle power. The surrounding martial artists looked at the stage and discussed animatedly. Xingjun's face was gloomy. To avoid a battle, he casually put the title of Cloud State's #1 on Lin Xian's head. He originally thought that Lin Xian went missing and wouldn't appear. Who knew it would be like this? Now, he hated Lin Xian to lose immediately, or else he would go crazy. Humph, a bunch of idiots. Wait until you see junior brother Lin's strength, don't be scared to tears. Lu Yang was full of confidence in Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Lei laughed loudly. The aura on his body rose to an extreme, then dispersed with a loud bang. Like raging waves beating the shore, it rolled up thousands of layers of clouds. I've already broken through to the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. I can kill you with one hand. What? 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Even Zhang Lei broke through. The Tong family's disciples had ugly expressions. Cloud State's martial artists were also extremely nervous. Even some elders in the distance had their hearts in their mouths. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian had a chance of winning. But now, the situation was hard to say. Although Lin Xian had sword intent, the further one reached the spiritual ocean tier, the greater the gap. The surrounding warriors also sighed. Originally, they wanted to watch a fierce battle, but now, it seemed that the result was already very obvious. Idiot, Lin Xian even killed a martial artist comparable to the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier, not to mention Zhang Lei. Lu Yang looked at everyone's expression and sneered in his heart. If this is what you're counting on, then I'm very disappointed. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He opened his 5 fingers slightly, and golden arcs of lightning danced on his fingertips. Just nice, I'll test it on you. Lin Xian just got the lightning sacred art from Wine Lord, so it was a good time to test it out. Arrogant, die. Zhang Lei attacked like a thunder god. His 2 fists punched out, and 2 giant lightning pythons shot out. What a terrifying lightning aura. Some cultivators' voices trembled. Good job, Brother Lei. Kill him. The disciples of the Zhang family shouted. Zhang Bao looked at the field and nodded. Olay has already mastered the Thunder Tyrant Fist. I think it won't be hard for him to enter the top 60 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chain Lightning. Lin Xian's body remained motionless as he abruptly descended. Boom! 5 bolts of golden lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. It was extremely violent. Each of them was as thick as a human thigh. The 5 lightning bolts lined up in a row and blasted into the blue lightning python's body, directly penetrating it. This time, the scene was too shocking. The 10-meter-long lightning python was directly cut apart and turned into dust. What? He's also a thunder attribute martial artist. At this moment, all the surrounding martial artists were stunned. Lin Xian's move was too brilliant. It was so brilliant that it blinded their eyes. I'm afraid even Zhang Bao wouldn't be able to achieve such a brilliant lightning control technique. Why do I feel that his lightning is even more terrifying than Zhang Lei's? Many martial artists were surprised. Zhang Bao squinted his eyes and looked coldly at Lin Xian. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. Golden lightning. Such a high grade. If I can get this lightning, I'm afraid entering the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just Zhang Bao. All the elders of the Zhang family were alarmed. Golden lightning. Isn't this the lightning in the legends? How could that kid have it? No, we must capture this person. Only our Zhang family deserves to have this kind of lightning. The elders of the Zhang family made a decision. Regardless of the result of the competition, they wouldn't let Lin Xian go. Damn it. It's this kind of lightning again. Zhang Lei's face was ferocious. Last time, he was completely restrained by this golden lightning. I can only use that move. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he formed a strange seal with his palm. A dangerous aura was emitted from his body, making people's hearts tremble. Lin Xian frowned. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed over. He didn't want to waste time on a small character like Zhang Lei. Your Zhang family oppressed my fellow martial artists of Cloud State and even injured my sex disciples. This kind of crime is unforgivable. Lin Xian's voice was as loud as a bell, shaking the 9 heavens. He arrived in front of Zhang Lei in a flash and slammed his palm down. Golden lightning ring. A golden lightning ring flew out and wrapped around Zhang Lei. Then, it released a powerful lightning power. Crackle. It was as if a golden sea of lightning had appeared and covered the area, causing destruction everywhere. Everyone stared blankly and was stunned for a moment. When the lightning disappeared, Zhang Lei's body was charred black. His hair stood on end and the defensive armor on his body was all broken. A smell of barbecued meat came, mixed with a hint of burnt smell. Just one hit and Zhang Lei was severely injured. This kind of method was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian was only a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm, while Tsang Lei was a martial artist in the 4th layer. Although it was only a difference of 1 layer, there was a world of difference between them. This kind of method to fight above one's level could only be done by some very powerful martial arts geniuses. Everyone didn't dare to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. This was definitely a young demon king. You dare to hurt me, I'm going to kill you. Tsang Lei went crazy. He didn't think that Lin Xian could defeat him in 1 move. He endured the pain and took out a walnut-sized bead from his storage ring. There was a bitter smile on his face. I'm going to make you die without a burial place. Not good, this is the Thunderfire bead. It can kill all martial artists below the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. When the surrounding martial artists saw it, they all retreated in fear. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he released a soul attack. Tsang Lei's face was twisted with struggle. Finally, he handed the Thunderfire bead to Lin Xian while trembling. What? Is Tsang Lei crazy? The group of people was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Bastard, what did you do to Brother Lei? The disciples of the Tsang family were furious. Tsang Bao also frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Lin Xian put away the Thunderfire bead, then looked at Tsang Lei with a cold smile. His gaze was like a sword, waking Tsang Lei up instantly. What did you do to me? My big brother is here. He won't let you go. The Tsang family won't let you go either. Tsang Lei's eyes were filled with fear as he screamed crazily. You shouldn't have attacked the martial artists of Cloud State, and definitely shouldn't have attacked my fellow disciples. Lin Xian's voice was cold, colder than the ice and snow of Snow State. Since you did it, you have to pay the price. Golden lightning danced on his fingertips, forming a golden vortex. Traces of terrifying aura came from it, as if it was going to destroy everything. No, big brother, save me. Tsang Lei used his remaining strength to escape while shouting loudly at the same time. Who? Lin Xian's palm fell. Swoosh. A dazzling saber light lit up, cutting through the air and slashing toward Lin Xian. It was a powerful and terrifying saber. It had directly cut the battle stage into 2 halves. As the saber light was swung, a blue figure flew out and instantly landed on the stage. Big brother. Tsang Lei's voice was filled with surprise. Everyone looked over and saw Tsang Bao standing opposite Lin Xian with a cold expression. Don't you think you went too far? Too far. When you attacked the martial artists of Cloud State, did you think you went too far? When you attacked my fellow disciples, did you think you were cruel? Now you're saying this to me. You asked for it. I hit them. What can you do? Chapter 175. With Tsang Bao's support, Tsang Lei became arrogant again. The disciples of Cloud State were furious. The Tsang family was too much of a bully. Even some of the onlooking disciples were furious. Many of them began to support Lin Xian. I said, no one can save you. Lin Xian's eyes were like sharp swords that pierced through the front. With just you. My brother can crush you with one hand. Tsang Lei shouted from behind. Whoosh. Lin Xian's body flashed and disappeared. Tsang Bao's pupils constricted and he was furious. He defeated Wen Su, who was ranked 47th and was in the limelight. He thought that he could intimidate everyone, but he did not expect Lin Xian to attack him in front of him. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. This was too fierce. Did he really dare to attack Tsang Bao? Tsang Bao stomped his feet and lightning surged out from his body. It was as if it had turned into thousands of lightning spears that pierced in all directions. Chi. Golden electric arcs jumped and Lin Xian's figure appeared from the side. He pulled out an arc of electric light from his hand and formed a ring of electric light that enveloped Cao Bao. "Humph, break for me." Cao Bao sneered and slashed with the long saber in his hand. The saber light cut through the void and slashed at the golden electric ring in the air. Chi. The long saber was like a rainbow as it cut through the golden electric ring like tofu and quickly slashed at Lin Xian. Not good. Cao Bao is too powerful. Murong Qianling and the rest were shocked. The disciples of the Tong family exclaimed. The surrounding martial artists were also nervous. Could Cao Bao be so powerful that he could kill Lin Xian with one slash? Lu Yang and Wei Wei looked strange, but they were not too worried. They had seen Lin Xian's strength. Cao Bao was not much different from the one-eyed wolf bandit. If Lin Xian could kill the one-eyed wolf bandit, he would definitely not be hit by Cao Bao. In the distant pavilion, the elders all frowned. Among them, the elders of the Tsang family looked solemn and there was a trace of uneasiness in their hearts. Chi. The saber radiance flashed like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Lin Xian. The hearts of Murong Qianling and the others trembled as they felt a burst of dizziness. They didn't believe that Lin Xian would die just like that. Chi. Lin Xian's split body didn't spurt out blood. Instead, it turned into a ball of lightning and flew in all directions. Phantom. Cao Bao's pupils shrank. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Ah! Big brother, save me! A blood-curdling scream came from behind. Cao Bao turned around abruptly, his entire being raging with rage. I've said it before. No one can save you. Lin Xian's voice was calm and steady. However, when these words entered the ears of the Tsang family disciples, it was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking them to the point their hearts trembled. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian's palm glowed with a golden lightning vortex. Then, he blasted it at Zhang Lei's dantian. Puff! Zhang Lei rolled out like a dead dog. The blue saber radiance flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This saber was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. However, Lin Xian's speed was even faster. He turned into a golden line and retreated rapidly. Rumble, where Lin Xian originally stood, a huge crack appeared and spread into the distance. Ah! My spiritual ocean is shattered. Zhang Lei rolled on the ground and kept screaming, you actually shattered my spiritual ocean. I want you dead. What? Zhang Lei is crippled. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. In this world where martial arts were respected, a crippled spiritual ocean meant that one could no longer cultivate. This was a fate crueler than death. The surrounding martial artists stared blankly at Lin Xian. An inexplicable fear arose in their hearts. This young man seemed gentle, but when he did things, he was decisive and did not hesitate at all. Even in the face of a powerhouse like Cao Bao, he couldn't change his mind. You bullied the martial artists of Cloud State and my sect. You should be prepared to be crippled. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. The martial artists of Cloud State trembled and looked at Lin Xian excitedly. The disciples of the 3 sects were panting heavily. They felt their blood boiling. Originally, they were unhappy with Lin Xian. However, now, Lin Xian dared to challenge the entire Tsang family for them and Cloud State. This kind of courage made them excited and made them yearn for it. What was the attitude of a powerhouse? If I want you to live, you can't die. If I want you to die, no one can save you. Not even God. Wan Jianqing, Yuan Fei, Shangwan Luyun and the others clenched their fists tightly. Lin Xian's figure had been deeply imprinted in their hearts and became the direction they pursued. In the distant pavilion, the elders of Cloud State's 3 sects also stood up excitedly. Awesome, this feeling is too awesome. For the past few days, they had been suppressed by the Tsang family. Many people mocked Cloud State. They were angry and unwilling, but they were powerless to fight back. As a major force in Green State, the Tsang family was much stronger than them. As for the younger generation, Tsang Lei alone was enough to suppress the martial artists of Cloud State. Now, the devil in their hearts was lying on the ground like a dog. And all of this was done by Lin Xian. He was a disciple of Cloud State. Fuck, this is too awesome. Let's see who still dares to say that Cloud State has no one. An elder of the Black Heaven sect shouted. On the other side, the elders of the Tsang family were in an uproar. Many of them stood up and prepared to capture Lin Xian. Stop. If we attack at this time, what will the martial artists of the world think of us? The Tsang family's grand elder said coldly. Are we going to let him go just like that? The other elders roared angrily. Let him go. How can we? I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The Tsang family's grand elder said cruelly. Let's leave the surface matters to the younger generation. If we attack, those old guys from Cloud State will also attack. Although our Tsang family isn't afraid of them, this isn't Green State. We don't have enough people, so we can't act rashly. When this is over, we will secretly capture that kid, extract his lightning, and make him a slave of the Tsang family forever. The group of Tsang family's elders calmed down and sat down. Their eyes flashed and their smiles were cruel. On the combat stage, Tsang Lei had been carried down. However, things weren't over yet. Tsang Bao's face was ferocious as he glared at Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to kill him. Kid, you will regret this. I will make you pay the price. No one can hurt a disciple of the Tsang family. The lightning on Tsang Bao's body rumbled and formed a black cloud above him. The wind and snow between heaven and earth became even stronger. The cold wind blew, as cold as the blades of a blade. However, no one felt the cold. Their bodies were trembling slightly as they stared at the stage with excitement. Exciting. Too exciting. Someone dared to attack the Tsang family. The surrounding martial artists were as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Fight! 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 Everyone raised their arms and shouted. Thousands of voices gathered together and formed a torrent that shook the heavens and earth. The entire ice snow city was alarmed. More martial artists rushed over. Lin Xian stared at Tsang Bao. The battle intent in his heart continued to rise. Doesn't your Tsang family like to suppress the martial artists of Cloud State? Chapter 176. Powerful, too powerful. Who would have thought that a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm would dare to fight against Tsang Bao? That was an elite that even Wen Su defeated. Pang! Tsang Bao was enraged. His long saber slashed out continuously, forming a saber light in the air. Half of the sky was covered by the light. The saber light was brilliant, illuminating the front. Lin Xian swayed and kept flashing, dodging all the attacks. He leaned forward and waved his hands. Chain lightning. The clouds rolled, and 5 golden lightning bolts struck down. The sea of lightning rolled around, emitting energy waves that made people's hearts palpitate. Boom! Tsang Bao's long saber turned into lightning, and a lightning bird gushed out from the materialized saber light. With a flap of its wings, it charged into the sky. Rumble, blue lightning bird versus golden lightning. Both were extremely violent energies. When the two collided, they exploded. The entire battle martial stage was shaking. Fortunately, this stage was built with special stones that were extremely hard. Otherwise, this would be enough to turn the stage into dust. That blue lightning bird was pierced through in an instant. 5 terrifying holes the size of buckets appeared. However, his 5 lightning bolts didn't strike down. The injured lightning bird turned into a ball of lightning fire, burning fiercely and exhausting the energy of the 5 golden lightning bolts. With one strike, the two were evenly matched. Cloud State's martial artists all looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Although they admired Lin Xian, they didn't think that Lin Xian could contend with Song Bao. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than they imagined. Lu Yang and Wei Wei watched with a smile. They knew that Lin Xian's strongest point wasn't lightning, but sword arts. Lin Xian didn't use a sword, which meant that he had enough confidence. Damn it! Song Bao was furious. He couldn't get the upper hand. This situation was unexpected. Even in the competition with Wen Su, he had absolute confidence. But now, he didn't have any confidence. Sevenfold Thunder Saber. Lightning jumped on Song Bao's body, bursting out with powerful energy. He used his strongest attack. His long saber was wrapped in endless lightning, looking azure. Here it comes, Brother Leopard's strongest attack. 7-layered Thunder Blade, Brother Leopard is mighty. The Tsang family's disciples all shouted. Everyone was nervous. They didn't know if Lin Xian would be defeated by the 7-fold Thunder Blade like Wen Su. In a distant pavilion, the hands of the Tsang family's elder were sweating. The 7-fold Thunder Blade should be able to subdue this brat, right? What are you thinking? This is my Tsang family's spirit tier martial art. It will definitely be able to defeat that little thief. The elder of the Tsang family felt a trace of worry. Your strongest attack. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. His hands began to form a seal, and a whirlpool of golden lightning appeared in his hands. The golden vortex spun at high speed like a whirlwind. Lightning flashed within it. Although the lightning vortex was only the size of a palm, no one dared to underestimate it. 7-layered Thunder Blade, 3 blades in one. 3 phantoms of thunder blades formed behind Song Bao. They were more than 10 meters tall and looked like small mountains. Under his control, the 3 thunder blade phantoms quickly merged into one and slashed forward. Airwaves rolled, snowflakes flew backward, and the sky was filled with snow. The huge thunder blade seemed to have cut open the entire space, forming a vacuum zone in front of it. Lightning storm. The golden vortex in Lin Xian's hand flew out and grew bigger with the wind. In the sky above the battle stage, a golden cloud seemed to have appeared and shrouded Song Bao. Rumble. Lightning flashed and the storm danced, drowning the front. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they constantly retreated, afraid of being contaminated by the lightning. Song Bao was hit by the lightning storm and let out a miserable cry. How is this possible? When the elders of the Tsang family saw this scene, they all stood up. The great elder even smashed a table into pieces. Lin Xian's body kept rising as he dodged the thunder blade in the air. Not good, Lin Xian is going to be hit. A martial artist exclaimed. Could it be that both of them are going to be seriously injured? Lin Xian, Murong Qianling and the rest were extremely anxious. Wei Wei and Lu Yang were also on tenterhooks as they watched nervously. The 7-fold thunder blade isn't that easy to dodge. In the pavilion, the great elder of the Tsang family said coldly. The blade light shrouded the bottom and was about to hit Lin Xian. Boom! The blade light exploded like a ball of sun, incomparably dazzling. Everyone closed their eyes, not daring to look directly. After a long time, when the light dissipated, everyone opened their eyes and impatiently looked over. They saw that the spiritual energy on Tsang Bao's body was shattered and there were holes in his body. His face was black and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Although he was seriously injured, at least he survived. He looked in front of him and saw that it was scorched black, and there was a bottomless hole. "Humph, no matter how strong you are, you will still be cut down by me. Ha 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 ha." Tsang Bao looked up and laughed. "Are you talking about me?" A faint voice came from behind him. "What?" Tsang Bao's voice stopped abruptly as if he was choked by someone. His face was stiff and his smile was still on his face, but his eyes were filled with horror. Behind him, Lin Xian was wearing a white bear coat. It was white and flawless, like an elegant young master. "Impossible." Tsang Bao turned back and screamed, "How can you be completely fine?" He did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. Although it was just 3 blades in one, the power was not something an ordinary person could block. He believed that under that blade, even an expert of the same level could not escape unscathed. However, Lin Xian was not injured at all. Tsang Bao was not the only one shocked. Everyone was stunned. In their opinion, even if Lin Xian could block this blade, he would at least be seriously injured like Tsang Bao. However, the facts in front of them told them that Lin Xian was completely fine. Is this guy still human? I feel like I'm dreaming. Many martial artists felt their heads were stuck and could not think properly. Impossible, how can he dodge the 7-fold thunder blade unscathed? The elders of the Tsang family were in a mess. That was their Tsang family's ultimate technique. How could someone dodge it unscathed? Damn it, this kid must have a secret. We must catch him. The elder of the Tsang family gritted his teeth and said. In fact, Lin Xian was able to dodge this blade thanks to Wen Su. When Wen Su and Tsang Bao were fighting, Lin Xian was shocked by the white feather flight. Although he was learning martial arts from Wine Lord at that time, he still left a trace of consciousness. Wen Su's white feather flight was copied in his mind. Relying on the Great Dragon Sword Seal's unparalleled Saint technique, Lin Xian could use this ultimate technique to dodge the 7-fold thunder blade. Humph, don't be so smug. That was just an appetizer. Now I'll let you see the true power of the 7-fold thunder blade. Tsang Bao decided to use 5 blades in one. That was his strongest attack. He took a deep breath and circulated his spiritual energy to the extreme. The blade in his hand shone brightly and the shadow of the thunder blade appeared behind him. 5 blades in one. Lin Xian smirked. Since you want to lose, I'll let you lose completely. Chapter 177. With a sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura underwent a huge change. Sharp, sharp, like a divine sword unsheathed. What, is he a swordsman? The surrounding warriors were a little dazed. Lin Xian's lightning power had already shocked them, and now he took out a long sword. No way, if he's a swordsman, how abnormal would he be? Those warriors who did not know Lin Xian were all discussing, their eyes full of surprise. Because the average swordsman's ability was in the sword. With a long sword in hand, they could release 120% of their attack, but without a long sword, they might not even be able to release 60% of their attack. However, Lin Xian was obviously an exception. Without a sword, he was very powerful. With a sword, he was even stronger. At this moment, all the warriors who knew Lin Xian had a change of expression. Many people were excited and could not wait to shout out loud. Because Lin Xian's strongest was not lightning, but sword intent. A swordsman who comprehended sword intent, his combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian made the same gesture as Tsang Bao, and the spiritual power in his body constantly surged. What is he doing? Is he going to use some kind of ultimate skill? The surrounding warriors were guessing. Don't try to use this trick to confuse me. It's useless. Song Bao sneered. Is he going to use the same martial skill? What a joke. The Tsang family elders looked disdainful. However, in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. 5 thick beams of sword qi appeared behind Lin Xian, as if they were pillars of heaven. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as if they had seen a ghost. On the opposite side, Tsang Bao's expression changed drastically. His body was trembling, and the lightning blade phantom behind him flickered. Impossible, how do you know my Tsang family's ultimate skill? Tsang Bao shouted with all his strength. The Tsang family disciples behind him were all terrified. The group of Tsang family elders were almost scared to death. This scene was too terrifying. Their opponents had actually used the exact same move, and this move was actually a secret of their family that had never been passed down to outsiders. It's not the sevenfold thunder blade, it just looks the same. The Tsang family's great elder's cultivation was extraordinary, and he was able to see through the truth. Although they looked the same, their auras were completely different. After the elders heard this, they were relieved. Then, they sneered. Their Tsang family's sevenfold thunder blade was not something that could be casually called out. Every slash contained a peerlessly powerful force. Moreover, every slash was not simply superimposed. When the 7 sabers were combined into one, he could unleash an attack that exceeded his own strength. Tsang Bao quickly figured this out. He ignored Lin Xian and slowly condensed the shadow of the thunder blade behind him. Lin Xian also understood this principle. Although he could not simulate the secret of the thunder blade now, the moment Tsang Bao attacked, everything would be revealed. Activating his purple spirit eyes to the extreme, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see through Tsang Bao. Tsang Bao's body trembled as he felt an inexplicable chill. Without waiting any longer, he waved his long arms and the 5 saber shadows behind him merged into one, forming a dazzling blade light that slashed down. This moment was extremely fast, but under the effect of his purple spirit eyes, Lin Xian still managed to catch it. The great dragon sword seal surged as Lin Xian unleashed his body's potential to the extreme. The blade light flashed and instantly arrived above his head. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The 5 sword auras behind him quickly merged into one, forming a sharp blade light. Moreover, it also contained a sharp sword intent. Slash! Lin Xian roared as the autumn scar sword slashed out quickly. The sword auras behind him surged and surged in all directions. Rumble, the 2 violent energies collided with each other, producing a metallic sound. I am the true sevenfold thunder blade. Die! Tsang Bao's face was filled with madness as he poured all the spiritual energy in his body into it. However, what made him despair was that the blue blade light was slowly being repelled. The sharp sword aura was like a huge dragon as it flew towards him. In an instant, everything was annihilated. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound. No sound could be heard, and only the light was shining. Shoo shoo shoo. In the pavilion far away, the elders of the Tsang family could no longer hold it in. They were about to go crazy. Without any hesitation, they quickly rushed towards the battle stage. They were not the only ones who moved at the same time. The elders of the 3 sects and the various forces of the cloud state also moved. Open! A loud roar was heard as a huge palm appeared in the sky. The palm grabbed at the air, causing the clouds to roll back and strong winds to blow in all directions. Lin Xian's sword aura was shattered. A strong pressure came down, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. This horrifying aura instantly covered the entire area, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. "This is a harmonious spirit realm expert," someone said with a trembling voice. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as he looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, lost in thought. Is this the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert? Too strong. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Lin Xian was not too worried because he could sense a few familiar forces in his soul. These people would protect him. Swoosh! A huge palm of light, about 100 meters in size, mercilessly grabbed at Lin Xian. Bang! The clouds rolled and formed a huge mountain, repelling the palm of light. A few figures quickly landed beside Lin Xian, protecting him. "Greetings, elders," Lin Xian said respectfully. The people who came were Elder Duanmu and the others. They surrounded Lin Xian tightly, fearing that an accident would happen. "Little thief, look what you've done." On the opposite side, the elders of the Tsang family were trembling with anger. One of the elders carried a blood-soaked leopard with a ferocious expression. Lin Xian sneered, "The young one can't beat the old one. The Tsang family is really capable." "What did you say?" "Believe it or not, I'll kill you with one slap." The elder of the Tsang family was furious. "Humph, do you really think we're decorations?" Elder Duanmu and the others snorted, their aura fluctuating. The Tsang family was in the wrong in the first place. They had mercilessly suppressed the disciples of the Cloud State, but now, Harmonious Spirit Realm Warrior dared to attack Lin Xian. "We old men shouldn't interfere with the younger generation's battle. If you really want to fight, I can accompany you for a few moves," Elder Duanmu said slowly. "Shameless Junior, you stole the secret art of the Tsang family and even injured our disciples. This is unforgivable. Hand over Lin Xian, or the Cloud State will be in trouble." The elder of the Tsang family was overbearing. "If you didn't target the disciples of the Cloud State, I'm afraid this wouldn't have happened. So, use your brain first before you do anything in the future," Lin Xian retorted. "Tsang Leopard and I had a fair battle. It's inevitable that there would be casualties. This point, your family's Tsang Lei has already made it very clear. If you really want to attack me without caring about your status, I'll accept it. But at that time, it's none of my business how the world talks about the Tsang family." Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He had many ways to prevent the elder from attacking. The elders of the Tsang family were flushed red. They had calmed down from their initial rage. Now that there were so many pairs of eyes watching, if they acted rashly, they might attract the dissatisfaction of the other forces. Immediately, the elder of the Tsang family snorted, "Let's put the matter of injuring him aside for now. You stole the secret art of the Tsang family. This matter will not be forgotten. No matter what, you have to come back with us to the Tsang family and find out the truth." They sneered in their hearts. As long as Lin Xian was in their hands, they would be able to find out his secret. Chapter 178. Elder Duanmu and the rest frowned slightly. The martial technique that Lin Xian displayed was indeed similar to Tsang Bao's. If the Tsang family clung to it, this matter would probably be very troublesome. Who knew that Lin Xian laughed disdainfully. "Your Tsang family's martial art? What's your Tsang family's martial art called?" "Humph, asking when you already know the answer. Of course it's the sevenfold thunder saber. Don't think that we can't recognize you changing to sword shadows." The Tsang family's elders sneered. "Sevenfold thunder saber. That's to say that you can at most condense 7 saber shadows?" Lin Xian asked solemnly. "Nonsense, this sort of thing, most people know." The Tsang family's head elder snorted coldly. After Lin Xian heard, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The Tsang family's elders were bewildered, faintly having a bad feeling. But they did not believe that Lin Xian could prove anything. Even the surrounding martial artists also had curious faces. They did not know why Lin Xian was so calm. Everyone, what I displayed was clearly the 9 heaven sword shadows, not some 7-fold thunder saber. Nonsense, what 9 heaven sword shadows, we've never heard of it. Don't try to quibble, you little thief. The Tsang family's elders berated loudly. Whether it's quibbling or not, you'll know with one look. Lin Xian's eyes focused, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Behind him, long sword phantoms began to appear, forming a row. Everyone focused and looked over, and very soon, their eyes widened. 5 flashes, same as before. No, 7 flashes, he actually condensed 7 flashes. I'm afraid that even in the Tsang family, there aren't many people who can condense 7 sword shadows. The group of martial artists seemed to have gone mad, exclaiming repeatedly. The Tsang family's elders' faces darkened like they saw a ghost. Impossible, how can he possibly display 7 flashes of sword energy? He's only at the 3rd firmament spiritual sea realm. The Tsang family's elders' faces were hideous. But what shocked them had yet to come. After the 7 sword shadows appeared, Lin Xian did not stop but revolved his spirit energy again. The 8th sword shadow was faintly discernible, appearing before everyone's eyes. Oh my God, what did I see? The 8th sword shadow. Isn't the 7-fold thunder saber only 7 flashes? Why did the 8th one appear? Could it be that what he said was true? It's not the 7-fold thunder blade, but the 9 heaven sword shadow. Up until now, more than half of the families were already believed. When the 9th sword shadow appeared, everyone believed 9th Lin Xian as the Tsang family's elders. What Lin Xian did the 9 heaven sword shadow. The faces of the Tsang family's elders darkened as they stared at Lin Xian like hungry wolves. Damn it, what kind of secret technique does he have? The elders roared in their hearts. Of that, they. If the family master families would to. Would. To them. As long as they captured Lin Xian, they could do it. It's just a trick. Just follow me back. The Tsang family's great elder sneered and suddenly attacked. Boom! Like a volcano erupting, the spirit energy wave blew away all the family's warriors. A huge lightning palm covered the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian. How dare you! Elder Duanmu was furious. He waved his sleeve and rushed forward. The battle between harmonious spirit experts was shocking. With just one strike, all the warriors within 1,000 meters fell to the ground. Just as the battle was about to break out, a cold snort came from the horizon. How dare you touch a friend of my Wanbao Tower? A strong light flashed and collided between Elder Duanmu and the Tsang family's great elder. The force was very strong but very gentle. It separated the two of them in an instant. 3 figures flashed and appeared in front of everyone. One was red, one was white, and the other was a hunchback old man. Elder Duanmu and the rest of the Tsang family's elders looked at the 3 of them cautiously. So it's Daoist friends from the Wanbao Tower. Greetings, Duanmu. On the other side, the Tsang family's elders also bowed. They didn't dare to go against the Wanbao Tower. The Tsang family was only a big family in the Qing province while the Wanbao Tower was a big power in the Xia country. The 2 of them weren't on the same level. I don't know why the 3 of you are here. Greetings, 3 seniors. Before the Tsang family's great elder could finish his words, Lin Xian took the initiative to shout. The red and white elders looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Little friend Lin isn't injured, right? Lin. Little friend. Everyone was stunned. The Tsang family's elders were dumbstruck. Lin Xian was actually related to the Wanbao Tower, and this relationship wasn't ordinary. Who was he? Why were so many people protecting him? The Tsang family's elders could not figure it out, but they knew that the matter of capturing Lin Xian this time was probably going to be a bust. Regarding the matter of Lin Xian's Nine Heavens Sword Shadow, this old man can prove that it's indeed his own martial art, the Wanbao Tower's hunchbacked old man said coolly. Since Elder Gu spoke, then it's naturally true. The Tsang family's great elder was driven mad in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He did not dare to oppose the Wanbao Tower head-on. But the matter of capturing Lin Xian, he would not give up. Let's go. The Tsang family's great elder flicked his sleeves and brought the Tsang family's people away. Many elders gnashed their teeth in hatred as they looked at Lin Xian. The ruthlessness in them was very obvious. But Lin Xian was not afraid at all. With the Wanbao Tower now, the Tsang family did not dare to make a move at all. And after a few more days, even without the Wanbao Tower's protection, he would not fear the Tsang family either. Because he and the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family were bound to meet. And at that time, his other identity would also be exposed. At that time, the Tsang family's elders would probably not dare to do anything to him at all. Seeing the Tsang family's people leave, the Wanbao Tower's 3 elders looked at Lin Xian with smiles. Young friend Lin, don't forget our agreement. 3 seniors, please rest assured. Lin Xian won't forget. Also, thank the 3 seniors for saving me. Lin Xian said respectfully. Hoo, too serious. The 3 elders said with a laugh. Following that, the 3 people spoke briefly and then left. Xian let's go back, Elder Duanmu said. Yes. A cloud of mist enveloped everyone and left this place. Only a group of martial artists remained on the spot, discussing continuously. Of course, the object of their discussion was all Lin Xian. Presumably, within a few days, Lin Xian's name would spread throughout the entire Ice Snow City. In the southern district of Ice Snow City, there was an ice snow courtyard. The houses inside were all cast with cold ice. In one of the halls, many people stood. They were precisely the Profound Sky sect's disciples. Elder Duanmu sat in the middle, and on both sides were the other elders of the sect. Elder Shuai sat in the middle, but his expression was a little unnatural. Xing Jun stood in the crowd with his head lowered. He did not dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian recounted what happened after entering the blood-red door in a deep voice. Of course, he did not mention some important details and other important information. He did not mention a word about the Great Dragon Sword Seal and Shinjingqiu. So there's another secret place under the blood-red palace. Is that black-robed man really from the Nether Hall? I'm afraid it won't be too peaceful. Elder Duanmu and the rest had gloomy expressions. No matter which news it was, it made it difficult for them to calm down. Chapter 179. The snowstorm in Ice Snow City continued and more martial artists came and went. Of course, the most active ones were the younger generation. Did you know that a young genius appeared in Cloud State? Cloud State? Are you kidding? What kind of genius can appear in that place? Some of the new disciples did not believe it. Immediately, someone told them about the battle between Lin Xian and Song Bao. Many people were shocked. Of course, not everyone admired Lin Xian. The disciples of the Tsang family did not. They could not wait to eat Lin Xian. Some of the top experts on the hidden dragon role were also indifferent. To them, whether it was Song Bao or Lin Xian, they were not enough to arouse their interest. Their goal was to become a martial arts genius. Lin Xian stayed in the ice snow courtyard and did not come out. He rejected many people who came to visit him. In these 2 days, he continued to consolidate his lightning technique and merged it with the power of wind and lightning. Now, his strength had improved again. He had comprehended about 40% of the Wind Emperor's sword and 30% of the lightning technique. His soul power had also improved. However, his sword intent had reached a bottleneck and could not reach the small success stage. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to head to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian walked out of his room and met up with Elder Duanmu and the rest. There were a total of 5 elders and 10 disciples heading to the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Among them, Elder Duanmu was surprised. After not seeing him for 5 days, Lin Xian's aura had become stronger again. This was not because his cultivation had increased, but because there was a hidden power in his body that could explode at any time. He is indeed a genius. This kind of person will laugh at the world sooner or later. Elder Duanmu exclaimed in his heart. Everyone is here. Let's go. Elder Duanmu waved his sleeve and a white jade ship appeared in the sky. Lin Xian sighed. The last time he rode the white jade ship was when he went to the bloody trial grounds. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed and he was no longer the pulse condensation stage brat. A group of people boarded the ship and rushed towards the snow-seeking sect. Wuji! Wuji! The little snow-white monkey woke up on Lin Xian's shoulder. It rubbed its eyes and cried out. The eyes of Murong Qianling and the other female disciples lit up as they looked at the little white monkey with starry eyes. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey's body flashed and disappeared from Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He realized that the little white monkey's figure had disappeared. It's in the storage ring, Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian probed with his soul force. Sure enough, he discovered the figure of the snow-white monkey. However, his heart suddenly trembled. This isn't a spiritual pet storage ring. This little thing is very mysterious. You can't use common sense to judge it. Wine Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, the little white monkey raised its head and made a face at the void. He can sense our presence. Lin Xian was shocked. If it could sense him, then so be it. If it could sense Wine Lord too, then this monkey would be heaven-defying. The little white monkey revealed a disdainful expression. Then, it grabbed the green eggshell and ate it. Lin Xian was speechless. He realized that this little thing really couldn't be judged with common sense. Ignoring the little white monkey, Lin Xian looked around. The snow-seeking sect was located on top of a snowy mountain. All the buildings were not made of ice. Ice hall, ice palace, ice bridge, and even an ice river around the mountain. The white jade ship flew quickly and soon arrived at the periphery of the snow-seeking sect. Lin Xian felt that the surrounding spiritual energy had become denser. It was several times purer than in the mysterious heaven sect. As everyone knew, the denser the spiritual energy, the faster a martial artist's cultivation would be. For example, the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect cultivated faster than other martial artists in Yunzhou. However, compared to the snow-seeking sect, it was much worse. In Xia country, the few major spiritual veins were all occupied by the top forces. Among them, the 3 most powerful forces were the Sword Pool Mansion, the Earth Fire sect and the Blue Moon sect. And now, the snow-seeking sect had also become one of the top forces. When they arrived at the entrance of the snow-seeking sect, Elder Duanmu controlled the white jade ship to descend slowly. There were many martial artists at the entrance. The arrival of Lin Xian and the rest attracted many people's attention. So it's Taoist friends from the mysterious heaven sect. Please come in. A long-faced elder smiled and invited Duanmu and the rest in. At the back, a martial artist whispered, "They're actually from the mysterious Heaven sect. I wonder which one of them is Lin Xian." It's useless even if you know. Those who can participate in the snow-seeking sect's grand meeting are all overlords. The younger generation here are the real geniuses. Zhang Bao, Lin Xian and the rest can't compare to them. A few people whispered among themselves. They were somewhat disdainful of Lin Xian. Elder Duanmu and the rest were led in. The elders had to go to the main hall to discuss some matters and were temporarily separated from Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian and the rest of the younger generation were led around by the snow-seeking sect's disciples. "Everyone, follow me. I'm sure you've never seen a large sect before. I'll show you around." The snow-seeking sect's disciple who received Lin Xian and the rest had an arrogant expression. It was no wonder. Now that the snow-seeking sect had been promoted to a 3-star sect, Lin Xian and the rest were only small martial artists from a 1-star sect. The gap between the two was too big. Lin Xian didn't care. Ever since he saw a genius like Shen Jingqiu, his horizons had been broadened. His martial Dao goal was higher and further. Moreover, he was born in the Sword Pool Mansion. The place where he lived was even stronger than the snow-seeking sect. Therefore, he only smiled at such words. However, the faces of Murong Qianling and the rest were a little ugly. Many of them were livid and angry. Everyone is usually cultivating. Now that we finally have time to rest, let's take it as a sightseeing tour. Lin Xian said to the crowd with a smile. "Senior brother, thank you for your trouble." The snow-seeking sect's disciple looked at Lin Xian in surprise and then led the way. It had to be said that this place was indeed unique. There were buildings made of ice and snow everywhere. Snow trees were planted on the side of the road. Lin Xian had snow beasts roaming around. It was like a snow wonderland. It's you." A cry of surprise was heard. Lin Xian turned around and saw a handsome young man with a sword standing on the side of the road. "Senior brother Yin." The snow-seeking sect's disciple said respectfully. This young man was called Yin Shaoli. He had met Lin Xian once in Yunzhou. "So it's brother Yin." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. "All right, I'll take care of this. You can go do other things." Yin Shaoli said to the disciple. Then, he smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Please." Yin Shaoli's attitude was quite polite. Everyone's expression eased a lot. Along the way, they visited many places and left a lot of laughter. "The Plum Blossom Pavilion is up ahead. I'll take you there." Yin Shaoli led the way and walked forward. It was a garden with many different types of plum blossoms. There were plum blossoms of all shapes and colors. It could be said that it was a scenic spot of the snow-seeking sect. There were many people in the garden, most of them were from the younger generation. Among them, there were more than 10 figures sitting in the pavilion, enjoying the plum blossoms and the snow. "Junior brother Yin, you're here too." One of the people in the pavilion smiled. "I brought my friends from the Black Heaven sect to enjoy the scenery. I didn't expect senior brother Huang to be here too." Hearing that it was a Black Heaven sect's disciple, the people in the pavilion were surprised and turned around. "Kid, it's you." Chapter 180. There was a young man in the pavilion who was staring at Lin Xian coldly. The young man had a powerful qi. There was a sword mark between his eyebrows that looked like a sharp sword. "It's you." Lin Xian was a little surprised. He had fought with the young man before, but he didn't expect to see him here. "Is Lin Feng here too?" Lin Xian looked around quickly, but he didn't see Lin Feng. Junior Ian, this is. Huang Qing noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly asked. Ian Shaoli also noticed the young man's cold eyes. He quickly said, "This is Lin Xian. Nice to meet you." Lin Xian cupped his fist and said. Lin Xian. I've never heard of him. A girl in purple next to the young man sneered. This is the Garden of Plum Appreciation. Not just anyone can enter. It was obvious that the girl in purple and the young man were in cahoots. Everyone else looked on with a smile on their faces, waiting to watch a good show. The disciples of the Xian Tian sect blushed with shame and anger. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I don't see any Tom, Dick, or Harry, but I see 2 lackeys." The crowd was a little surprised. They didn't know what Lin Xian meant. "Aren't you 2 Lin Feng's lackeys?" Lin Xian looked at the young man and the girl in purple and asked. The people in the pavilion were stunned, and the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did this guy know who the cultivators in the pavilion were? He was too arrogant. "Boy, you're courting death. I'm going to tear your mouth apart." The young man and the girl in purple were furious. They were noble, and no one had ever dared to talk to them like that. But this young man from Yunzhou, a disciple of a 1-star sect, dared to talk to them like that. 2 attacks quickly flew towards Lin Xian. One was sword qi, and the other was a palm of light. Caw! 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 Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to move, frost scattered in the air, and a wave of energy was transmitted. The speed of the sword qi and the palm of light slowed down, and a layer of frost appeared on them before they were finally frozen. A huge block of ice appeared in front of Lin Xian. It was 2 meters tall and as smooth as a mirror. No one had expected such a thing to happen. The young man with the sword mark and the girl in purple turned gloomy at once. Huang Qing and Yin Shaoli looked into the distance with reverence and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Sister Shui." In the plum garden, there was a white figure that seemed to blend in with the surroundings. Fighting is not allowed in the plum garden. I hope that everyone will restrain themselves. The woman's voice was cold and emotionless. The young man and the girl in purple seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed again and again. In the end, they both squeezed out a smile. "So it's the Ice Fairy. We've been rude. Fairy, don't worry. We won't fight in the plum garden." The Ice Fairy. The disciples of the Black Heaven sect exclaimed. Lin Xian was also a little stunned. He was no longer an ignorant young man. He had heard of the Ice Fairy. She was a genius in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. Her cultivation was unfathomable. The young man with the sword mark and the girl in purple glared at Lin Xian and then slowly sat down. Lin Xian shrugged and led the crowd to admire the plum blossoms. "The jade butterfly plum hasn't bloomed this year." In the plum garden, the beautiful figure sighed faintly. The girl in purple in the pavilion said sweetly, "Sister, don't worry. Young Master Feng is quite knowledgeable about plum blossoms. When young Master Feng is free tomorrow, sister will be able to see the jade butterfly plum blossoms." "And you say you're not a lackey?" Lin Xian muttered softly. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by everyone. The surrounding martial artists were slightly stunned. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. The girl in purple had a dark face, and her chest was heaving up and down. She was pissed off by Lin Xian. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey jumped out and stood on Lin Xian's shoulder. It held its belly and made funny faces at the girl in purple from time to time. PFFF, finally, someone couldn't help but laugh. This young man was interesting. Even the monkey he raised was so good. Sister, I think it's necessary to let some small fries from the countryside go out so they don't ruin your mood of admiring the plum blossoms. The purple-clothed girl stared at Lin Xian, gritting her teeth in anger. In the plum garden, the beautiful figure looked over. Her clear eyes were like the source of ice. The group of disciples behind Lin Xian shivered as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Murong Qianling pulled Lin Xian's sleeve and whispered, "Junior brother Lin, why don't we go?" The disciples of the Black Heaven sect were afraid. The people here were too high level. They were all elites on the Hidden Dragon ranking. They were not used to being here. Lin Xian smiled and comforted them. Why wait for Lin Feng? If you want to admire the plum blossoms, I can make it happen for you immediately. Lin Xian's words shocked everyone again. This young man was too heaven-defying. He dared to say anything. Not only were the surrounding cultivators dizzy, but Yin Shaoli and Huang Qing also felt dizzy. Huang Qing glared at Yin Shaoli. The latter looked like he was about to cry. Well, brother Lin, why don't we go? Yin Shaoli whispered. I'll go somewhere else. Go. Why should we go? Don't tell me you don't want to admire the plum blossoms. Everyone was speechless. The sword-marked youth and the girl in purple wanted to bite Lin Xian. Humph, you bumpkin. How dare you say such things? Have you seen a mutated plum blossoms? The girl in purple sneered, you dare to deceive the snow fairy. I think the snow-seeking sect senior brothers won't forgive you. Deceive? When did I deceive her? Lin Xian looked innocent. Isn't it just the jade butterfly plum? I promise I can make it bloom. The snow fairy frowned. She stared at Lin Xian as if she was thinking about something. Isn't it just the jade butterfly plum? The girl in purple sneered, only a few places in the Great Xia have this kind of plum blossoms. Even young Master Feng isn't 100% sure. How dare you be so sure? That's because you're ignorant. Lin Xian said indifferently, Lin Feng isn't a god. What he can't do doesn't mean that others can't. At least, I can do it. Lin Xian looked at the two people in the pavilion and said slowly, why don't we make a bet? Bet? What bet? The girl in purple asked subconsciously. Let's bet if I can make the jade butterfly plum bloom. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, if I can't do it, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I can do it, Lin Xian looked at her with a playful expression. What do you want? The girl in purple crossed her arms and asked nervously. If I can do it, you have to shout, young Master Xian, I was wrong. I won't do it again. What do you think? You. The girl in purple was so angry that her whole body was shaking. I'll bet with you. I'll skin you alive. What about you? Lin Xian looked at the sword-marked teenager. Seeing Lin Xian so calm, the sword-marked teenager was a bit scared. However, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could make the jade butterfly plum bloom. I'll bet with you. The sword-marked teenager sneered. As long as Lin Xian lost, the autumn scar sword would be his. Chapter 181. When Lin Xian was 10 meters away from Ice Fairy, he felt a pressure. At the same time, there was a bone-chilling coldness. He stopped and waited for Ice Fairy's answer. The little white monkey on his shoulder was also waiting. Its black gem-like eyes were filled with curiosity. Can you really make the jade butterfly plum bloom? Ice Fairy asked. Lin Xian nodded and smiled confidently. Behind him, many martial artists gathered around. They also wanted to see the legendary jade butterfly plum bloom. The sword-marked youth and the purple-clothed girl stood in the crowd and looked at Lin Xian coldly. Humph, Bumpkin, do you know which one is the jade butterfly plum? The purple-clothed girl mocked. If you can't find it, then get lost. Don't lie to Ice Fairy. The sword-mark youth also shouted coldly. Ice Fairy didn't stop them this time. Instead, she said indifferently, if you can find the real jade butterfly plum, I can let you try. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Okay. Then, he looked at the plum blossoms nearby. There were dozens of unbloomed plum blossoms around him. However, only one of them was the real jade butterfly plum. Everyone waited for Lin Xian to make his move. Wine Lord's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Kid, I don't know any jade butterfly plum. You can only rely on yourself. Don't worry, Wine Lord. Lin Xian replied. He wandered in the plum blossom forest and said slowly, there used to be a jade butterfly plum in my yard. Keep bragging. How could there be a jade butterfly plum in Yunzhou? The purple-clothed girl retorted. Lin Xian ignored her and continued, it was planted by my mother. Every winter, it would bloom into a jade butterfly plum. If you're lucky, it might even turn into a butterfly. Lin Xian's voice was low. However, the scene he described made everyone yearn for it. Snow Fairy's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. She knew that Lin Xian must have seen the jade butterfly plum blossoms because very few people knew about it. Do you know the story of Daime? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned and shook their heads. They had only heard of this kind of exotic plum, but they didn't know the specifics. Snow Fairy's expression changed slightly. She knew, but with her temperament, she definitely wouldn't say it out loud. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. Instead, he stopped in front of a plum tree. This was a very ordinary plum tree, so ordinary that no one paid attention to it. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the legendary jade butterfly plum to be so ordinary. How could it be this one? The purple-clothed girl sneered. Unexpectedly, Ice Fairy said indifferently, you may begin. What? It's really this one. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. There was a faint trace of excitement in their hearts. The purple-clothed girl's face was burning. She gritted her teeth and said, it must be a wild guess. I don't believe you can make the jade butterfly tree bloom. The young man frowned. He had a bad feeling. It was his intuition as a swordsman. Everyone craned their necks. They wanted to know how Lin Xian was going to make the jade butterfly plum bloom. Ice Fairy was also looking forward to it. She was actually a little nervous. Lin Xian looked at the budding flower bud and slowly walked forward. Lin Xian touched it gently with his fingertips. Then, he began to draw on it. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, several butterfly-like shapes appeared on the buds. Lin Xian didn't stop. He finished drawing all the buds. It's done, Lin Xian said. What? That's it. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. You just drew a few butterflies and you think it's the jade butterfly plum. What a joke. The purple-clothed girl shouted. I hope you can still be so loud when you admit your mistake. Lin Xian stared coldly at the purple-clothed girl. After that, he ignored her and looked at Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy, use your heart to communicate with it. Everyone was suspicious. They all felt that Lin Xian was a fraud. However, Ice Fairy seemed to believe Lin Xian. She walked in front of the jade butterfly plum, put her palms together, and slowly closed her eyes. Everyone waited. They didn't know what Ice Fairy was thinking. A moment later, specks of light suddenly lit up like fireflies. Then, the light became brighter and brighter like moonlight. It was intoxicating. One after another, the buds gradually bloomed. The shape of the petals was like a dancing butterfly. It's open, it's open. It's really open. Everyone exclaimed. Impossible, this is impossible. The purple-clothed girl kept repeating, as if she couldn't believe it. Sword Mark's face also darkened. He even had the urge to run away. Ice Fairy opened her eyes and looked at the blooming jade butterfly plum. She was speechless for a long time. Suddenly, the flowers spread their wings. Butterflies of light flew out and danced in the air. Butterflies flying. So it really exists. Ice Fairy was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the jade butterfly plum in the sky and sighed. He was a little homesick. In this world, only with great power can you protect your loved ones. Wine Lord reminded him. Lin Xian nodded. He was even more determined to walk the path of martial arts. After a long time, the jade butterfly plum in the sky disappeared. They turned into jade-like flowers again and bloomed in the garden. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Sword Mark's youth and the purple-clothed girl. You. The purple-clothed girl looked flustered. Her previous arrogance was all gone. On the other hand, Sword Mark's face was gloomy. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. Both of you, our bet still stands, right? Lin Xian said calmly. Weren't you shouting very loudly just now? Continue shouting now. The Black Heaven sect's disciples felt relieved. I. The purple-clothed girl's face was red. She was about to cry. She was filled with regret. Why did she have to go against Lin Xian? If God gave her another chance, she would stay far away from Lin Xian. It would be best if they never met again. As a disciple of a big family, the purple-clothed girl wanted to die when she said such words in front of so many people. In the end, her face was red and she fainted. Plop, the purple-clothed girl fell to the ground. What about you? Do you want to faint or shout? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Sword Mark's youth clenched his fists. He wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death. However, he was the eldest disciple of Golden Sword sect. He was also a person of status in the underworld. He could not do anything in front of so many people. Moreover, if he ran away, he would be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. If he begged for mercy, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. In the end, he chose the same method as the purple-clothed girl and fainted. However, he was not angry. He used his spiritual power to knock himself out. He would never have dreamed that he would end up like this. Awesome! The Black Heaven sect's disciples were overjoyed as they roared in their hearts. Lin Xian was also smiling. He was very satisfied that he had taken care of two experts without making a move. Who knows them? Carry them out. Lying here will ruin my mood. Lin Xian waved his hand in disgust. In the crowd, Sword Mark's companions carried the two of them away with ashen faces. Lin Xian, right? Not only did you offend Golden Sword sect and Yuan family, but you also offended young Master Feng. Wait for your death. Chapter 182. The few warriors left quickly, but there was still a trace of killing intent in the air. The people of the Xian Tian sect were worried about Lin Xian. After all, they were all powerful warriors, and there seemed to be Lin Feng's shadow behind them. That was the top existence on the hidden dragon ranking. However, everyone noticed that Lin Xian was calm, as if he didn't care about it. After saying goodbye to the Ice Fairy, Lin Xian and the others left the pavilion. Lin Xian didn't wander around. He went to the residence prepared for them by the snow-seeking sect and closed the door to rest. On the other hand, the news of the sword-mark youth and the girl in purple fainting from anger was secretly spread. The Golden Sword sect and the Yuan clan were furious. They wanted to kill Lin Xian with one slap. This was definitely a disgrace to them. Two geniuses were actually scared to death by a martial artist in the third layer of the spiritual sea realm. This was too funny. The Lin clan also heard the news, but the name Lin Xian made them even more moved. Many people secretly checked Lin Xian's identity to verify their guesses. In a luxurious and elegant room, a group of well-dressed youths stood around a young man. Brother Feng, Yan Hui and Yuan Hong fainted from anger. Now the whole snow-seeking sect is talking about this. When Lin Feng heard that, he frowned and said, "Who attacked? Is it one of the top 10 guys?" Yan Hui and Yuan Hong were naturally the sword-mark youth and the girl in purple. They were geniuses in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Especially Yan Hui. After the battle with Lin Xian, his cultivation broke through again and reached the 5th layer of the spiritual sea realm. His strength was even more powerful. Only the top 10 geniuses in the Hidden Dragon ranking could deal with two people at the same time. Neither. It said that a martial artist called Lin Xian did it, the disciple said quickly. Crack. The wine cup in Lin Fang's hand was crushed, and the wine inside turned into powder. Lin Xian. Lin Fang's face darkened. Don't tell me it's that trash Lin Xian. I don't think that's possible either. That guy can't cultivate at all. After he was chased out of the clan, there's never been any news of him. How could he appear here? That's right, maybe they have the same name. The disciples of the Lin Xian clan were all discussing amongst themselves. They didn't believe that this was the doing of the Lin Xian they knew. No matter who it is, if he dares to do such a thing, he will definitely die. Another Lin family disciple sneered, the Golden Sword sect and the Yuan family will not let him go. Go and investigate. I want to know everything about that person, said Lin Feng. Don't worry, big brother Feng. We'll do it right away. The disciples quickly left. Lin Xian was cultivating in his room. He didn't relax at all and was constantly improving his strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Brat, there's a powerful aura approaching. Wine Lord transmitted, it should be someone from the Tsang family. Tsang family? How dare they make a move here? Lin Xian's face darkened. It's because no one expected it that they dared to make a move. Wine Lord said quickly, this aura should be a martial artist in the 7th spiritual ocean layer. You'd better leave quickly. Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He left an afterimage in the room and then quickly left. Whoosh! Whoosh! A figure quietly scuttled in, turning into a streak of light that quickly charged at Lin Xian. Blue lightning surged out at an extremely fast speed. Pooh! With just one strike, it pierced through Lin Xian. Chi! That afterimage was pierced through and turned into a streak of golden lightning. He actually ran. The person who came was an elder of the Tsang family. He frowned, his face extremely dark. Their original plan was to make a sudden move so that no one would be able to guess. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian was even more cunning than them and actually left an afterimage in the room. Consider yourself lucky. But you can't escape from my palm. The elder of the Tsang family planned to wait for Lin Xian to return. He believed that with his strength, taking down Lin Xian would be as easy as drinking water. However, before he could finish laughing, a streak of green gas quickly flew into his body. The elder of the Tsang family had a sinister expression, his eyes filled with fear. He kept struggling as if he was drowning. His powerful ability seemed to have lost its effect. After a while, the elder of the Tsang family stopped breathing and stopped moving. And in the room, a green-haired man appeared out of nowhere. It was the one in the bronze coffin. After being scared away by the snow-white monkey that day, he didn't expect to come to Lin Xian's side again. And Lin Xian actually didn't notice. This body is just right. The green-haired man's voice was very hoarse. A streak of green gas entered the body of the elder of the Tsang family. Immediately after, the elder of the Tsang family slowly stood up as if he was alive. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that there was a green light in his eyes. Jia jia. The elder of the Tsang family laughed evilly. His body turned into a streak of light and quickly rushed out. After escaping the room, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Damn the Tsang family. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He decided that in the future, he would definitely get rid of the Tsang family. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sense of danger welled up in his heart. Damn it. Could it be that he dares to make a move in public? Lin Xian was puzzled, but his movements weren't slow. He quickly rushed towards the crowd. Behind him, the aura was still there, tightly locking onto Lin Xian. No, this isn't the aura of the elder of the Tsang family. Lin Xian was shocked. This is the aura of the green-haired man. Lin Xian took out the snow-white monkey, wanting to intimidate the figure behind him. However, it didn't work this time. It's useless. That person used a secret technique to take over the body of the elder of the Tsang family. He's no longer afraid of these things. Wine Lord said in a deep voice. Go find a few strong people to intimidate him. That's the only way. Lin Xian increased his speed. The strength of the green-haired man was too terrifying. It was far from what he could contend with now. Lin Xian quickly ran towards the residence of the seniors of the Thousand Treasure Tower. He could only rely on external forces now. Along the way, Lin Xian's speed alarmed many people. Many people looked at him strangely, not knowing what had happened. After Lin Xian arrived, he found out that the seniors of the Thousand Treasure Tower were not here. They had gone to the main hall of the snow-seeking sect to discuss some matters. Damn it! Lin Xian's heart sank. He felt that the figure behind him was getting bolder and bolder, as if he was about to make a move. There's a group of strong auras in the east. That should be the so-called main hall of the snow-seeking sect. Wine Lord said. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian held on to a glimmer of hope and ran quickly. He raised his speed to the extreme. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and flew quickly. Behind him, the green-haired man seemed to be aware of Lin Xian's intentions and became abnormally uneasy. He felt that there were many strong auras in front of him. A few of them made his heart tremble. A green light appeared in his eyes. The possessed elder of the Tsang family increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was shortened. Along the way, many martial artists noticed this situation and their faces changed. Someone actually dares to make a move in the snow-seeking sect. This is too strong. Moreover, the one being chased seems to be the recently famous Lin Xian. Could it be that the Golden Sword sect or the Yuan family made a move? Some martial artists guessed. Lin Xian used the power of wind and thunder. His speed increased again. He quickly approached the main hall of the snow-seeking sect. At this time, the elder of the Tsang family behind him was less than 10 meters away. Chapter 183. The cyan hand was like a mountain, mercilessly grabbing at Lin Xian. The Tsang family's elder locked onto Lin Xian, making it impossible for him to dodge. It wasn't that Lin Xian was weak, but that the opponent was too strong, almost surpassing an ordinary martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian took out the yellow talisman treasure and crazily activated it. Yellow light shone brightly, and a huge sickle suddenly swung out, making a clanging sound. Hong long long, the huge sickle slashed at the cyan hand, creating a sky full of sparks. Lin Xian was shocked, and his body flew out. In an instant, he suffered internal injuries, and the blood in his body felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, he cultivated the art of longevity and had the ancient armor on his body, which allowed him to retain a trace of consciousness. The cyan hand was blocked, and its speed slowed down, but it quickly knocked the huge sickle away. With a wang sound, it grabbed at Lin Xian again, and that power locked onto him. Ah! Lin Xian used lion's roar, and the roar shook the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he wore the bronze gauntlet on his left hand and the yellow talisman treasure in his right hand, concentrating all the spiritual power in his body into it. A majestic power surged out, and at the same time, there was a trace of vicissitudes of life. Hundreds of meters away, in the snow-seeking sect's main hall, the elders of various forces were gathered here, discussing something closely. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of energy rippled over. At the same time, there was a sky-shaking roar. Who dares to cause trouble in my snow-seeking sect? The faces of the elders of snow-seeking sect instantly darkened. They had just been promoted to a 3-star sect, and someone dared to cause trouble here, simply looking down on them. Let's go out and see who it is. The people of snow-seeking sect were furious. Hong! Before they could get out of the cave, an earth-shattering crash was heard, causing the surroundings to shake a little. So. These people quickly rushed out. Outside, Lin Xian's face was pale, and the spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. He stood with difficulty, and his eyes were filled with madness. Even if he died, he would drag the cyan-haired man down with him. On the other side, the Tsang family's elder who was being controlled didn't feel good either. There was a terrifying hole in his left shoulder, dripping with blood. It was very frightening. Brat, you've angered me. The green-haired man was indeed angry. What kind of status did he have? Yet he was actually injured by the hands of a little brat. Just as he was about to make another move, several powerful figures quickly rushed over from the front. The Tsang family elder's expression changed, and the green light in his eyes gradually weakened until it disappeared. He looked just like a normal person, but Lin Xian knew that the Tsang family's elder had died a long time ago, and the current person was the mysterious green-haired man. Humph! Which junior dares to cause trouble here? The elder of the snow-seeking sect coldly snorted. His voice was like a thunder god that shook the heavens, causing Lin Xian to feel dizzy. Fortunately, his soul force was strong enough to withstand this pressure. Around them, many martial artists held their breaths and watched nervously. Just now, they had witnessed the battle between Lin Xian and the Tsang family elder. That kind of scene made their hearts tremble. Tsang Yuan, you're injured. The great elder of the Tsang family exclaimed. Of course, he knew what had happened, but he didn't expect Tsang Yuan to make a move in public. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that Tsang Yuan was injured. Snow Elder, let me take down this brat. The great elder of the Tsang family's eyes flashed, and he quickly made his move. He wanted to make his move before the crowd understood the situation. The great elder of the Tsang family mercilessly unleashed his powerful harmonious spirit aura. The great heavenly hand covered the sky like a dark cloud, enveloping Lin Xian. Tsang family, if I don't die, I'll erase your name from the world forever. Lin Xian suddenly turned his head, and his eyes flashed with sword light. He couldn't escape. Facing a harmonious spirit realm expert, he had no chance of escaping. Sigh, Wine Lord sighed slightly. His eyes gradually became sharp, as if a supreme expert had awoken. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something, and that powerful aura suddenly disappeared. The moment Lin Xian turned his head, some of the elders in the sky exclaimed. Among them were Elder Duanmu of the Profound Heavens sect and Elder Gu of the Myriad Treasure Tower. However, most of them were the elders of the Lin family. Boom! Just as the great elder of the Tsang family made his move, a glaring sword light shone in all directions. The ice and snow between heaven and earth flew backward, and the clouds in the sky rolled. Hundreds of meters of sword chi pierced through heaven and earth, and endless killing intent filled the air. The sword chi flew toward the great elder of the Tsang family. Ah! A mournful scream was heard, and it made people's scalp numb. Blood spurted out, and the great elder of the Tsang family heavily crashed into the ground. Rumble! 100 meters wide crater appeared on the ground, and countless cracks spread in all directions. All of this happened too suddenly. Everyone was stunned. A majestic figure walked step by step from the sky, looking disdainfully at all directions. The elders of the snow-seeking sect quickly used their spirit energy to stop the cracks from spreading. At the same time, more people looked at the voice in the sky. This was a majestic man with a determined expression. His figure was tall and straight, like a sharp sword that pierced through heaven and earth. An ancient sword was embroidered on his sleeve, and it was inserted into an ancient pool. This was the symbol of the Sword Pool Palace. Why, below, the Tsang family's elder was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were both in the harmonious spirit realm, but the gap between him and the man in the sky was too big. Why did you stop me? My Tsang family has never offended the Sword Pool Palace. The great elder of the Tsang family gasped for breath and roared. In all directions, the eyes of the Tsang family's disciples and elders were also filled with unwillingness and fear. Why? In mid-air, the majestic man said sternly, "Who dares to touch my Lin family, die." Lin family, everyone was stunned, and they looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian was from the Sword Pool Palace? In mid-air, the majestic man continued, "Who dares to touch my nephew? That's an even greater crime. All of you will have to suffer the pain of 10,000 swords piercing your hearts." What? Nephew! Nephew! Everyone was stunned, and they felt that their minds were blank. The people of the Tsang family were even more stunned. The brat they killed was obviously a warrior from the Cloud State. When did he become a disciple of the Sword Pool Palace? Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Sword Pool Palace. They recognized the man in the sky. He was a peerless expert of the Sword Pool Palace. Lin Zheng, Second Master Lin. Lin Xian was the nephew of the Second Master Lin, and the people of the Tsang family felt like dying. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The great elder of the Tsang family struggled to stand up, and tried his best to explain. Second Master Lin, this is a misunderstanding, listen to me. Before he could finish his words, Lin Zheng looked at the elder of the Tsang family who attacked him. His eyes were sharp, and it was as if 10,000 swords were rushing out. Ah! The elder of the Tsang family who was possessed by the green-haired man cried out in pain. His body was full of sword holes. In an instant, he was pierced by 10,000 swords, like a hedgehog. No one noticed that a mass of green chi quickly left the elder of the Tsang family and disappeared into the ground. Chapter 184. Everyone felt a chill that was even colder than the wind and snow in this world. The rest of the Tsang family's disciples were shivering and many of them fainted. However, Second Master Lin did not attack the ordinary Sea of Soul Realm disciples. He only stared at the heavily injured Tsang family's great elder. The Tsang family's great elder went crazy as he looked at the sky with pleading eyes. He did not want to die. He was only a little over 100 years old. According to the lifespan of a harmonious spirit expert, he had only lived half of his life. There were many more years waiting for him to enjoy. How could he die here? However, he did not have the confidence to face Second Master Lin in the sky. This is our Tsang family's fault. We are willing to compensate with everything we have. The Tsang family's great elder said humbly. Second Master Lin, please calm down. Why not? The people beside him began to persuade him. Lin Zheng did not pay attention to them and landed on the ground. Second uncle. Lin Xian murmured. You have grown up. Lin Zheng's eyes shone brightly. You can finally cultivate. That year, second uncle was incompetent and could not protect you. But from now on, no one will dare to touch a single hair of yours. Lin Xian looked at the majestic man in front of him with excitement in his heart. His life and death is in your hands. Lin Zheng pointed at the heavily injured great elder and said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. The Tsang family's great elder was ashamed and angry at the same time. He did not expect that his fate would be in the hands of a young man. He was a dignified harmonious spirit expert. However, under the current situation, he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Young hero Lin, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young hero Lin will not hold a grudge against me. Everyone was in a daze. They could not believe the scene in front of them. Second uncle, let him go. Lin Xian said indifferently. Everyone was surprised. They did not know what Lin Xian was planning. Could it be that he was soft-hearted? The Tsang family's great elder's heart was burning. As long as he could escape this disaster, he would have plenty of chances to assassinate Lin Xian in the future. I want to end his life myself. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp blade piercing through the clouds. An invisible domineering aura soared to the sky. Arrogant, too arrogant. A warrior at the third level of the spiritual sea realm actually dared to threaten to slaughter a harmonious spirit realm warrior. This was practically a dream. No one believed Lin Xian's words, but Lin Zheng laughed out loud. As expected of a man from the Lin clan, you are indeed courageous. I'll leave this old dog's life to you. I believe that you'll be able to do it in no time. Everyone was speechless. This pair of father and son were too confident. The Tsang family head elder's old face swelled to the color of a pig's liver. He secretly swore in his heart that in a while, he would definitely tear Lin Xian to shreds. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded out. Lin Zheng, you seem to have forgotten something. This brat has been expelled from his family. Everyone was stunned once again. They felt that their brains were not enough to process this. You think you can expel me just because you say so? Lin Zheng stared ahead. The patriarch of Sword Pool Manor isn't you, Lin. This is the decision of the elders. Could it be that you want to go against it? Lin sneered. He was not afraid of Lin Zheng. Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man. There was a ball of fire burning in his heart. That middle-aged man was Lin Xian's father. He was also the one who secretly kicked Lin Xian out of the family. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Second uncle, don't worry. In the family meeting 1 year later, I will return to the family in a grand manner. I will take back everything that originally belonged to me. Lin Xian did not say this sentence, but this was his goal. Second uncle believes in you. Lin Zheng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and revealed a gratified smile. Originally, Lin Xian's inability to cultivate caused a crisis in their family. But now, everything will be fine. Lin Zheng did not leave immediately. Instead, he said to the crowd, according to the rules of Jianghu, if the younger generation is injured or even killed in a spar, Lin Zheng, will not say anything. However, if someone doesn't care about their status and attacks the younger generation, don't blame me for being impolite. This was a warning to Lin Xian to avoid a lot of potential dangers. Alright, the matter has been resolved. Let's continue our discussion. The elder of the snow-seeking sect said. The group of elders left one after another and returned to the main hall. Lin Zheng said a few words and then stood up and left. The great elder of the Tsang clan looked deeply at Lin Xian and then left with the help of the crowd. Lin Xian didn't stop either as he quickly rushed to his residence. After he left, the news of his disappearance spread like wildfire. Almost everyone knew about Lin Xian's identity. When Lin Feng heard this, his face became extremely gloomy. Even though I don't know how you can cultivate, a piece of trash will always be a piece of trash. I will personally kill you. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. They knew that Lin Xian was not ordinary, but they never thought that he would be a disciple of the Sword Lake Palace. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the door. He was in a hurry. In a year, he had to return to the Sword Lake Palace and take back everything that belonged to him. Before that, he had to be on guard against all kinds of plots. The Tsang clan would not let him off so easily. Lin Feng's family would also secretly attack him. Only with great strength could he deal with everything. His wind inheritance was about 40% complete and he could barely use the Wind Emperor's sword. In terms of thunder, it was about 40% complete and he could not improve it for the time being. In terms of soul strength, he was also progressing step by step. However, to reach the second rank of Inscription Master was not something that could be done in a short time. It was even more difficult to improve his sword intent. What he could do now was to fully integrate the wind and thunder energies. As long as he could integrate the wind and thunder energies, his strength would immediately increase. With Wine Lord's guidance, Lin Xian began to integrate the wind and thunder energies. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Xian's room was very calm. There was no movement at all. In these few days, many people had come to visit but they were all blocked by the deployment spell. Only Lu Yang and Wei Wei were still waiting outside. On this day, a burst of qi suddenly rushed out of the quiet room. The wind and clouds surged, thunder and lightning intertwined, and a terrifying qi filled the air. However, this qi only existed for a moment and quickly disappeared. Lu Yang and Wei Wei looked at each other and stood up. Not long after, the defensive spell was removed and a handsome young man walked out. On his shoulder, a snow-white monkey was jumping happily. Junior brother Lin, you finally came out. Wei Wei smiled. Did you wait here for a long time? Lin Xian rubbed his nose and said. Wei Wei rolled her eyes. You're a big celebrity now. You don't know how many people there were in front of your door 2 days ago. Lin Xian, well, we came to tell you that there is a celebration tomorrow. We hope you can come with us. Celebration. Lin Xian was not very interested. I heard that the young heroes of the younger generation will be there. There will be a lot of competition. Lu Yang said. Chapter 185. I'll go tomorrow. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. After receiving Lin Xian's reply, Lu Yang and Wei Wei went back to report. Let me see how powerful the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard are. Lin Xian had a trace of anticipation in his heart. This was a grand event. The top few martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard would probably participate. Lin Xian could use this opportunity to understand the strength of Lin Feng and the others. At the same time, he could also test his current strength. Not only Lin Xian, but the young disciples who came here were all looking forward to tomorrow's sparring competition. If they could shine in this kind of competition, they would definitely be famous in Great Xia. After all, forces from all 7 states were gathered here. The next day, Lin Xian first went to the residence of the Black Sky sect and paid a visit to Elder Duanmu and the others. Elder Duanmu and the others sighed. They did not expect Lin Xian to be a disciple of the Sword Pool Mansion. You are a hidden dragon. One day, you will fly to the 9 heavens. The Black Sky sect is too small to accommodate you. Elder Duanmu sighed. I only hope that when the Black Sky sect is in trouble, you can help. Elders, don't worry. I, Lin Xian, will always be a disciple of the Black Sky sect. Lin Xian said seriously. After leaving the small courtyard of the Black Sky sect, Lin Xian came to the courtyard of the elders of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were already waiting there. Lin Xian smiled and went over to greet them. Not long after, the 2 elders, Elder Hong and Elder Gu, walked out of the house. Let's go, Elder Gu said indifferently. On the path made of ice and snow, there were many people moving and bustling. All the forces were heading towards the main venue. That was where the banquet was held. After passing through the pavilions and gardens, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the main venue. This was a square that was nearly 1,000 meters wide. It was completely blue and made of 1,000-year-old ice. Under the sun, it shone with a cold light. There were countless patterns carved on the ground. There were birds and beasts, all kinds of plum blossoms, and so on. It was extremely exquisite. Lin Xian and the others walked towards their assigned positions, which were arranged according to their strength. This world was just that realistic. If you had the strength, you would be respected by everyone. The 10,000 Treasure Tower was also a large force in Xia country, so their position was also relatively high. Lin Xian and the others sat down, savoring the delicacies on the table as they watched the martial artists come and go. Opposite them were the Golden Sword sect, the Yuan clan, and other forces. Above them were the Sword Pool Mansion, the Earth Fire sect, and the Blue Moon sect. Lin Xian, I won't forgive you. Yan Hui looked at Lin Xian with hatred. He had now become the laughingstock of everyone, which drove him crazy. Yuan Hong was also filled with grief and indignation. She wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. Yan Hui, you can do whatever you want to Lin Xian during the competition. This is what I want. The master he was referring to was naturally the Lin family's Lin Lin. Yesterday, Lin Zheng had already said that the older generation could not make a move, but the younger generation could. Today, there would probably be many young disciples who would make a move on Lin Xian. Wuji! Wuji! The snow-white monkey kept jumping on the table, eating happily. Up until now, Lin Xian had not discovered anything special about the snow-white monkey. However, this guy could eat a lot. In the distance, the Lin family disciples saw Lin Xian with different expressions. Some of the youths around Lin Xian all had mocking expressions, looking at Lin Xian with disdain. Humph, this trash can actually come here. How rare. I heard he can cultivate, but I don't think he's that strong. That's right, 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Brother Feng can crush him with one finger. On the other hand, some of the other youths looked excited. Especially the boy and girl beside Lin Jing, who were waving their little fists. Brother Xian, it's really Brother Xian. Dad, why doesn't Brother Xian come and sit with us? The girl asked innocently. Lin Zheng rubbed the girl's hair dotingly. Now is not the time. Soon, he'll be back soon. Lin Xian felt their gazes and shook his hand with a smile. The snow-white little monkey on the table was also happily making funny faces. Lu Yang kept exclaiming, I didn't think Meng Yan would come too. Lin Xian was slightly moved and looked at a youth in the distance. He was wearing a fiery red robe and sat proudly, faintly emitting a domineering aura. Flames danced on his body from time to time, and the 1,000-year-old ice around him showed signs of melting. Meng Yan, first place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength was unfathomable, and even Lin Feng was not his match. The one opposite him should be Yu Xianzi. Vivian exclaimed. Yu Xianzi, second place on the Hidden Dragon ranking, second only to Meng Yan. Apart from being strong, her appearance was unparalleled. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Many of the male disciples around were secretly sizing her up, their eyes full of admiration. Of course, there were also many people looking at Yu Xianzi. In terms of appearance, the two of them were similar. One was cold and elegant, while the other was extremely lively. It could be said that they each had their own merits. Next to Yu Xianzi sat a stern-looking youth. He did not say a word and drank alone. He held the wine cup in one hand and pressed the long saber in the other, never leaving it. This should be Lang Yidao. Lin Xian guessed. He felt a sharp aura from the youth. As if he had sensed Lin Xian's gaze, Lang Yidao looked over. His gaze was cold, as if a sharp saber had slashed across. The people around Lin Xian tensed up, as if they had been struck by a long saber. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Only Lin Xian was unaffected. The sword intent in his body surged, resisting the sharp gaze. This aura is similar to my sword intent. Could it be saber intent? Lin Xian was surprised. It seems that the experts on the Hidden Dragon role are really worthy of their reputation. Seeing that Lin Xian was unaffected, Lang Yidao was also very surprised. He stared at Lin Xian carefully as if to confirm something. However, when he saw Lin Xian's cultivation, he suddenly lost interest and shook his head, no longer paying attention. As more and more people took their seats, the atmosphere became more and more lively. Lin Xian looked around and had a general understanding of the situation. The three strongest people were Meng Yan, Yu Sun, and Lin Feng. They were the three giants on the Hidden Dragon role, and no one could defeat them. Below them were Yu Xianzi, Lang Yidao, and the others. They belonged to the second level. As for the third level, there were even more people. Yan Hui, Yuan Hong, Lu Yang, Wei Wei, and the others belonged to the third level. Lin Xian compared his strength with theirs. He felt that if it was just a competition, he would be at the peak of the third level and could barely enter the second level. Lin Xian was not discouraged. He was different from the others. Strictly speaking, he had only cultivated for less than a year. In a year, he had grown from a young man who knew nothing to his current strength. It was enough to scare everyone present. If it was a life and death battle, it would be a different phenomenon. Lin Xian had many trump cards in his hands. It would not be difficult for him to kill the cultivators on the second level. Of course, those people were all disciples of great forces. They would definitely have many trump cards in their hands. After having a general understanding of his strength, Lin Xian began to wait for the banquet to begin. Chapter 186. The person in the lead was a middle-aged scholar. He looked very refined. Many people were stunned. They didn't expect the famous sect leader of the snow-seeking sect to look like this. However, if you really treat him as a scholar, then you are gravely mistaken. Many elders of the big forces greeted him with a smile. The sect leader of the snow-seeking sect responded with a smile. Next, there were some congratulatory speeches, performances, and banquets. This process lasted for about 6 hours. After everyone was full, they began to look forward to the next performance. Next is the competition between the big sects and aristocratic families. I hope everyone can stop here and not hurt each other. The sect leader of the snow-seeking sect said loudly. Many young martial artists' hearts were burning with eagerness. I wonder who is willing to be the first to come up. The sect leader smiled. A young man quickly rushed to the square and saluted to all sides. Greetings, seniors. I'm Sherdong of the Scorching Sun sect. The young man said loudly, I wonder which hero is willing to exchange a few moves with me. I'll do it. Another young man appeared on the square with a flash. Soaring Cloud sect, Song Fei. Sherdong grinned. A circle of light appeared behind him, as dazzling as the sun. Scorching Sun Fist. With a punch, the light behind Sherdong shone brightly. A wave of heat gushed out, melting the nearby ice and snow. Within 10 meters, the air was evaporated, as if countless flames were burning. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and carefully stared at the two people in the square. He found that there were real flames on Sherdong's body, and the power surprised him. Soaring Cloud Sky Technique. Song Fei's body shook, like a cloud, drifting unpredictably. At the same time, a silver-white long sword, as thin as a finger, emitted a sharp sword light, piercing through the void. Both of them were at the fourth sky of the spiritual sea realm, so their strength was on par. Moreover, the martial skills they used were very beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Fire Phoenix Wings. Sherdong quickly waved his fist, and a fire bird dozens of meters long flew out from his fist, letting out a series of cries. Carrying endless lava, the fire phoenix pounced on Song Fei. In an instant, Song Fei's spirit power seemed to be burning, constantly twisting, and some places even had holes. The flame only burned away the spiritual energy shield on the outside, but it didn't burn Song Fei. Brother Sher's methods are impressive. I'm impressed. Song Fei's face was full of fear. He could only admit defeat. Thank you for letting me win. Sherdong smiled. Both of them have the power to rank in the top 50 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Their skills are not bad. Elder Gu said while stroking his beard. Lu Yang, go and give it a try. Hearing this, Lu Yang stood up and walked towards the square. 10,000 treasure towers. Lu Yang has come to ask for advice. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He had only seen Lu Yang and Vivian fight on the way to the snow-seeking sect, but he did not know the specifics. Take my fist. After Sherdong finished his greeting, he punched out with both of his fists. His powerful spiritual energy turned into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. Boundless ocean. Lu Yang smiled as palm shadows filled the sky. They were like a blue ocean, bringing with them an endless aura. Back then, when he faced over a dozen wolf bandits, he was able to hold his ground. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. A sea of fire against a wave of water. The two extreme forces clashed, causing the air to tremble. The two forces melted into each other, forming a white cloud that covered the surroundings. Fire Phoenix Wings. Without hesitation, Sherdong struck out with his strongest attack. A big bird bathed in flames soared into the sky and pounced on Lu Yang. Many young disciples exclaimed. They still remembered this move. Lu Yang did not panic. Instead, he used his soul power to find the weakness of the fire phoenix. Lin Xian smiled. He knew that Lu Yang was going to win. This was the advantage of having a strong soul power. He could quickly find the opponent's weakness. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Flood Dragon travels the 4 seas. The spiritual energy in his body vibrated and formed a blue flood dragon. It was ferocious and terrifying. With a swing of its giant tail, the blue flood dragon rushed towards the fire phoenix in the sky and bit the weak spot of its spiritual energy. Sherdong's face turned pale as he kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking 8 or 9 steps back. Impressive. Suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy in his body, Sherdong said with lingering fear. Nice. The young disciples kept cheering and applauding. Elder Gu stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Liu Yang's boundless ocean technique is at the small success stage. Humph. I'll take you on. A soft snort sounded. Then, a sword radiance flashed across the sky like lightning. Liu Yang's face darkened. This person didn't even say a word and directly attacked. He was too arrogant. Boundless ocean. The palm shadows were like waves. One after another, they formed a wave that was a few meters tall and surged forward. It's useless. Yen Si has mastered the Golden Snake Sword to 60%. He's ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon roll. That kid can't fight against him. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect sneered. Yan Hui stared at Lin Xian. TSK. 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 The huge wave that was a few meters tall was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The sword radiance curved forward like a golden snake coming out of its hole. Poof! The protective spiritual energy on Liu Yang's shoulder was pierced and a thumb-sized hole appeared. Boom! 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 Fortunately, he was wearing armor and the sword radiance did not injure him directly. However, that fierce attack almost caused his right shoulder to split open. Yen 4 from the Golden Sword sect didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to attack. Elder Gu's face darkened and he snorted. Everyone could see that Liu Yang had lost. However, the disciples of the Golden Sword sect continued to attack. They were clearly picking a fight. Lin Xian's face turned cold. He knew that the Golden Sword sect hated him and Liu Yang was just implicated. TSK. TSK. The glaring sword radiance shone and slashed Liu Yang's body. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Bang! Liu Yang landed on the ground with a pale face. Ouch! I didn't control my strength well. Sorry. Yen Si's tone was provocative. Everyone was silent. Many people knew about the Golden Sword sect and Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was in the Thousand Treasure Tower, the Golden Sword sect was unhappy. A few disciples of the Thousand Treasure Tower helped Liu Yang down to his seat. I'm sorry. I implicated you. Lin Xian apologetically handed him a cup of spiritual wine. Liu Yang shook his head. This guy is too arrogant. He really thinks that the Thousand Treasure Tower is easy to bully. Yang, heal yourself first. Elder Gu said. Elder Gu and the rest did not blame Lin Xian. When they pulled Lin Xian into the Thousand Treasure Tower's camp, they already thought of this. However, they were certain that the benefits of befriending Lin Xian outweighed the harm. In the square, Yen Si looked arrogant. He tilted his sword and looked at Lin Xian. Kid, do you dare to come out and play? Chapter 187. He's Lin Xian, the young man who was chased out of the Sword Pool Mansion. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Humph, a piece of trash who was chased out of the mansion. What's there to be arrogant about? The disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the Yuan clan sneered. Lin Feng's disciples also sneered, third spiritual ocean tier, so weak. Won't he be beaten to death? It's best if he dies, so he won't embarrass the Lin clan. Lin Feng also looked at the square with a playful expression, his eyes cold. Brother Xian, go for it. Lin Xing and Lin Yu shouted loudly, cheering for Lin Xian. They were the children of the second master of the Lin clan and could be considered Lin Xian's cousin. They were very close. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Yan Si sneered, although you have guts, you're too stupid. Too much nonsense, hurry up and attack. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. You're courting death. Yan Si's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. His body slid out strangely, and the long sword in his hand transformed into thousands of sword rays. Golden Snake Dance. It was as if thousands of spiritual snakes had come out of their caves, strange and vicious. It's actually this move, the people of the Golden Sword sect are really ruthless. Many martial artists whispered with a hint of fear in their eyes. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect were delighted, they actually used this move, that Lin Xian is dead meat. Yuan Hong sneered. She couldn't wait for Lin Xian to die here. Only Yan Hui frowned slightly. He had fought with Lin Xian before, so he naturally knew how strong Lin Xian was. The sword rays flashed and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He just waited quietly. Ha, he's scared silly. The people of the Golden Sword sect laughed wildly. Yan Si also had a hideous smile. He did not expect the legendary Lin Xian to be so weak. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Lin Xian, he suddenly moved. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched. The silhouettes of the spirit snakes that filled the sky disappeared as if they had been forcefully erased by someone. Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, they realized that Yan Si's long sword was being held tightly by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was indeed not a simple person to be able to find the real sword in an instant from so many sword shadows. Many of the elders present nodded slightly. Impossible. How did you find it? Yan For was shocked. He had already mastered the Golden Snake swordsmanship to 60%, and this wild dance of the Golden Snake was his ultimate skill. Quite a few martial artists of the same level were defeated by his sword, but Lin Xian, a martial artist of the third sky of the spiritual ocean realm, actually blocked it. He didn't know that Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes could see through all illusions. In Lin Xian's eyes, the swordsmanship he was so proud of could not even withstand a single blow. Is this all you've got? Lin Xian smirked. How disappointing. Many martial artists looked at each other. Yan For was ranked 40th on the Hidden Dragon roll, and he was considered very powerful. However, Lin Xian was very disappointed. This was too much of a blow to him. Yan For was so angry that he was trembling. He was the second most powerful person in the Golden Sword sect. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? Yet, he was being looked down upon. Go to hell. A powerful aura surged from his body, and he was about to use his ultimate skill again. Lin Xian moved his fingers, and a streak of powerful lightning flowed into Yan For's body through his long sword. There was a loud explosion. Ah! Yan For froze as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't move at all. His right hand that was holding the sword was charred black, and he took 2 steps back while trembling. Bam! Lin Xian held his long sword and used the hilt to hit Yan For's chest, sending him flying. Plop! Yan For's body landed more than 10 meters away, and he couldn't stop twitching. Buzz! His long sword was thrown out, and it sank into the ice on the ground with a ding. The body of the sword kept shaking. Too weak. Is there no one who can fight me? Lin Xian asked calmly. You. Pooh. Yan For was lying on the ground. After hearing this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The crowd was in an uproar, and they all looked at Lin Xian strangely. He is only in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, but he can defeat a martial artist in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier with one strike. His ability should be at the peak of the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and he is infinitely close to the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The elders of many forces sighed. It seemed that the Sword Pool Mansion was indeed a place where monsters were born. First, there was Lin Feng, who comprehended sword intent, and his ability was ridiculously strong. Now, there was Lin Xian, who could even fight against those of a higher level. This is obviously a spar. How can you be so vicious? The elder of the Golden Sword sect was furious. I feel that I have to teach you a lesson. I didn't control my strength well. Sorry, Lin Xian said calmly. You. The elder of the Golden Sword sect was so angry that he was trembling. Yan For had just said this arrogantly, but he didn't expect that Lin Xian would return it in the blink of an eye. Good job, junior brother Lin. Lu Yang had just finished regulating his body when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but shout out. Humph. Second Master Lin also snorted coldly. The elder of the Golden Sword sect glared at Lin Xian fiercely before sitting down angrily. Let me. Beside him, a disciple of the Yuan clan stood up and stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. It's Yuan Li. The person from Yuan clan who is ranked 33rd, someone exclaimed. The kid with the surname Lin is in danger. Every time he advances in the hidden dragon role, his ability will change drastically. This Yuan Li is several times stronger than Yan For, and he is also a body-refining martial artist. The crowd was a little nervous, not knowing how this battle would turn out. Ice Fairy looked at Lin Xian with a hint of worry. Sister, you seem to be very concerned. Beside her, Yu Sun chuckled. She was a very enchanting lady. Every frown and smile of hers could affect one's heart. Many martial artists secretly drooled when they saw her smile just now. This Lin Xian is very special. I can't see through him, Ice Fairy said. Yu Sun wanted to tease Ice Fairy, but Leng Yidao, who had always been cold, suddenly spoke. Lin Xian is stronger than we thought. Yuan Li is no match for him. Oh, you know that. Yu Sun smiled charmingly. Leng Yidao shook his head and didn't say anything else. Yu Sun rolled her eyes at him. This Leng Yidao had comprehended saber intent, and his willpower was very strong. He wasn't affected by her lunar soul technique at all. In the square, Lin Xian looked at Yuan Li and said coldly, You're no match for me. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Brotherly, teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Yuan clan shouted. Mountain uprooting. Yuan Li straightened his body, raised his hands, and slammed them down. A majestic mountain appeared in the air. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, as if it was a real mountain. In an instant, the air was filled with a heart-palpitating pressure. Many martial artists couldn't circulate their qi and blood smoothly. Fall! Yuan Li shouted loudly as he raised his hand and threw out the huge mountain. The wind whistled, and the air was compressed. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Xian's body flashed and disappeared. What? He can escape the mountain's lock. The disciples of the Yuan clan were shocked. Yuan Li frowned. This wasn't an ordinary attack. Any martial artist who was enveloped by the mountain would be trapped in a small space and couldn't escape. However, Lin Xian was an exception. Whoosh! His figure flashed and appeared beside Yuan Li, close combat. Yuan Li laughed. He was a body-refining martial artist, and close combat was his forte. In his opinion, Lin Xian's actions were akin to courting death. Chapter 188. Oh no, could it be that Lin Xian doesn't know that Yuan Li is a body-refining martial artist? All around, martial artists cried out in surprise. Mountain chop. Yuan Li's palm chopped down mercilessly like a giant axe. Whoosh. Lin Xian's body swayed again, and the power of wind and thunder fluctuated in the air, leaving behind an afterimage. Yuan Li's palm chopped through the air, and his tyrannical aura was like a ferocious beast, tearing the air apart. Lightning storm. Lin Xian pointed out, and the power of wind and thunder gushed out from his body. A fierce wind blew, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, turning into lightning dragons, releasing violent energy. Within 10 meters of Lin Xian, everything became a sea of wind and thunder. It's actually the rare power of wind and thunder. No wonder this kid has the strength to fight above his level. Didn't think that he actually comprehended the power of wind and thunder. Some elders exclaimed in surprise. Second Master Lin was pleasantly surprised. Looks like Xianer's fortuitous encounter wasn't small. Not only can he cultivate, but he also grasped this kind of power. Lin Fang's eyes flickered. A bit interesting, but too weak. After the violent wind and lightning disappeared, Lin Xian stood there with a calm expression while Yuan Li's entire body was charred black, looking extremely miserable. You. He opened his mouth slightly, and a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth. Yuan Clan's disciples hurried forward and helped him down. Yuan Clan's elders' faces darkened. They didn't think that Lin Xian was actually so difficult to deal with. Even Yuan Li, who was ranked 33rd, wasn't his match. What kind of freak is this kid? He's only at the 3rd sky of the spiritual ocean tier, how can he have such strong attack power? This kid's battle prowess should be on par with a martial artist at the initial stage of the 5th sky of the spiritual ocean tier, but compared to a 5th sky of the spiritual ocean tier, he's still a bit weaker. The elders of various factions changed their evaluation of Lin Xian once again. Who else? Lin Xian's voice was steady as he looked at Yan Hui. Golden Sword Sect and Yuan Clan's disciples all looked at Yan Hui. Now, only he could defeat Lin Xian. Yan Hui's eyes flashed as he slowly stood up. I admit that you're indeed stronger than I imagined, but you're still not my match. Yan Hui's voice was cold and carried a chill. I want everyone to know that you're just a piece of trash. Even if you can play some tricks, in front of true strength, you're still nothing. You've said so much. Make your move. Lin Xian sneered. Yan Hui held the long sword in his hand, and the aura on his body gradually grew stronger, stirring up the surrounding air. In the end, it was as if there were 5 layers of invisible waves around him, constantly shaking. 5th level of Sea of Souls realm. He actually broke through. Everyone exclaimed and stared blankly at Yan Hui. Originally, Yan Hui was already very scary and was ranked 32nd on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his ranking had risen by at least 5 places. In fact, he might even be ranked in the top 25. This was already a very abnormal strength. Apart from the 1st and 2nd gradient martial artists, Yan Hui was considered a top existence in the 3rd gradient. With your strength, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defense. How are you going to fight me? Yan Hui sneered. After entering the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, Yan Hui had absolute confidence. He wanted to ruthlessly beat Lin Xian to the ground. Only then would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Draw your sword, or else you won't have the chance to make your move. Yan Hui's voice echoed in the surroundings. What? Lin Xian is a sword cultivator? Many people were puzzled. Most of the martial artists here did not stay in Ice Snow City for long, so they naturally did not know about Lin Xian's battle in Ice Snow City. And of those who knew, most of them did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of banquet. As you wish. Lin Xian flipped his palm, and the Autumn Scar sword appeared in his hand. Fuck. He really is a sword cultivator. Many people cursed in a low voice. The people of Sword Lake Palace are indeed abnormal. Second Master Lin was also interested. I wonder what kind of sword skill Xian can use. Lin Feng looked disdainful. Their Sword Lake Palace's sword skills were the sharpest sword skills. Lin Xian was a piece of trash studying in Cloud State. What kind of good skills could he have? Let me see how thick your turtle shell is. Lin Xian's body shook, and he turned into a flash of wind and lightning as he charged out. Mad Dance of the Golden Snakes. Yan Hui also used this move. However, unlike Yan Si, his move was even more powerful. Yan Si could only create 10,000 snake shadows, but the attack was still the longsword itself. But Yan Hui was different. Each of his shadows was an attack, and his golden sword was hidden among them. It could be said that this was a large-scale killing move. Puff! Puff! Lin Xian moved quickly, dodging the sword chi. Ever since he merged with the power of wind and thunder, his strength in all aspects had increased by a level. His speed had increased tremendously, and his phantom thunder steps had evolved into the wind and thunder steps. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yan Hui. Wind and thunder cut. Puff! 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 Everything in front of him seemed to have been cut open. Puff! Puff! The sharp sword light flashed by, and Yan Hui's protective spiritual armor was cut open. There was still a trace of the power of wind and thunder left on it, constantly destroying the spiritual armor. What? He can actually break open the defense of a fifth sky of the spiritual ocean realm. Many warriors exclaimed, and some of the more powerful young warriors also had a serious expression. Being able to cut open the defense meant that Lin Xian could possibly injure them. For a third sky of the spiritual ocean realm warrior, this was a miracle. Yan Hui's pupils shrank as he retreated rapidly, dodging Lin Xian's attack. Putting away his underestimation, Yan Hui's aura increased again. You should be proud that you made me attack with my full power. 10,000 snakes. Each spiritual snake was 10 meters long and 1 meter thick. They were like terrifying demonic beasts as they pounced at Lin Xian. Wind and thunder sword wave. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The air rippled like water ripples, and a layer of green-gold sword chi quickly spread out. Wherever it passed, everything was cut open. Puff! 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 With Lin Xian as the center, the wind and thunder sword waves spread out in all directions. All the spiritual snakes that came into contact with it were turned into powder. One sword was enough to break Yan Hui's attack. What an exquisite sword wave! What kind of martial skill is this? Many warriors were surprised. Ice Fairy, Ling Yidao, and the others were also slightly surprised. They had never seen such a sword skill. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the square, saying in a low voice, "It's like some kind of sound wave martial skill. The sword chi is released in the form of vibration, and the power will increase many times. It seems that you're not completely useless. At least you're a little useful." After a successful attack, Lin Xian quickly attacked. The wind and thunder sword wave was launched again, forming a terrifying area attack. Yan Hui's face was gloomy. His figure flashed quickly, escaping from Lin Xian's attack range. He could vaguely feel that this sword wave could cut open his defense. Damn it! How can he cut open my defense? Yan Hui didn't understand. In the last battle, Lin Xian almost used all his strength to break open his defense. Chapter 189. Yan Hui was as agile as a snake as he dodged the wind and thunder sword wave. The golden snake sword in his hand quickly touched the ground, and a circle of golden ripples spread out. Right now, he could not even get close to Lin Xian, so he could only attack from afar. The ground trembled as if a huge dragon was rolling. Lin Xian sensed the change under his feet, and his body flew back like a feather. Boom! Boom! The ice surface cracked open, and a thick sword chi formed into a golden snake head, swallowing Lin Xian in one gulp. Nice! Good job, senior brother Yan Hui. The disciples of the Golden Sword sect cheered. Is Lin Xian going to lose just like that? The other warriors were shocked. The sword light formed the snake head, and streaks of sword chi shot out toward Lin Xian. Humph! Open! Lin Xian slashed out with the Autumn Scar sword in his hand, and a green-gold sword chi burst out like a peerless blade. Shoo! Shoo! A dazzling light appeared, and the wind and thunder sword chi pierced through the spirit snake shadow, tearing a hole in it. Like the sun piercing through the clouds, the crack became bigger in an instant. A vigorous power poured out, and a 12-meter-long sword chi drew an arc in the air. Not only was the spirit snake cut open, but a long crack appeared on the ice surface as well. The cut was smooth, and there was not a single crack. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian's attack power was too shocking, far beyond their imagination. Wind style. Lin Xian touched the ground with his feet, and started to counterattack. The air suddenly cracked open, and a half-moon-shaped wind and thunder sword chi poured out, attacking Yan Hui at an unbelievable angle. Crack! 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 Lin Xian kept waving his long sword, and dozens of sword chi surrounded Yan Hui from all directions. Thousand snake greeting. Yan Hui was shocked and angry at the same time, and he crazily channeled his spirit power. He raised his sword high and made a gesture of worship. A strange energy was emitted from his body. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance to attack. His eyes gradually turned sharp, and his body became ethereal like a breeze. Wind Emperor's Sword. This was Lin Xian's first time using the Wind Emperor's Sword. Although it wasn't complete, its power far exceeded the Wind Fusion stance and other moves. With a thrust of his sword, Lin Xian's body seemed to have turned into the wind, becoming blurry and indistinct. What kind of sword skill is this? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian had given them too many surprises. Every time, he was able to shock them. Even some of the elders fell into deep thought when they saw this sword. An extremely fast sword thrust towards Yan Hui. The aura that Yan Hui had condensed instantly disappeared without a trace like a punctured balloon. Puff! Yan Hui retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword to be so fast, causing him to fall short of success. You are very strong, but if you think you can defeat me like this, then you are too naive. The light in Yan Hui's eyes gradually turned sharp. The sword mark on his forehead started to melt. Is it finally going to be solved? The elders of the Golden Sword sect looked expectant. This is such a powerful aura. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and so were the elders. Yu Xianzi looked at the field and seemed to have thought of something. Is he going to solve the sword mark's power? Lin Feng frowned. Is that piece of trash really that strong? He actually made Yan Hui release his power. A trace of worry appeared on Second Master Lin's face. He looked at the field and kept tapping his fingers on the table. I haven't used my full strength in a long time. Soon, you will know what fear is. The spiritual energy on Yan Hui's body was like a burning flame, and his aura was like a tidal wave. Is this your full strength? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's barely enough for me to use my full strength. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. What? What is he saying? He's going to use his full strength. Brag as much as you can. Senior brother Yan will beat you until you can't stand up. The people of the Golden Sword sect hooted. No one believed him. They all thought that Lin Xian was bluffing. Bang! Yan Hui stomped his foot on the ground and turned into a wave of qi behind him. His entire body was like a sword light. The air in front of him was sucked dry, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. This sword was too powerful. Many people were worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. His sword intent surged, and his aura instantly rose to the peak. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword stabbed forward. It was ordinary, as if it was just a casual attack. However, there were too many things contained within this sword. The higher the cultivation level of the person, the more shocked they were after seeing this sword. It was as if 1,000 waves had been set off in their hearts. This sword was very slow. Everyone could see Lin Xian's every move clearly. However, when they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the sword had already stabbed forward. Yan Hui could feel how terrifying this sword was. He tried his best to dodge, but his body did not seem to be under his control. He crashed into the sword. Pooh! Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Yan Hui was sent flying. Senior brother Yan. The people of the Golden Sword sect cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in a daze. They did not expect such an outcome. The young disciples looked at each other, but the older generation looked solemn. That aura just now, could it be? Ling Yidao stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Sword intent, it must be sword intent. Only sword intent can make me so excited. In the area of the Lin family, Second Master Lin was pleasantly surprised. He was trembling slightly. Sword intent, little Xian has comprehended sword intent, ha ha ha. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. He had also comprehended sword intent. He could feel the aura more clearly than anyone else. This piece of trash has comprehended sword intent. How is that possible? He was a little annoyed and even a little uneasy. What's wrong with me? He is just a piece of trash. Even if he has comprehended sword intent, he is still a piece of trash. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Lin, who was next to him, looked gloomy. He did not say anything, but his heart was filled with killing intent towards Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian deeply. Lin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned around and looked at the area of the Lin family. Those Lin family disciples trembled as if they had been swept by a sword. Ha! What sharp senses! Lin was surprised, but he did not show it. Lin Xian turned around silently. He had clearly felt a cold killing intent from somewhere just now. However, this killing intent was hidden very well and disappeared in a flash. He did not need to think to know that it was definitely Lin and the others. His heart trembled and he was secretly on guard. After defeating Yan Hui, Lin Xian did not have any intention of attacking again. He turned around and returned to his seat. The young disciples of the Golden Sword sect looked at Lin Xian in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear. As for their elders, they were glaring fiercely at Lin Xian. However, no one dared to make a move. Lin Zheng's warning was still echoing in their ears. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would do it secretly. They could not let anyone have any evidence against them. After a moment of silence, the competition continued. Chapter 190. Ling Yidao stood up slowly. With a flash, he arrived at the square. Ling Yidao from Snow-Seeking Sect, who wants to fight me? Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Even Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Swish! A figure dashed out like a ball of flame crashing into the ground. Zhang Guang from Earth Fire Sect. Great! Ling Yidao was expressionless as his aura gradually rose. Swoosh! A dazzling saber radiance lit up as Ling Yidao appeared on the other side. Clang! Ling Yidao sheathed his saber and stood proudly. That's it. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. However, the elders from various forces nodded slightly. The martial artists from the first and second echelon looked solemn. Junior brother Lin, what happened? Lu Yang and Wei Wei didn't understand either. They could only ask Lin Xian, who was beside them. What a fast saber! Lin Xian's body tensed up as he said in a deep voice. In that instant, he struck out 9 times. Every saber was aimed at Zhang Guang's vital points. If it was a battle of life and death, Zhang Guang would be dead by now. 9 sabers. Lu Yang and Wei Wei were stunned. They didn't even see one saber. Both of them were top 50 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but they didn't even see Ling Yidao's attack clearly. At the same time, they were surprised by Lin Xian's strength again. Swish! Swish! Zhang Guang's armor shattered and fell to the ground. Thank you for showing mercy. Zhang Guang's face was filled with fear. In that instant, he felt the threat of death. Who else would like to fight? Ling Yidao looked calm. Next, a few more people attacked. They were top 20 martial artists on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, but they couldn't block Ling Yidao's saber skills. In every battle, he would end it with one saber. Such a fast saber skill. It's similar to the Wind Emperor's sword, Lin Xian murmured. He was inspired by Ling Yidao's saber skills. At the same time, he had a deeper understanding of the Wind Emperor's sword. Maybe my Wind Emperor's sword can reach such a speed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Swish! After sending the last opponent flying with one strike, Ling Yidao stood in the field. No one dared to challenge him. He swept his gaze around, and wherever he looked, the martial artists lowered their heads. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Ling Yidao's gaze did not leave. Is he going to fight with Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also slightly taken aback, but his expression did not change. We'll fight again when you've grown up. Ling Yidao said in a deep voice instead of attacking. Sure. Lin Xian smiled. I look forward to that day. Lin Xian calmly agreed. Ling Yidao actually made Lin Xian his opponent. Looks like this Lin Xian's potential is truly terrifying. Many warriors stared deeply at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with dread. Ling Yidao looked away and stared at Lin Feng. His aura continued to rise, and a sharp saber intent burst out. Can we fight? Ling Yidao asked in a deep voice. You're no match for me. Lin Feng said arrogantly. We'll know whether I'm your opponent or not after we fight. Ling Yidao took a step forward, and azure cold air gushed out in all directions. The shocking saber intent seemed to split the sky. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if their souls were being suppressed. Is this saber intent? It's so terrifying. In the same realm, no one is his match. Many cultivators smiled wryly. Facing this kind of aura, they could not control their bodies, let alone attack. Lin Feng's white robe was whiter than snow. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the square. He held the long sword at his waist, and an invisible wave spread out. At this moment, everyone's weapons were buzzing and trembling, as if they were about to soar into the sky. Many warriors could only struggle to hold on to their weapons, their faces filled with horror. Apart from the elders of various forces, only Meng Yan, Yu Sun, Lang Yidao, and Lin Xian were not affected. The former two were stronger than Lin Feng, so they were not affected. The latter two were because they had comprehended saber and sword intent. Sensing Lin Feng's strength, Lang Yidao looked dignified. He raised his long saber high and stared straight ahead. Take my saber. Lang Yidao's speed was extremely fast. His body turned into a thin line and rushed out rapidly. The blade was shining with cold light, cutting the air in half, and countless waves of qi rolled behind him. Cut! An illusory saber shadow swept past everyone's hearts, making them tremble. Lin Feng pulled out his long sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The huge sword qi seemed to be able to cut the sky and the earth. The two astonishing wills collided, constantly rubbing in the air, and even producing thunder and lightning. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and fine sword qi and saber light were mercilessly colliding with each other. Ah! Lang Yidao shouted, and his saber intent burst out to the extreme, annihilating everything. On the opposite side, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp. An even sharper aura burst out from his body, which made people feel despair. Everyone's expression became dignified. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He held a glass of wine and slowly drank it. Lin Xian's knuckles turned white when he sensed the power. Even if it's sword intent, it has different levels. Lin Feng laughed, and a huge sword qi crashed down, shattering Lang Yidao's saber light. The remaining sword qi slashed towards the crowd. Seal! The elders of the snow-seeking sect were already prepared, and a transparent ice wall appeared from the ground, forming a barrier. Boom! The remaining sword qi slashed the ice wall, producing a clanging sound, and countless white lines appeared on the wall. However, it couldn't break the ice wall. Everyone was astonished. For the first time, they had a deep understanding of the strength of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng couldn't break the defense of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator with his shocking sword intent. This was a natural moat. Once one entered the three spirit realms, the difference between their strength and the spirit sea realm was like heaven and earth. In the field, Lang Yidao's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he looked a bit dispirited, his eyes were even brighter. I didn't expect your sword intent to reach the small success level. I will challenge you again. Lang Yidao turned around and returned to his seat. Congratulations to the Lin clan for producing such a genius. Congratulations young Master Lin Feng, congratulations Brother Yi. A group of people congratulated them. Lin Xian's heart was heavy, and he felt the pressure. Not only was Lin Feng's cultivation strong, but his sword intent had also reached the small success level. In the younger generation, there was almost no one who could defeat him. Such an opponent made Lin Xian excited. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and the sword intent seed in his body was trembling, as if it was about to fly out. Small success level sword intent. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian shouted in his heart. Lin Feng pushed Leng Yidao back, and then casually glanced at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of contempt. Finally, he looked at Yu Sun and Meng Yan. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. In the end, he didn't attack. "Sister, why don't we exchange some pointers?" Chapter 191. Ice Fairy nodded slightly and her body floated out like a cloud. Everyone's hearts were burning with passion. To be able to see two peerless beauties fight, just thinking about it made them excited. "Hee, I won't go easy on you." Yu Sun smiled slyly and her spiritual power spilled out like moonlight. Silver light sprinkled down and intertwined in the air, covering Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy waved her hand and the cold wind in the air swayed. A frost spread and everything within 10 meters was frozen. The silver spiritual energy was also covered in a thick layer of frost and became extremely slow. In such a place, the combat power of an ice element warrior could be multiplied several times. Some cultivators whispered to each other, their words filled with deep dread. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to fight with an ice element warrior in the snow province. Yu Sun smiled gently and waved her lotus-like arm. The dreamy spiritual power was activated again. The moonlight power seemed to be able to change into any form. Even if a part of it was frozen, more of it still rushed to Ice Fairy. The two of them fought quickly and in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Lin Xian's purple spiritual eyes flashed as he carefully observed the situation in the field. He found that although Ice Fairy's attack was fierce, it did not cause much damage to Yu Sun. However, Yu Sun's attack was like moonlight, pervasive and causing Ice Fairy a lot of trouble. After 100 moves, Ice Fairy was grazed by a ray of moonlight and suffered some minor injuries. In the end, Yu Sun won. As a warrior ranked second on the hidden dragon list, Yu Sun did not cause as much of a sensation as Lin Feng. However, she defeated Ice Fairy so easily that no one dared to underestimate her. Everyone was amazed and then looked at Meng Yan. He was the first on the hidden dragon list and his strength was above Lin Feng and Yu Sun. Everyone was looking forward to him making a move. However, Meng Yan had no intention of making a move. He still sat and drank. The banquet lasted for a few more hours before it ended. Everyone returned to their residence and prepared to leave the next day. "Xian, are you really not going back with me?" Second Master Lin asked with concern. "No, second uncle. I will go back in a year." Lin Xian's eyes were firm. After saying goodbye to second uncle Lin, Lin Xian went to the residence of the Xian Tian sect again. After exchanging a few words, Lin Xian left. "There's still one more year, it won't be easy to defeat Lin Feng," Lin Xian thought. Not only had Lin Feng's sword energy reached the small success level, but his cultivation had also reached the 6th celestial layer of the Ling Ocean layer. It could be said that he had no shortcomings. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He also had sword intent and an offensive saint technique like the Great Dragon Sword Seal. He also had Wine Lord's guidance. As long as he worked hard, he would definitely catch up with Lin Feng. "Elder Gu, when will the Battle of the Inscription Tower begin?" Lin Xian came to the Myriad Treasure Tower and asked. 3 months later, in Feng Province's Dragon Rocky City, Elder Gu said slowly. "It's like this. I want to train by myself." Lin Xian said, 3 months later, I will definitely arrive at Dragon Cliff City on time." Elder Gu and the others vaguely knew about his relationship with the Sword Pool Mansion, so they did not stop him. After receiving a positive response, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. "There's one more thing. I hope the elders can help. I hope the elders can pretend that I left with the Myriad Treasure Tower. I don't want to attract the attention of others. Lin Xian had offended many forces. He was afraid that these people would kill him after knowing that he left alone. He was not afraid of ordinary opponents, but if there was a 7th celestial layer spirit realm or a harmonious spirit realm expert secretly attacking, he would not be able to resist at all. Don't worry about this. We will help you keep it a secret. Elder Gu said. Then he took out another item. This is a jade pendant that can cover your aura. Take it with you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian received the jade pendant with a face full of joy. After bidding farewell to the people of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Lin Xian left quietly. There's someone. Wine Lord reminded. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. He actually did not sense it, which meant that the strength of the person who came far surpassed him. Fortunately, he had the jade pendant that Elder Gu gave him. His entire body did not emit a trace of aura. An obscure aura swept past, not letting go of any place. Lin Xian held his breath and remained motionless like a statue. Fortunately, the jade pendant that Elder Gu gave him was very magical. That aura did not detect Lin Xian's existence. When that aura disappeared, Lin Xian turned into a flash of lightning and quickly ran out of the snow-seeking sect. Along the way, he encountered a few probing auras that were extremely powerful. It was not something that he could fight against. Lin Xian's face was cold. He did not need to think to know that it should be those old fellows from those families. After leaving the snow-seeking sect safely, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He did not stop and ran into the distance. In the secret palace of the snow-seeking sect, there was an old man with a long beard sitting on a piece of ice. Who? The surrounding black fog surged and rolled continuously, finally forming a black-robed man. Kiki, the plan is going smoothly. The black-robed man said in a low voice. Old monster Shui, I helped you break through to the spirit transformation realm. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lord Netherworld General, don't worry. I won't go back on what I promised you. When the time is right, I will help the Nether Hall unify the Xia country. The white-robed old man said slowly. The black-robed man laughed with satisfaction. This time, not only will the Nether Hall awaken, but even a guardian of the Saint sect will awaken. When the time comes, not only the Xia country, but the entire Tiannan region will submit. The long-bearded old man was silent. When he heard the words, guardian, his pupils shrank and a trace of shock appeared on his face. The night was like water and the moonlight was hazy. Tonight, there was no snow in the sky. The world was exceptionally quiet. The snow on the ground of the snow province was very thick. An ordinary person could step on it and reach their knees. Lin Xian walked quickly and did not leave any footprints. My weakness now is that my cultivation is too low. Lin Xian sighed. His strength was not bad, but he had not cultivated for long. His current cultivation was only at the 3rd sky of the spiritual sea realm. This event made him realize that the geniuses on the hidden dragon roll were not just for show. He had to catch up with them in terms of cultivation to become a true powerhouse. Lin Xian made a plan in his heart for the next 3 months. The first was to cultivate and look for treasures. If he only cultivated in seclusion, it would be difficult to raise his cultivation level in a year. Under normal circumstances, it would be good to raise his cultivation level from the 3rd sky of the spiritual sea realm to the 4th sky of the spiritual sea realm. Therefore, Lin Xian needed to look for some spiritual herbs. The second was to cultivate inscriptions. He had to win the Battle of the Inscription Tower in 3 months. Only then could he enter the legendary Inscription Tower. The third was to raise his sword intent. If he raised his sword intent to the small success stage, his combat power would increase by several times. The Dragon Rocky city of the Foam province was at the border of the Xia country. It was 2 provinces away from the snow province. He had to hurry there now. After making up his mind, Lin Xian could not help but speed up. Chapter 192. Lin Xian traveled through the night at an extremely fast speed. When the sky brightened, he was already very far away from the snow-seeking sect. Those old guys definitely wouldn't be able to find him. Woogie woogie. The little white monkey jumped down from his shoulder, pointing at the ground and crying non-stop. What's wrong? Lin Xian didn't understand. The snow-white little monkey kept gesturing in a very lively manner. Lin Xian immediately understood. You're saying that the green-haired man is still alive? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Woogie. Woogie. The little white monkey nodded with a look that said, please believe me. Could he be underground? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he didn't dare to stay. Who knew if the green-haired man was still afraid of the little white monkey? Lin Xian didn't dare to joke around with his life. Using the wind thunder steps, Lin Xian quickly left. The vast snowy mountain was white as far as the eye could see. The mountain was covered with tall and straight cedar trees that looked like long spears. There were many demonic beasts hiding among them. The demonic beasts in the snow province were even more difficult to deal with. Firstly, they could hide in the thick snow. Secondly, these demonic beasts all knew ice elemental skills. For example, Lin Xian encountered an ice snake that suddenly jumped out from the ground and spat out a large amount of ice fog. This ice fog could not only slow down one's speed, but it also had a certain chance of freezing one into ice. Fortunately, Lin Xian's reaction was quick. With his outstanding soul power, he was able to move through the snowy mountain smoothly. Roar! A deafening roar caused the snow on the tree to fall. A 5-meter-tall snow-white demonic bear roared angrily and ruthlessly swiped at Lin Xian with its big claws. Swish! With a flash of sword light, Lin Xian landed on a treetop. Boom! The tall figure fell down with a loud crash, and the wound was immediately frozen by the cold. The little white monkey jumped down quickly. With a wave of its little paw, it took out a blue demonic crystal and ate it like candy. Then, it jumped onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was astonished. This was a rank 4 demonic beast. Its demonic crystal contained a terrifying amount of power, as well as a dense demonic qi. Even he did not dare to easily absorb it, but this snow-white little monkey was not affected in the slightest. Lin Xian still hadn't discovered anything strange about the little white monkey. Presumably, it hadn't grown up yet. Since you're willing to eat demon crystals, I'll let you eat to your heart's content. Lin Xian shuttled through the forest. His purple spirit eyes flickered as he quickly searched for demonic beasts in the snow. The beasts he found were all rank 5 and below. Every time he attacked, he only needed 1 strike, and his speed was extremely fast. This was the Wind Emperor's sword. He was inspired by Yi Daolang and had a new understanding of the Wind Emperor's sword. Now, even if his sword speed was not as fast as Yi Daolang's, it would not be too far behind. In the next few days, Lin Xian hunted demonic beasts as he traveled. The demon crystals were all eaten by the little white monkey, but it didn't change at all. Lin Xian looked at it suspiciously, but the little white monkey actually showed a look of disdain. Woogie woogie. The little white monkey pointed at the demon crystal on its finger with a look of disdain. It looked very disgusted. Lin Xian, damn monkey, it's good enough that you have something to eat. Lin Xian used his finger to flick its head, but the little white monkey nimbly dodged it. It's so fast. Lin Xian was surprised. The man and monkey continued on their journey as fast as lightning. Huff! Huff! Unknowingly, a gust of wind blew, filling the sky with snow. It was as if a knife was scraping his face. A black hole appeared in front of him, and a gust of wind was constantly gushing out. The hole wasn't big, only 2 meters tall. The surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, and there were all kinds of icicles on it. Woogie woogie. The little white monkey pointed at the hole and threw away the demon crystals in its hand. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't need to think to know what the monkey meant. Fine, I'll go in and take a look. He swayed his body and ran towards the hole. The closer he got to the hole, the stronger the wind. When he was 10 meters away from the hole, the wind could almost blow away a martial artist in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Lin Xian focused his eyes and stabbed out with the autumn scar sword. Splitting wind style. The gust of wind in front of him seemed to be torn in half, blowing to both sides. A vacuum appeared in the middle. Shoo! Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly flashed in and out. After he entered, the torn gust of wind gathered together again, becoming even more violent. Lin Xian entered the hole and became careful. Purple spirit eyes flashed. He was like a ghost, not making a single sound. On his shoulder, the little white monkey was very cooperative and didn't make a sound. It was dark inside the hole, and there was also a chill. For some reason, although the gust of wind at the hole was very strong, there wasn't any wind inside the hole. Under the observation of the purple spirit eyes, Lin Xian didn't find anything. He could only quickly walk forward. He could feel that he wasn't walking straight, but walking towards the ground. Because he had already walked a few hundred meters, there wasn't any mountain that was this wide. Finally, light appeared in front of him. Lin Xian became even more careful. He first used his soul power to check, and after confirming that there was no danger, he walked over. This was a wide hole. The ground was filled with white bones, and many of them were sealed in ice. There were no living creatures around, and Lin Xian found that these bones were filled with teeth marks. This should be a beast hole. He walked around and found that there was another world inside. In an inconspicuous corner, Lin Xian found a small hole. He lowered his head and walked in, and was instantly stunned. Although this hole wasn't big, it was very clean, and there weren't any bones or anything like that. In the center, there was a snow lotus, blooming with light. Good stuff. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He carefully identified it, and finally confirmed that it was a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. If he used it to brew spirit wine, it would definitely speed up his cultivation. Thinking of this, he reached out to pick it. Wang! A ripple appeared, stopping Lin Xian. There's a seal. Lin Xian's face darkened. The autumn scar sword pierced out, carrying the power of wind and thunder, and instantly crashed into the seal. Puff! Lin Xian used 80% of his strength in this attack, and broke a hole in the seal. However, the restriction was quickly restored. This is not a normal seal. It can absorb the surrounding spirit qi and automatically repair itself. Without the strength of a harmonious spirit realm, it is impossible to completely break it. Wine Lord said slowly. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, and his eyes flashed. Woogie woogie. The little white monkey blinked its big eyes and cried out, as if it was eager to give it a try. You? Lin Xian was suspicious. Woogie. Woogie. The little white monkey gestured with 2 fingers, and then pointed at the snow lotus. You want to split it equally with me? Lin Xian understood what it meant. The little white monkey nodded, and then patted its chest hard, as if saying, "Don't worry about me." Lin Xian was speechless. This guy was actually negotiating with him. Finally, he agreed. Alright, as long as you can take it out, I'll give you half. The little white monkey was overjoyed, and its big eyes blinked with joy. Lin Xian focused and stabbed out with the autumn scar sword, piercing a hole in the seal. Shoo! Chapter 193. In the blink of an eye, the little white monkey disappeared. When it came back to its senses, it was holding a fist-sized snow lotus in its arms. Lin Xian broke the snow lotus in half. He gave one half to the little white monkey and kept the other half carefully. The little white monkey quickly stuffed the snow lotus into its mouth and swallowed it. Woogie woogie. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and curled into a ball. What a waste! Lin Xian's face was pained. This snow lotus is an item of extreme cold. If you can find something of extreme young, I can make you a pot of good wine. Wine Lord chuckled. Anyway, we have to pass by the fire province this time. I can look for it when the time comes, Lin Xian replied. He looked around again and suddenly raised his eyebrows. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Wine Lord sensed it and said softly, this should be a spirit gathering array that gathers the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Could it be that someone wants to cultivate this snow lotus? Wine Lord said lightly. Suddenly, his face changed. No. This snow lotus is just a little older. There's nothing special about it. Could there be something else here? Kid, look down. Wine Lord guessed. Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes flashed and looked down. There's a cloud of blurry blue gas and a piece of ice, Lin Xian transmitted. Open it and take a look. Maybe there's something good. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian began to attack the restriction. The result was the same as before. I don't believe it. Lin Xian's face was tense. He kept slashing at the restriction with the long sword in his hand. The little white monkey rolled its eyes and finally went into the storage ring. Lin Xian cursed under his breath and continued hacking at the restriction. Clanging sounds continued to ring out, filling the small cave. Fortunately, there was no one else. Otherwise, it would be annoying. 3 days later, the restriction finally let out a cracking sound and shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's face paled as he breathed a sigh of relief. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a cup of spirit wine, and began to recover. This was the spirit wine he had brought out from the trial of blood and fire, and he had already drunk half of it. As his cultivation increased, the effect of the spirit wine gradually weakened, but it was still good for recovering spirit energy. 1 hour later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He slowly stood up and prepared to dig into the ground. Be careful, don't break the things down there. Lin Xian activated his purple spirit eyes and used the autumn scar sword to dig bit by bit. The layer of ice gradually thinned, and Lin Xian could feel the chill in this space growing stronger and stronger. Could it be something strange? He felt his hair stand on end. Not only his body, but even his soul was trembling. Continue, continue. Wine Lord urged. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian continued to dig. Finally, all the layers of ice were broken, and a wisp of cold air emerged. Caw caw caw. Once this cold air emerged, the surroundings quickly froze, forming ice cubes. Lin Xian felt a wave of cold air rushing towards him, giving him goosebumps. Shoo! Without any hesitation, he used the wind thunder steps and ran out. The cold air in the air stuck to his clothes, quickly freezing them. Crackle! Golden electric arcs jumped, and thunder and lightning intertwined, shattering the ice. That was close. Lin Xian let out a breath. Just the cold air that leaked out was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the cold air itself was. Looking back, the small cave was sealed in ice. It's the mystic ice chi. Wine Lord was surprised. Legend has it that the mystic ice chi is the coldest chi, and is usually born with strange items. There must be something good inside. But I can't even get close. Lin Xian sighed. Don't worry, I can take away the mystic ice chi. Wine Lord said with a smile. Then I'll give it a try. Lin Xian used the wind-splitting style to shatter the ice cubes and quickly flashed in. The surroundings were still cold, but the mystic ice chi had returned to the ground. Lin Xian looked over and saw a round platform with a diameter of 0.5 meter. It was emitting cold air. Ice platform. It's really something good. Wine Lord laughed. What's the use of it? Lin Xian asked. It can speed up your cultivation. It's just right for you. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this. When he looked at the ground again, his eyes were shining. Let's take it first. As he spoke, a black hole appeared in front of Lin Xian and slowly rotated. The ice platform underground was sucked up, and the mystic ice chi on it crazily scattered. Lin Xian didn't move. He knew that Wine Lord had a way. Sure enough, the black hole kept rotating and sucked away all the mystic ice chi. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey suddenly jumped out and cried out happily. Lin Xian was startled, afraid that something would happen to the monkey. The little white monkey sucked hard, and a trace of mystic ice chi flew out and was sucked into its body. The little monkey revealed a satisfied expression and then burped. The little white monkey's eyes were a bit dazed, and it went back into the storage ring. Lin Xian sighed. It seemed that the little white monkey was really strange. It didn't fear such a strange cold item. In the blink of an eye, the ice platform was taken away by Wine Lord. The mystic ice chi attached to it was also taken away. Let's go. There's nothing left. Lin Xian nodded, and then turned into a blur and quickly left. Walking in the dark tunnel, Lin Xian was very excited. Just now, he had thought of a way to deal with the blue-haired man. It was to use the mystic ice chi to seal the blue-haired man. Wine Lord also felt that this method was not a problem. The two discussed for a while and decided to act as soon as possible. After leaving the cave, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to set up a trap and bait the blue-haired man. At night, snow fell. Lin Xian found a dry cave and prepared to rest. Lin Xian closed his eyes and cultivated. But in reality, he spread out his soul power to observe the situation. Be careful, he's coming. Wine Lord transmitted. Lin Xian's heart trembled. He deliberately did not let the little white monkey appear in order to bait the blue-haired man. Whoosh! A ray of green light quickly pierced towards Lin Xian, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. A huge sense of danger welled up in his heart, but Lin Xian did not act rashly. He waited for the blue-haired man to come closer. His legs kicked, and his body flew out like a spring. The green light swept towards Lin Xian and sent him flying. Lin Xian's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and a large palm grabbed towards Lin Xian. The fingernails were long and sharp, and there was a strange energy flowing on them. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Lin Xian looked at the palm, and his heart was in his throat. He knew that he only had one chance. If he failed, he would either die or alert the blue-haired man. If that happened, he would have no chance at all. Just as the green fingernails were about to touch him, Lin Xian made his move. A wisp of mysterious ice chi flowed out and wrapped around the blue-haired man's hand. In the next moment, the blue-haired man seemed to have encountered something terrifying, and quickly retreated. Caw caw caw. Just as he moved, the cold chi quickly spread throughout his body, emitting a terrifying chill. This was the real mysterious ice chi, not the cold chi on Lin Xian's clothes. The power of the two was not the same. Once touched by the profound ice chi, even a harmonious spirit realm expert would be frozen. Chapter 194. In front of him, a huge ice sculpture stood on the snowy ground, emitting a terrifying chill. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. This mysterious ice chi was indeed powerful, even the mysterious green-haired man was frozen. A black whirlpool appeared and sucked in the ice sculpture. I split this ice chi into 5 strands, one of which froze the green-haired man, leaving 4 strands. Wine Lord said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Doesn't that mean I can still freeze 4 more old fellows? The Tsang clan, the Golden Sword clan, and the Yuan clan wouldn't let him off. Even Lin Fang's bloodline might make a move against him. But now, the situation was different. Stupid. Wine Lord snorted. This mysterious ice chi is a rare treasure, it can be used to increase your strength. Freezing others is just a small matter. Increase my strength. Lin Xian was delighted. From now on, I will use the mysterious ice chi to refine you. Wine Lord said, not only can it refine your body and spiritual energy, it can also increase your soul strength. Refine my soul strength. Lin Xian was surprised. As far as he knew, the cultivation of soul strength was very slow and very dangerous. It was much more difficult than spiritual energy cultivation. That was why there were so few inscriptionists in this world. Let's try the ice platform first. Lin Xian took a deep breath. A circular ice platform appeared on the ground, it looked like a piece of art. Lin Xian sat on it and prepared to cultivate. As soon as he touched the ice platform, his body couldn't help but shiver. The cold almost made him cry out. Fortunately, his willpower was strong and he forced himself to endure. Lin Xian quickly activated the long life secret art and entered a state of cultivation. His body was covered in ice, his face, and his eyebrows were all covered in ice. Lin Xian closed his eyes, as if he had turned into an iceman. Whoosh! The snow-white monkey flew out and jumped on the ground, its big eyes looking at Lin Xian. Woogie woogie. It was bored for a while, then it sniffed the air and ran away. In the snow-capped mountains, a group of people was shuttling through the forest. Stop! Suddenly, the entire group stopped. Young master, what's wrong? A gray-robed elder asked. What a strange little monkey. It was a young man wearing a fur coat. His eyes were greedily staring at a small white monkey on a tree in front of him. Woogie woogie. The little monkey on the tree was Lin Xian's little one. It was eating an unknown fruit, its eyes full of disdain. It's so intelligent. It's much stronger than the demonic beasts back at home. The young man was overjoyed. He pointed at the monkey and said, This young master wants it. Don't worry, young master. This old servant will catch it right away. The gray-robed old man's body moved and flew up to the treetop like lightning. Then, he waved his hands mercilessly. Woogie woogie. The little white monkey screamed twice, and then disappeared with a whoosh. The gray-robed elder was surprised. He was a martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and his speed was unimaginably fast. However, the little white monkey still managed to escape. This should be a mutated monkey. Young master, don't worry. It can't escape. There. Someone in the group exclaimed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The gray-robed elder kept dodging to catch the little monkey, but it escaped. Go together and catch it for this young master. The young man was furious. Many people went forward. Only 3 martial artists were left to guard the young man. They stood in a very strict position, protecting the young man in the center. Not long after, these people returned empty-handed. Young master, that monkey is too cunning. No. A few people whispered. Trash, a bunch of trash. The young man was furious and kept shouting. Young master, I think we should go to the snow-seeking sect first. At this time, Chu Lao and the others should have already arrived. The gray-robed elder said. Humph. Xia country is really boring. It wasn't easy to find something good, but in the end, it ran away. The young man's face was gloomy. Let's go to the snow-seeking sect. The group of more than 10 people went on their way again. However, after a few steps, countless snowballs flew over. Pang pang pang. Someone in the group was hit and snow splashed on his face. Although it didn't hurt, it made him feel very embarrassed. Who is it? Come out. Someone shouted. Wuji. Wuji. A mocking voice came. In the snow ahead, a palm-sized monkey bent over laughing. It's it. Everyone was angry, except for the young man whose eyes were shining. This young master orders all of you to catch it. Many people in the group dashed out. Even the young man moved out quickly. The group of people started to catch the monkey. However, the little white monkey was too fast. These people could only eat the dust behind it. Fortunately, they didn't lose it this time. A trace of anger appeared on the little white monkey's face. Its black gem-like eyes turned and then it ran towards the cave. Whoosh! The little white monkey jumped and returned to Lin Xian's side. Hey, there's someone in front. Someone in the group exclaimed. I don't care if there's anyone. If this young master wants it, it's mine. The young man didn't have any hesitation and rushed forward. The people behind him could only follow. It's frozen. Is it frozen to death? Someone was puzzled. Everyone looked at the figure in front of them. That person was sitting on a block of ice. His whole body was frozen and he was motionless. This young man was Lin Xian. He didn't expect that the little white monkey would bring back such a group of people. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed. He stared at the block of ice that Lin Xian was sitting on. Young master, we're rich. The gray-robed elder's voice trembled slightly. If I'm not wrong, that should be the legendary frost platform. That's a treasure for cultivation. The gray-robed elder was excited. He couldn't wait to snatch it. Frost platform. The young man pondered. The others in the group were also confused. With it, your cultivation speed can increase by 3 to 5 times. The gray-robed elder quickly explained. Gulp. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard from the group. The group of people all stared at the round ice block. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and snatch it for me. The young man's eyes lit up. Immediately, a few people rushed over and tried to grab the frost platform. Hua! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, cold and frightening. Crack, crack, crack. The block of ice on his body shattered, revealing Lin Xian's real body. The few people stopped and looked at Lin Xian cautiously. The gray-robed elder's expression changed. He spoke first. My young master has taken a fancy to the stone you're sitting on. Why don't you name a price? Stone. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He had heard their conversation. Slowly standing up, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the frost platform. Not for sale. Lin Xian said coldly. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and gestured. Kid, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to our young master like that? Someone in the group shouted. All right, stop talking nonsense. The young master was obviously impatient. Chapter 195. That youngster was very arrogant. Not only did he want to rob, but he also threatened to cripple Lin Xian and feed him to the wolves. Which family's disciple was this, to be so cruel? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him. There were about 10 people, all at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and above. Among them, the gray-robed elder reached the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and the 3 people beside the youngster were at the peak of the 5th layer. With this kind of combination, other than the old monsters at the harmonious spirit realm, no one feared them at all. Lin Xian didn't make a move. His body flashed and he was about to leave. Want to leave? Not so easy. The 3 martial artists near Lin Xian attacked instantly, 3 surging waves of power gushing out. If it was a normal martial artist at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, he would have died under such a pincer attack. Lin Xian used the wind thunder step and dodged the 3's attacks. He can actually dodge. The 3 martial artists were surprised. Attack with full force. This youngster has a great treasure on him, so his strength must be extraordinary. The gray-robed elder said. Kill him directly, don't hold back. The 3 martial artists at the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier smiled malevolently and surrounded Lin Xian. Youngster, when you reincarnate in your next life, keep your eyes open. Daring to offend our young master, you're courting death. The 3 attacked together, and the terrifying waves of power were enough to injure a martial artist at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Lin Xian's eyes focused. These people kept looking for trouble and didn't put him in their eyes at all. He wasn't one to look for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Now that someone wanted to kill him, he obviously wouldn't show mercy. Lightning storm. Within 10 meters, there was a sudden storm and lightning, as if it was the end of the world. Pitter-patter. With a loud sound, the 3 fell to the ground, their bodies charred black. What? The people on the other side were stunned, unable to believe it for a moment. The gray-robed elder's face was gloomy as he kept sizing up Lin Xian, as if thinking about something. Youngster, you dare to kill my people, do you know who I am? The youngster roared, his eyes full of anger. He came to Xia and didn't put anyone in his eyes, but he didn't expect to suffer a loss in this snow mountain. Go, kill him. Brat, surrender obediently. The gray-robed old man said coldly, although your strength is extraordinary, you have no chance of winning against us. Moreover, our elders are guests at the snow-seeking sect. Do you think you have a chance to escape? Since the fight had started, Lin Xian could not possibly let these people leave. His body turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed over. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Chi! With a flash of sword light, a martial artist fell to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone back off! The gray-robed elder yelled. He could tell that Lin Xian was extraordinary, and that normal martial artists at the 4th sky of the spiritual ocean realm were no match for him. The group retreated and stared cautiously at Lin Xian. Elder Zhou, let us do it. The 3 martial artists who had been protecting the young master said. All right. The gray-robed elder nodded. The three of them appeared in a flash and surrounded Lin Xian in a triangular formation. Let me see what level the martial artists of the Xia are at. One of them snorted coldly. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that these people were not from the Xia. Then he had even less to worry about. If he let these people go, they would definitely chase after him endlessly. Moreover, there were elders at the snow-seeking sect. Those who could be called elders should be old monsters at the harmonious spirit realm. For his own safety, Lin Xian could only use his full strength. With a swing of the autumn scar sword, a sharp sword light flew out. Shadow sword formation. The three of them worked together and performed a formation, trapping Lin Xian within. A human figure flew out with a sharp sword in his hand, thrusting towards Lin Xian. Wind-splitting style. With a thrust of the sword, the human figure was mercilessly torn apart and turned into energy again, merging into the sword formation. Wind-blending style. The soundless sword chi pierced towards one of the martial artists. The air was torn apart as the dazzling sword light slashed towards that person's waist. It's useless. With the three of them working together, the sword formation shone brightly, dissolving Lin Xian's attack. We have even trapped a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm, not to mention a brat at the third sky of the spiritual sea realm. Hand over the thing, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Or else. Humph. The three of them sounded cold as their attacks suddenly became sharp. Dozens of sword shadows flew towards him from all angles, covering his entire body. The sword chi screamed as if they were real swords. The power was comparable to an attack from a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm. Lin Xian's body also turned into countless phantoms, flying in all directions. Chi 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 chi. Almost 90% of the phantoms were pierced through by the sword chi. Lin Xian's real body was also attacked. Dang! He raised his sword to block, but his arm was numb from the impact. Such terrifying power. Lin Xian was slightly shocked. This sword formation could combine the power of the three of them, releasing the power of a martial artist at the sixth sky of the spiritual sea realm. And when they were attacked, they could split the attack into three parts, sharing the burden. Lin Xian's purple spirit eyes flashed, and he understood in an instant. I can only break their sword formation. Purple light flashed in his eyes, and an invisible soul power pierced towards one of the martial artists. Ah! That martial artist screamed, and the aura on his body froze. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian operated the sword intent, unleashing the Wind Emperor's sword, and piercing towards that martial artist. Blood splattered, and a sword cut the throat. The sword formation broke by itself, and the remaining two martial artists were shocked. Their sword formation had never failed, but today it was broken by someone, and one of them died. You, courting death. The two of them were furious and attacked crazily. Sword intent surged, and Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme. Sword intent, it's actually sword intent. The two martial artists' faces were pale, and their auras were suppressed. The people in the distance were shocked when they came, as if they didn't expect to see martial artists who comprehended sword intent here. Your sword intent may be strong, but your cultivation is weak. Die! The two of them resisted the pressure, and their long swords pierced towards Lin Xian fiercely. Soul assassination. Lin Xian unleashed the purple spirit eyes attack, and his strong soul power turned into a sharp spike, piercing towards one of them. Lion's roar. Lin Xian attacked consecutively, unleashing the sound wave attack again. The two of them were shocked mentally, especially the martial artist who was hit by the soul assassination, who lost his mind for a short while. In a battle between experts, they fought for the initiative. The autumn scar sword was as cold as water, and with a flash of light, a head flew away. The last martial artist was terrified, and retreated crazily. Devil, he's a devil. Too horrifying. 2 martial artists in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean realm died so easily. And the opponent was a martial artist in the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Is he still human? Are all the martial artists in the Xia so powerful? All of a sudden, the group of people in the distance turned pale, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian waved his long sword, and a 2-meter-long half-moon-shaped sword chi flew out like moonlight. Pooh! The big man who ran away was cut in half, falling onto the ground. Gulp! The group of people took 2 steps back uneasily, and the arrogant young master's face was also pale. Elder Zhou, he shouted nervously. Don't worry, young master. He's not my opponent. The aura inside the gray-robed old man's body completely exploded, like a raging sea, making his heart tremble. Lin Xian's aura froze, and he felt a pressure that made his movements slow down. As expected of a martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Kid, die. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.